Alright, there we go. I forgot to actually make the stream starting post on Discord, so I have to do that now. I went to go check to make sure I had streamer mode enabled, and then I realized that I had the starting stream message typed out, but I never actually hit enter to send it. But that looks okay. That's working at least now. And I also, the first like 15 seconds of me realizing, oh crap, I didn't do the stream thing properly, I also forgot to actually hit the start stream button for the stream archive channel. So there's like 15 extra seconds of me being confused as to how I fucked at the start of the stream for Twitch VOD enjoyers, I guess. I don't know how many people actually watch the Twitch VODs. There isn't really much of a purpose, considering obviously they all are on YouTube, but I'm sure there's probably at least one person out there who prefers to watch it. So for that person, yeah, there you go. I also, shortly before starting the stream, I looked at YouTube comments on my second channel, which, like, it gets less comments, so I check it sparingly, so every now and then I'll go onto my second channel, and there's, like, 3 comments that I haven't seen, because, like, a bunch got dropped within, like, a few days. And, it's you? Oh, are you talking about the comment? I did see the comment you left, or were you saying that you like to watch Twitch VODs? Because I guess I mentioned both of those recently. I did see your comment, Pixelina, but the other comment I just saw, which was very recent, is somebody... It is strange, because, like, it is very often, or not very often, I should say, very rare, where I get a comment that, like, isn't really offensive or anything. Like, I often get comments from people saying, like, you know, you're the worst scum of the earth, I fucking hate everything about you, that kind of thing. And a lot of those I just delete, right? Like, it's just like, all right, you know, blocked, right? Yeah, I don't need to tolerate that, right? So you get those, right? That's just part of being a YouTuber. And then there's some comments where, like, I don't really feel strongly about it. Like, somebody will say something about, you know, oh, well, I'd recommend running time walking or whatever. And I'm like, okay, you know, every now and then I'll respond and be like, you know, just so you know, time walking isn't that fast, but if you enjoy it, like, sure. So I'll try to add, like, a little bit of info there. But rarely do I just say, no, don't do that. And somebody commented on the pre-patch 70 to 80 guide I made and said, another good way to level is to pick your favorite follower dungeon and then just run that over and over. And that got, like, a rare... I think they mean it earnestly, right? The way they worded it, it seemed earnest. Like, they're not trying to rage bait the fuck out of me. I think they genuinely believe that they've stumbled upon a really good leveling strategy and they just wanted to give context. But I typed, no, you should never do that. Do not do that. Do not ever level through follower dungeons. Holy hell, what the fuck are you thinking? I didn't say all that. I think my exact wording was just, no, comma, you should never do that. But it is very rare that I see a comment that, like, offends me on such a deep level without actually being, like, bad. Like, I know that they weren't saying anything bad. I'm not gonna, like, give them shit about it, but I do want to... It forces me to respond and say, no, do not spam follower dungeons to level. Absolutely not. Never do that. Why would you ever think that's okay? So, yeah, I read that one right before I started the stream. So, that set the tone for me. All things considered, it's a good tone to start the stream on. YouTube stream is on the Stream Archive channel. So, this is... The title of the stream is Prot Warrior 80 to 90, right? So I am going to be leveling up this warrior during the stream, but generally speaking, whenever I do, like, the main channel leveling runs, I want them to be, like, more coherent, I guess, for lack of a better word, and I already know this stream is not going to be, like, a really structured, like, leveling run, right? Like, it's going to be contained within here somewhere, but I'm going to be bouncing around between a lot of different stuff. I don't think it's going to be as interesting for everybody, and also, I'm probably going to post a video, like, tomorrow. It's either tomorrow or I might finish it Sunday, the mini leveling guide for 12.1. or 12.0.7, and I don't want the algorithm. Like, I don't think this stream, like, basically, if I was posting this in the main channel because I'd hope it did decently well, and I don't think it will, which is fine, I still want to stream it anyway, but then, like, if it performed poorly right around the same time I released a video that I am hoping will perform at least decently well, it could, like, fuck it up in the algorithm a little bit. So I don't want to risk that. I'm just doing it second channel, and it's always streamed on Twitch, so you can always just do that. And Pixelina said, that was not you? Yeah, definitely somebody else. You loathe Follower Dungeons, and you've never said... Yeah, I don't know. I have to just imagine... hey, Little Deke. I have to imagine that it is just somebody who's, like, fairly new and just thinks that they discovered something. I mean, very often, people... It's very easy to think of something, like, in a vacuum, and if you don't have context of how other systems in the game work... As I yap here, I'm gonna... Something I haven't done, because this is my European account, right? I haven't checked my Great Vaults yet. I don't really have much, like, I mostly just... I haven't done dungeons or whatever, so I'm just gonna go through and almost certainly take extra bonus rolls, but I may as well open them on stream as I sit here and yap. Either that or stare at my character list. But it's very easy if you don't have context of other stuff to think that relative to what you know, something that you've discovered is very powerful. And I get a lot of comments like that. Rarely is it so off base. Like, the Follower Dungeon one, that is objectively one of the slowest ways to level. That's why it's a little bit surprising, like, why somebody thought that was a bad idea. But I've definitely had people comment suggestions on, I think you overlooked this. And, you know, I would say, I don't want to say all the time, like, 95% of the time when somebody's like, I think you may have overlooked XYZ, usually it is not at all something I've overlooked. It's something I'm well aware of, and it's not as fast as they think it is because of a variety of different reasons. Is there any reason? There is technically. So, something to consider. At this point in the season, we have so many extra bonus rolls that getting my character a little bit more gear, in theory, could be justified. At this point, like, this is so trivial, though, like, this gear increase, that it wouldn't matter. But I at least will look at this, because in theory, let's say I got, like, what's the trinket? I'm using it, yeah. This thing, Void Reaper's Librum on Hero Track. This would be okay, because it's, like, a good trinket, and then it would save me from having to spend, like, 200 crystals on it, which realistically I wouldn't want to do, but, you know, if I got this. In this case, I already have one, and I've already gotten Hero Track trinket, so I probably wouldn't. And my monk already has, like, this character has 254. So in this case, I will take a socket. I'm full on this, so... I'm actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a Radiant Jewel Binder, because there is absolutely merit still to adding sockets to stuff. I'm not going to use it yet, but if I'm going to get overflow stuff, like, I'm never going to spend it if I don't have to, but in this case, I want to take the socket, and this only stacks up to 12, so if I have to spend this on either a bonus roll or a socket item, I don't know if I'll need an excess bonus roll. There's a chance I won't, honestly, on this character. But I will almost certainly, if I gear this character in the long run, like to have an extra socket, and so I would want to do that. You just did 80 to 90 on your Prot Warrior. You did 1 leveling grinding Calamitous because you hate crafting and you're broke. I mean, the crafting is dirt cheap, right? Like, whether or not you hate crafting, I mean, the crafting literally takes under 5 minutes. I don't like crafting either. I don't know if you know how, like, have you ever done the crafting in the guide? Do you know how it actually works? Because leveling through first crafts is not like crafting. And I don't think anybody can really say they hate pressing one button like 30 times. I guess it's a little bit more if you do engineering because you have to disenchant. But it's like, what do you really hate? Is it boring? Like, maybe, but, like, a lot of leveling is arguably boring. But it's hard to really have strong feelings about that, I would say. Whether or not you hate the rest of the crafting system, that's something, but getting your first craft XP is just... You did once, the recipes are not insignificant? what... I mean, it's... They kind of are. They kind of are. I mean, it's like, it's 100 golds per recipe. You craft, like, it is in total about, like, 5k golds, if that. It's, like, maybe 4k golds in total for all of it. Like, that is not nothing. It's not nothing. But, like, you can get 3k golds on every single character basically instantly. Like, okay, I'm going to talk to Leatrix. Arcantina isn't up. But whenever Arcantina is up, you talk to Leatrix, you go over there, you get, what, 3.6k gold per character? Immediately? I'm going to take, I don't know, I guess I'll take, world quests, because I'll probably do enough to fill this. 6 world quests, maybe. We'll see. I honestly have no idea if I will. Maybe, you know, honestly, what might be easier is I'll just take Abundance. I have no idea if I'm actually going to do it on this character. If not, it doesn't even matter. But that's, I think, most likely what I'm going to do. And then that's like 3.6k golds. You just like buying the components and learning the recipes? I mean, I guess. Like, I'm not going to... I'm not going to, like, argue that point too heavily, but I do think it's like... I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to try and convince you it's a fun activity to do. It's certainly not, like, actively fun. But nobody enjoys first craft leveling. There's nobody out there who's just like, oh my god, this is peak content. I'm so glad that I can sit here and do these, like, trivial crafts to get extra experience. Like, we do it because it's fast. Because you just get the material, and, like, the add-on tells you exactly what to buy, and walks you through it, and it's easy. That's why we do it. It's easy and it's fast. And, like, obviously, okay, so I understand that everybody has, like, a different definition of what they define as, like, what's it called? A reasonable cost. What they think is, like, this is a normal amount for me to spend. But I do really think that the amount that you have to spend on crafting is just kind of completely trivial in the grand scheme of things. If you are not able to get 5k golds, I don't know, you're just not really playing the game, right? Like, that's not really all that much. Yeah, not really. None of this is worth it. Do I already have... I do. I have 12, so I will need to buy this, and then we'll just buy another one of these. You dedicate, Harldan's such a shill for first craft leveling. I mean, I'm just telling you it's fast, right? I'll be honest, I wish it did not exist. Like, genuinely, I think that it's poorly designed. I wish it did not exist, right? But, like, I'm not in control of what gets added to this game. All I can do is tell you what is fast, and just objectively speaking, it is extremely fast. So, I'm gonna recommend it. But and then to what you said about, guess you need to dedicate more time to making gold. Not really. I mean, I don't really spend a lot of time making gold, but, like, it's very easy to passively make golds. Like, early on, I was a little bit stressed on golds on my European account, and there were a few things that I maybe normally would buy for, like, optimized leveling that I didn't, just because I was trying to save up a little bit. But I had more than enough, really, to cover everything that I needed, just by playing a little bit. I mean, there are just a few things where, I guess, like, if you play the game, I don't know, you almost always just make enough to cover basic necessities. I mean, the reason for that, right, obviously, is there's so much inflation at this point that, like, there are things in this game that obviously are expensive, right? But then the baseline materials generally are not. Well, my guild does sales, yes. I don't know why this is... What is going on here? My guild on North America does sales. But I was still easily able to afford crafting leveling on all my European characters. And I will do so again for my warrior. But yeah, my North American guild does sales. Like, I have a pretty solid amount of gold on North America, for sure. But at the same time, like, I make, what, like, 400 to 500k per sale run? You know, obviously that's a lot, right? But I'm not recommending that people spend even a fraction of that on leveling. Even in my, like, super optimized speedruns, I spend... My most expensive, like, world record attempts, I think I priced it out a while ago. My absolute most expensive, like, world record runs were, like, 50k. And that was usually, like, basically a third of the price came from really, really expensive, like, rare trinkets or whatever that I bought. I think some of the more recent ones are even cheaper than that, just because I don't buy as many, like, auction house items anymore, just because there's not really a need to. It's like, it's probably in, like, the tens of thousands of gold range, like 30 to 40k still, probably. I guess I'll just take this. I don't think I got this character up to max level shortly before the reset, and I just did my Delver's Bounty on it. Figured I should at least do that. Yeah, well, actually, early on in the expansion, World Quest Gold was really bad. But yeah, there is some good World Quest Gold. You think it would be sick if Blizzard did an economy reset? I mean, they won't, right? They absolutely won't. I mean, gold has, like, real-world value. Obviously, while real money trading is not allowed, right? Like, there is... You can directly pin the value of gold to real money because of the WoW token, right? So, I mean, if you did an economy reset, you'd literally be taking away money from players. Especially because, like, the WoW token exists, right? So you can exchange your money for gold. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not even going to bother discussing that because it's frankly such a ludicrous thing to suggest. I can understand how it might, in theory, sound nice for, you know, I want to be on the same even playing field as other people. But the reality with stuff like that is it's the same thing when people ask for, like, server resets of games like server wipes or whatever. Everybody likes to think that, like, if, you know, the playing field was just evened, like, I'd magically be on top. I'm not necessarily saying that that's exactly the point you're making, but obviously that is... kind of goes hand in hand with when this argument comes up a lot. And in those cases, really, the people who are on top just play the game more or do the harder things that are more rewarding, and they just quickly snowball. It's, you know, in ARPGs, you see this happen a lot, where, like, obviously, yes, a new ARPG season is, like, a good opportunity to get on even footing, but, like, even whenever I play ARPGs, like, I am not usually... Really, not ever, because I don't really play them often enough to ever get to that point. Usually when I do, it's, like, for fun for a little bit. But I always see there's, like, some people who get extremely rich really, really, really quickly because they know all the things to do to make all the money. But it's also, like, I think the takeaway for that, right, is whenever I play, or used to play, like, Diablo, or, you know, recently played PoE, right, I understand that, like, I do not have nearly a fraction of the, like, the money, or, well, the in-game money that these people do. And I don't try to do that. I did, like, when I played PoE before, PoE 2 specifically, I did enjoy trying to trade, but that's more just because I found it fun. Like, learning the trading system reminded me a lot of, like, TF2 trading, which I really enjoyed doing as a kid. But I wasn't trying to, like... I wasn't trying to make, like, as much money as possible. Specifically, when I was, like, engaging in a lot of trading in PoE 2, I was just trying to find, like, the perfect speed leveling set to get a bunch of alt characters leveled up. And then as I was already searching, like, through the market, I forget exactly what it was called, if I saw something where I'm like, oh, I think that's, like, really cheap, I could totally flip that. I'd buy it, and then I'd, like, try and sell it. And I made, like, a decent amount of was it divine orbs, just like flipping items. But that was also because like I was in the process of already trying to hunt down very specific like corruptions, whatever you call it. So it wasn't like I was only going out of my way to try and make golds or whatever the currency's called. It's been a little while, I forget. But I was trying to hunt down specific pieces of gear, and then if I was in the process of looking for a piece of gear and I happened to spot, hey, this looks like a good deal, then hey, may as well try and like flip it. And that could be fun too. PoE League? Well, I wasn't saying League in particular. I more just meant like the terminology for the currencies. I'm aware that it's called a League, yes, but that wasn't the specific terminology that I was forgetting. But yes, I am referring to that, right? The guy's going off about Delve still? Yeah, no, I know what you're referring to because I saw your Post-Goose comics. I mean, hey, if you want to summarize the argument, I'd skim it, right? In Twitch chat, I guess, so I can, because I don't want to have to, like, tab out over to Discord. But, somebody asked a question. Okay, yeah. Let me see. Pixelina said, I remember you mentioning there's a weekly quest that gives Delver's Journey. Where do you pick it up? You get it after you finish a delve. So I think it's from any difficulty. The first delve you finish every single week gives you, I think it's called Primeval Arcane Remnant or something like that, and then you turn that in, and it gives you Delver's Journey. Your idea is Blizzard does an event where they offer one-time only cosmetics? Oh, I mean, like, hey, that works too. They do that, though. Honestly, it being one-time only would not work, right? Like, that would actually be a defeated purpose of your idea. If it was one-time only, very few people would do it. If they added, like, effectively what you're arguing for is more gold sinks. Gold sinks already exist, right? Gold sinks aren't necessarily always successful, right? Because, like, I mean, like, yeah, it does work. Like, there are a lot of very, very expensive... There's literally a vendor called the Mad Merchant in Dalaran that is kind of exactly what you're describing. Oh, you're saying... Yeah, well... That's okay. I didn't miss. I missed the second part of that. And then after the limited time event, they wipe everybody's gold. Like, again, for the same reason. No, I mean, like, it's one thing to give people the option to dump exorbitant amounts of gold on like cosmetic stuff. It's another to basically put a gun to everybody's head and be like, buy these super outrageously overpriced cosmetics or else, because we're taking away all of your gold anyway. Like that. No. I don't even know how to begin to address why that is just such a flawed idea. Like, adding more gold sinks, sure, they already exist. Optional gold sinks, where it's like, if people have a lot of gold, they can spend it. And the thing that you need to understand is optional gold sinks like that keep the game, like, approachable for people like you, or I'm guessing, because you said you don't know how to make as much gold, because yes, people have gold cap. People have millions upon millions of golds. But the way that Blizzard keeps the game affordable for the regular player, and I don't necessarily know if this is Blizzard's design, right? But materials are like easy to come by, and they end up generally speaking being affordable. Consumables, you know, honestly, like I said, crafting, I really don't think 5,000 gold is that much. Considering, like, again, my guild is doing, like, millions of gold sales every single week, and my cut is, like, 400,000 gold every single week, right? One person, like, a new player getting 400,000 gold, like, they wouldn't even be able to spend it that fast. That would cover, like, all of their crafting, all of their, like, not just craft leveling, all their, like, endgame gear crafting, all their consumables, all their everything. Like, what else would they need it for? Right? That's more than enough, and that's how much I'm able to make 1 week in sales. Like, what do I do with it? Nothing. I sit on it like a fucking dragon, pretty much half the time. And Realistically, the end result of what do I do on it is every now and then, if there's like a mythic BOE that I want to buy, I drop like probably about 1,000,000 gold on a singular piece of gear. Which, like, for me, for super duper min maxing, usually my price limit tends to be about like 500,000 gold for like actual in raid BOEs. Sometimes if I'm trying to get like a character caught up, like my Prot Warrior, I think I bought 1 BOE because I had to like gear it up super duper quickly at the start of the season. But unless I'm trying to like really quickly gear a character, I have a limit of, unless the thing is super bis. Like I spent, I think like 1.5 million gold on a crit versatility ring for my Brewmaster Monk in Manaforge Omega, but that was literally because there is no other myth track crit verse ring in the entire game. That was my bis, and there are no other options in that slot. So, yeah, I spent quite a bit on that. But that's the thing, right? Like, is that an extremely overpriced item? Yes. But, like, you don't need that, right? Like, people don't need to get that item to be able to even prog Mythic on a Brewmaster Monk. But obviously, I have all this gold. What the fuck am I going to use it on? I'm going to buy the extremely min-maxy upgrade because I can. But because people like me are willing to spend gold on extremely min-maxy things, or in some cases, cosmetic things, the price of, like, necessities, like consumables and stuff, is really affordable for people who just do their daily quests, etc. No, I don't use it to pay for my WoW accounts. I don't buy, like, tokens for game time. I don't know, I've always felt like that's just bait, right? Like, especially because if, like, in my case, right, like, I know that I'm gonna be playing the game for a while, so I just buy the, you know, yearly subscription thing, and it's, like, discounted, right, because I think it's 6 months is, like, the longest where you get a discount, whatever, but, like, for better or for worse, I'm playing this game all the time, right? So, generally speaking, on some of my alt accounts, I'll buy, like, a 3-month sub at the start of a season, and then I'll, like, usually I let it lapse for, like, the, like, last month or so of a season. Like, for instance, currently my, 3 of my alt accounts are, like, don't have an active subscription because, like, I'm not really using them for anything. Like, during Legion Remix, I use them actively for, like, doing the alt leveling stuff and testing out, like, various new account things and whatnot. So during those times, I'll re-up the subscription and use them. But, like, those are really more, like, testing and excessive multi-boxing accounts, not something I play on a day-to-day. But, like, my 2 main accounts, and now I guess my European, so I suppose 3 main accounts now, I just buy, like, a long-term subscription on it because, like, you know. The other thing, right, is I am also, like, in a bit of a weird case for that because it is unironically something that I can put as a business expense for taxes. And you can't do that if you're buying it with gold, right? Like, you know, if I am paying real money for it, I can genuinely use it as a tax write-off. It, like, that is an actual thing. So that wasn't necessarily the reason why, but it's just in hindsight, obviously, since I've started, you know, having to do my taxes with, like, YouTube in mind, I'm like, oh, hey, you know, that actually does work, which is kind of a funny little bonus to that. But yeah, I don't know, I'm never bothered doing it. I do know some people who, like, back in the day when WoW tokens were, like, extremely cheap relative to the amount that you can make, like, back in WoD, my friend Paul had so much gold that he bought, like, 10 years of game time from his tokens, which ironically may have actually expired by now, which is crazy to think about. Holy fuck. But it has been actually, I think, 10 years. And he's been... the irony of that is he hasn't played the game in, like, 5 years. So I'm assuming that he never paused his subscription. I don't know if he even can. You bought 4 years of game time in WoD with gold? Yeah. Like, back then, the token prices were a little bit weird. So if you had a lot of gold, it was very easy to dump it on that. I actually hit gold cap in Mop Classic. And the only time I've ever considered buying game time is at that point, because I had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of gold. I forget what the gold cap is. I think it was 1 million gold in Mop Classic. And tokens were like 10k, if that. It was like under 10k. So I could have bought like a ridiculous amount of game time. I strongly considered it. But I've just been sitting on that gold. And, well, I haven't played Mock Classic since. I figured, I mean, like, one of two things is going to happen. And the main reason why I considered it is because of one of these possibilities. If they say that Mock Classic is done, or, like, Progression Classic is done, and they're not doing WoD and Legion, I'm going to feel like a fucking idiot. And it is what it is. Look, I will accept that in that possibility. I get unlucky, I lose, so be it. It blows up in my face, and we don't end up getting future versions of Classic. If that happens, then I have absolutely zero interest in continuing playing Progression Classic, right? Because effectively, I'm sure they'll have, like, what, a permanent mop realm? If that happens, I don't know what they'll do. In that case, I would have rather just exchanged all my shit. And at that point, I probably will just, like, buy game time, because why not? And just throw away all my golds. And if that happens, then it would have been much better if I had spent it when the price of tokens was, like, extremely, extremely low. Let's go with Farstriders here. I'll talk through why I'm doing this in a little bit. I should be in war mode, but doesn't matter. What do we get from Blood Knights? It's still... So, this quest, I don't know if, like, Southroll Soiree... Yeah, this might be bugged, because it's supposed to rotate every single week. But for the last 3 weeks, it has been these 3 quests from Blood Knights, which, as it so happens, are, like, the 3 fastest quests. So, I'm not gonna complain, but it is very strange, seeing as how, you know... It's, so this one's weird. So this is different. Interesting. So the Magister's quest rotated, but the Blood Knights quest didn't. I'm glad I tested that. Why are the Blood Knights... I mean, it's good, right? They're very easy, but that is strange. What was I yapping about? Oh yeah, but like, so the other reason, the main reason why I didn't convert all my gold in Mob Classic is because I am hoping that we get WoD and then Legion Classic, which I am very excited for. And if that happens, I would like to have gold cap, because I will probably be playing it quite a lot, and I will probably do a bunch of leveling runs, and then having gold cap would, you know, I mean, that would be nice. So, we'll see. What I'm going to do on this character, by the way, is I am going to, in order to demonstrate the turn-in thing, this character has every single Delver's Call prepped already. I did that before the patch. Just went around doing all of it. And I'm going to... what's it called? I'm going to do the remaining quests. I also have Hope in the Darkest Corners. So I need to do Legends of the Harroneer, I need to do Abundance, and I need to do Southroll Soiree. And once that is done, then when I'm like 85.5 or so, I'll do the big turn, and then we can do crafting as well. Since this is already like mostly finished on my Shaman already, I figured I'd start off by demonstrating this, just so you can see, because also... I guess it's a moot point at this point, but a lot of people ask me, like, can you pre-complete the quests and then turn them in at the end? And that's exactly what I did on this character, right? Of all those people, I did say, yes, you will be able to do that for most of them. The exception being the other ones, because they are on a weekly cycle. Something else that's interesting that a few people pointed out, and it is a fair point, is that it is very, very difficult to get Southroll Soiree... and Abundance, especially, done on War Mode. So, what's it called? This is something that I'll showcase. There's a stupid spider. Just gonna get that. This is something I'll showcase in the Prot Warrior run. Abundance, there's a very easy way to disable War Mode without it really mattering. Southrolls is a little bit trickier, because the issue with Southroll Soiree is that, ideally, ideally you're able to do it at like a seamless point within the questing process. Now, the problem with it being on war mode is you cannot share the tag, so you will have to compete with people of the opposite faction. And sometimes you're just going to get unlucky and you'll be on like an extremely, like, one faction dominates it shard for Southral Soiree, and you just won't be able to do it in war mode. Like, obviously, it should go without saying that you can complete the quest outside of war mode and then turn it in on war mode, which is effectively what I'm going to suggest, right? But I would say still start in war mode, right? Do all your questing in war mode. And if you happen to see that there's a Southral Soiree nearby, then pop over, see if it's active and if people of your faction are doing it, because if they are, well, then you can just tag it and you're good to go, right? If you get unlucky, if there's, like, opposite faction people there, obviously don't try and, like, fight them over it. That would be stupid. Like, don't do that. But just, like, how do I put this? Another thing is, like, less people might be doing it. If you can't find it, just, like, don't worry. And I think something to consider, there's a few ways to go about it. I'll probably try and think of what would be the easiest, like, least painful way to turn off war mode. And it kind of depends, because at this point in the Eversong route, you kind of want to abandon it early. You want to leave before it's, like, it's fully done. So let's take the example of, like, my recent speedrun, right? Where I did all the way up to Shadow Enclave, and then I left. Well, at this point, you want to do your prey. So you'd go, you do your prey objective, and I guess, like, it kind of depends, because yeah, because I don't know, because depending on the order you do it, like, in my case, I did Darkway and Parhelion afterwards, so I did one prey, then I went back to Silvermoon, and then I flew up north, then I Arcantina keyed or something. I might have done a wormhole to Zul'jin. I forget exactly how I approached that in the run. But I think you could probably justify doing it, like, right as you're about to exit Eversong. Like, after you finish your prey, after you do all that stuff. At that point, you can turn off war mode. You can, what's it called? You can go look for the runestone, and then hopefully at that point, there's one that's almost complete, and you should be able to find it before long. Now, that might take a little bit longer than weaving it in directly into the quest line, but, like, imagine worst case scenario, if this happens, you're losing about, like, 5 minutes. You're not losing, you're taking about 5 minutes to get the runestone quest. That would still be, like, a slightly below average delve, if you look at it that way. That's still really good. So, no matter how you slice it, Southral Soiree is worth doing. The runestone quest, that is. It's always worth doing. It's just, either it takes literally 5 seconds, you walk over, you tag it, the boss dies, you get credit, like, that is insane value, or it takes 5 minutes. It takes what really it should take. Like, maybe it's kind of closer to Abundance, where Abundance takes a fixed 3 minutes of time. The runestone quest, in many cases, won't even take 5 minutes. It'll take about 3 minutes or so, which puts it on par with Abundance. And then, at the end of Eversong, after you do that, you would just go over to Silvermoon, you would turn War Mode back on, and then you would head to Zul'jin. And then you would do Atalaman, you do Twilight Crypts, and then if you're not, like, level 85 yet, you would do quests in Amanizar Village, then you would turn in the Delver's Calls, then you would teleport to, well, you'd use your Hearthstone to get back to Fairbreeze, and then you would do the turn in here, and now you're in War Mode. So you still get the value for the turn in War Mode, even if the actual objective is not. And, like, you can see here, I'm in War Mode right now. Nobody's doing this runestone. This one, unfortunately, is, like, in the corner of the map. So, you know, it's not well suited for even this. If this was up in War Mode, I would never go out of my way to do this. I would see it's up there, and I'd be like, oh yeah, well, I'm not going to do that. And then at some point, I might check my map, and I notice the marker is shifted over here. Okay, yeah, maybe I go check that out. That's not, like, that much of a detour. But that's kind of how you need to approach Southral Soiree, and that's also the reason why I cannot route it into Follow the Arrow. There's just way too many variables that I cannot possibly predict. And I simply don't have the technology right now to do, like, dynamic routing, like that. Frankly, I don't know if it would be literally possible for me to do that unless I could directly read the game files or whatever, which I can't. I have to like request specific information from the game. So I do have to, like, the structure of the route is hard-coded in. I can't like add steps in the middle depending on external factors. It doesn't work like that. And some sort of technology like that would be required for me to even be able to direct you to do South Royal Soiree. Right now in the route, I have some fixed placement reminders of make sure you do it before you leave. But that's about all I can do. I can say by this point you should have either already done it or you should now go out of your way to do it. But yeah, that's about the best I could possibly do for a completely randomized location event like South Royal Soiree. It just is what it is. Let me read chat. Let's see. It's not in my Discord. Well, I'm aware it's not in my Discord. I meant I saw what you had posted in my Discord. Trading post FOMO. Something like the trading post for gold is kind of what Little Deke is suggesting. Yeah. People who can't make gold right now still wouldn't be able to make gold after a market reset. Yep, and that was the exact point that I was making. Right? It's... Everybody thinks that like a market like that would even the playing field. The only thing that it would do is it would make necessities, quote unquote, more expensive. That's it. It would make certain items just unobtainable for everybody, and then it would mean that all of the really important items become infinitely more valuable because they are still as valuable as they were before, but people have less gold, so the price of them would just go up. And honestly, it would fuck the market, right? It would absolutely fuck the market. Garrison tables were stupid easy to make gold. Yeah. Looking at that 1% plus mount, you really want to continue pushing? Yeah, I've been on the fence. It definitely is a cool mount. I was considering doing it anyway, just for fun. I'll see how I feel, right? Because, so on the topic, obviously, of like my European healers, right? I'm still doing that challenge. It's been like on, basically on a temporary like freeze as I get all the 12.0.7 stuff done. Because obviously I needed to get Fall the Arrow updated. I'm going to make like my little video summarizing all the Fall the Arrow changes and like what you need to know. And then I'm also, there's like a few additional minor updates for Fall the Arrow that I want to get done. And then over the next week, I'm going to try and get like the first half of the Alliance 10 to 80 route completed and put up on Patreon for people to like help test. And that way, like, at least I'll give people time to test it. That way, then it'll be hopefully ready to go by like end of June. Any bugs get like ironed out or whatever. I don't know necessarily it'll be done by end of June. I think realistically, it's probably looking like it'll be more early July. And then like the Horde route also shouldn't take that much longer. What's it called? Like there's going to be a lot of stuff that will be able to be shared, especially for like WoD between Horde and Alliance. But really, like getting all of that initially set up is going to be the hardest part. And then once I get feedback on how all of that flows, I should be able to then get it integrated. And really, the most important thing is getting it all done before 12.1. Like I gave some general approximations. Which I did make it clear they were general approximations, so I hope nobody, like, absolutely holds me to that. Oh, it's the end of June and the Alliance route isn't done. Like, hey, it's a work in progress, right? But I'm going to try and get all of that done as soon as I possibly can, but obviously there's a lot that I'm juggling. And then on top of that, I'm going to work on the healer thing. And that is my primary goal, but then I probably, if I have time, will pick like one tank to get, I don't know if I'll actually get there, but I was going to try and push for the 1% thing on North America, that is. But we'll see. How much time goes into maintaining the add-on? I mean, a lot, right? Like that, It depends on, like, maintaining kind of, I don't know, like, what maintaining means in necessarily. Like, updating the add-on, right? Like, obviously, I've spent a lot of time on making the updates. But, like, the add-on updates at this point, getting the add-on built from scratch, like, that was the hardest part. And then there's, like, whenever I add a bunch of new quests, like, the Sojourner routes have taken a while to add just because it's hundreds of quests. And having to manually add every single quest, like, you know, that's time-consuming. But, like, for instance, getting the actual, like, the 12.0.7 update did not take me that long. I am going to continue adding a little bit on it. There was a few more, like, minor adjustments that I wanted to make just to flesh it out a little bit more. But a lot of the stuff that I added, honestly, wasn't too challenging to do. So, like, it's once I have the route, like, adding things to it is extremely easy in the way that I've set it up. You know, it's one of the reasons I built it like that. I built it to be very, very, very flexible. But adding, like, new quests, like, extensive volume of new quests, like, that obviously just takes time. But for a lot of stuff like this, the most time-consuming part of the 12.0.7 update was just developing the route, right? Testing things, doing the runs, trying to, like spend a lot of time brainstorming, like, what was the best possible way. Like, it took me a while to figure out the best possible way to route in Southrill Soiree, and I'm pretty happy with the end result of, like, presetting the Hearthstone and then doing, like, the Hearthstone hop at the end and then flying to Silvermoon instead of, like, the way that we used to do it of, like, doing, just going straight to Silvermoon and then doing the turn-ins there. And having that, like, short detour at the start to go turn it in, I think that flows really well. So I'm quite happy with that. But things like that, you know, I have to spend a lot of time just, like, running through different, like, possible orders of quests that I can do. Also, like, tests to figure out, like, at different XP breakpoints, like, when do I reach level 90? Like, how much do I realistically need to include? And one of the other things is I need to make sure the route works really well for, like, speedruns and stuff, like the run that I demonstrated, and that if people have the 25% bonus, it works as it should, and, like, I have an optimized recommendation and whatnot. But while I need to figure out the most optimal setup for a speedrun, that actually doesn't really matter all that much for building the route itself, because you'll notice I took very little out. And that's by design, right? Like, if somebody goes in there without Dirkman Fair buff, maybe they're afraid of PvP, so they don't even level in War Mode, and they only have a 5% XP buff, well, then they're going to need a lot more than somebody who does have all the XP modifiers. So I want to make sure there is as much extra stuff in the route as possible. But the beauty of this design, right, is we already have that, right? I keep the original stuff from the launch alt route in there. It's still fast, like, even though it's not necessary to do it anymore, because, like, there's faster options now. If you need to do more after finishing the super optimal 12.0.7, like, speedrun route, the next fastest thing is still the same as what it was before. You know, doing the rest of the Eversong campaign and then Zul'jin and whatnot. So I don't need to, like, remove that from the add-on. I just keep it in there, and I just add the new stuff around it. So that part is actually quite simple. Especially, like, I can't speak for how the other leveling add-ons are maintained. Like, the only add-on that I looked at when I was initially, like, trying to build Fall the Arrow, because I just genuinely had no idea how to do it, was I looked at how TomTom does their arrow to understand, like, how they actually set it up. And then I built my own, once I understood, like, okay, how is this actually coded, which, like, I had no idea. I've explained this before, but there's, like, a sprite sheet, and depending on, like, the angle of your character to the waypoint, you pick a different cell on the sprite sheet to animate the arrow. So when I'm, like, picking an objective, okay, I already have, like, all this completed, right? So it's not going to show. But whenever the arrow is there, like, it's selecting cells on, like, a 2D sprite sheet to move the arrow to make it look 3D, but it's just a 2D image. That until I made the add-on, I had no fucking clue how that even works. So that I did look at the code to see, like, okay, where do I even start? And then I built my own sprite sheet, and then I figured out how to do it myself. But the infrastructure of, like, the whole quest section of the add-on, like, that I just built from scratch, because I have no idea how the other add-ons do that. But frankly, there was a lot of stuff that I know that their add-ons can't do that I wanted mine to be able to do. So I didn't even want to like poison my mind with like that. There may be stuff on the back end that they do that might be more elegant than mine, but I do know that it can't support nearly as much like flexibility as the setup that I have. So for all I know, it could be really hard for them to tweak their routes. I have no idea. But I inherently built mine in a really, really, really flexible way that can support like really a lot of shit. So yeah, that is kind of the idea here. At some point, like a lot of people have also requested like, you know, custom routes. I'm never going to give you the ability to like import routes or whatever, like a lot of the other add-ons do. And frankly, I think it's a cop-out, right? Because the reason why so many add-ons have that, I'll be honest, 90% of people don't use it. And then I'll constantly be like cited this one example of like, well, there's this one classic WoW YouTuber who does make their own custom routes for like Voldemort add-on. And like, okay, just because one person actually utilizes that feature doesn't change the fact that like it is inherently a workaround to avoid, and technically it's not even the loophole that people think it is, but it's a public appearance loophole. If they advertise it as everybody can build their own routes, then it gives off the impression to people that, oh, well, you know, the paid routes are optional, right? I don't think it's really something that anybody actually needs. And I think that it's something that people think is normal, but I actually don't think contributes at all to a leveling add-on, right? So I did not even consider that intentionally, right? I had no fucking desire to build like include a build your own route feature into my add-on, because then I have to build the framework for somebody to do it. But also because like there is a reason why, something I am aware of, because one of my friends who knows the inner workings of Voldemort explained to me, at least like in a simplified version, because of the limitations of a, do-it-yourself in the add-on format, there's only so much that you can really do. So you can really only have like a, very basic step-by-step list of like quest, like pick up quest, complete quest, pick up quest, complete quest, like in a particular order. You can't really do anything fancy. So a lot of like the fancy stuff that I'm able to do with Follow the Arrow, like how would somebody do that? Because a lot of the time, I'm like, oh, I want the add-on to do something fancy here. Like, the example I'll always give, because frankly it is still, like, one of the fanciest things I've done. It is, on launch, right? But I haven't had to make a silver bullet solution quite to this extent ever since. But this fucking thing, like, you cannot do this in any one of the leveling add-ons, right? You can't make a custom image and then embed that custom image as, like, a puzzle solution sheet. My add-on can support that and a bunch of other stuff. And, that's the kind of thing where, like, how would somebody create their own version of that in the add-on itself, right? Like, you can't. There's absolutely no way that you could realistically do that. So the build your own route functions are, by design, incredibly simplified in a lot of those add-ons. You're not meant to do anything super crazy with it. But, all that to say, I don't really think that the back-end structure of a Follow the Arrow route is that complicated to understand if somebody has like a basic understanding of coding. I've tried to design it in such a way where, like, not necessarily because I wanted other people to be able to build their own routes, but for my own ease of use, right? Like, I want to make things as easy for myself as possible when building a new route and whatnot and adding in quests. I'd like to think that the layout I have for it is pretty easy to use. So if you understand how to use it, it is not inconceivable. Like, in theory, somebody could do that right now. Like, nothing would be stopping somebody from creating their own file, because, like, the other thing is, the way that my add-on works, right, is when you open Follow the Arrow, all it does is there's a folder, the data folder, which is where all the routes are contained, and it just looks in, and it basically reads all the files in the data folder, and then adds it to the list. So, if a file is in the data folder of the add-on, and it has the proper formatting, it'll show up here. It's, like, this is not hard-coded in. The add-on just reads, like, what's available, gets the proper information, and then all the information is given by like, what I call the module files. Like, that's where the routes are contained. So, in theory, right now, if somebody were to build their own module file, throw it in the data folder, and have, like, obviously the proper formatting, and then reloaded their game, it would show up there. Like, you could get it to load in the add-on. You could, in theory, build your own route. Like, nothing's stopping you. Now, obviously, to get it to show up on other people's, what I will probably do, because I've gotten a lot of requests from people saying they want to help contribute. And I have said many, many, many times, the add-on itself, always going to be designed by me. And I do think that, to a certain extent, I really don't, like, this might be, like, you know, a personal, like, maybe I'm off base here, right? And it's just, like, my own personal thoughts on this, and other people wouldn't agree. But at the end of the day, like, it's not changing. Those are my thoughts, right? Is I don't really like large community-driven projects, because I often find that, like, the standard of quality is just completely all over the place, and it's entirely subject on, like, whatever individual person wrote it. Honestly, a good example would be, like, Wowhead guides, where I think Wowhead guides, there are some guides that are really good, written by, like, you know, knowledgeable writers and whatnot. But there's a reason why I rarely use Wowhead guides, or if I do, I'm like, okay, let me see, is this healer guide written by, like, Automatic Jack, or, like, another healer that I recognize, or something like that? Sure. If I open the guide and I look at the author, and it's somebody who I've never fucking heard of before, I'm going to be like, okay, I'm just going to specifically look for, like, does Automatic Jack have a guide on this particular healer, or whatever, just to give, like, a general example. Because the reality is, like, I don't know this random fucking person on Wowhead who wrote, like, the guide for some spec. I'm giving just specific examples. Shit, I forgot to... I actually may fail the quest. I did fail the quest, because I was distracted, and I forgot to turn in my remaining abundance. Whatever. I'll do it in the second one. I'm not trying to, like, actively speed level at this point. This is why I said, by the way, I'm not doing it on the main channel. This is going to be, like, partially yapping, and there will be a Prot Warrior run in here somewhere. There's a bunch of things I wanted to do. Jack has that street cred? Yeah. Jack also, notably, Jack is a known follow the arrow enjoyer, which I found out the other day. And obviously, that I was quite pleased about, because I do think that Jack is a very reputable source for healing. And I was literally using his healing guides when I was looking into the healers, because I am in the process of trying to obviously learn all of them. So seeing that he made a video where he directly recommends Follow the Arrow, and he said he had a great time using it, I was like, fuck yeah. Jack knows what he's talking about. No surprise, right? Obviously. You know, he makes good healing guides. Surely he has good taste in leveling guides as well. So, that was a pleasant surprise. But, yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, right? I would prefer known, trusted sources over, like, a random collection of guides that really just have no name recognition to it, and you don't actually know if it's going to be good or bad. So, one thing that I can say with absolute certainty is that every single guide, every single part of Follow the Arrow is going to be made by me, and especially, like, all of the actual, like, coding and the development and stuff of, like, features and whatnot. Another kind of similar in that is, I often think that one of, like, the weaknesses, honestly, World of Warcraft has this weakness a lot, is that kind of the creative vision is just all over the fucking place. And a lot of, you know, games and really just, it's like programs and whatnot in general have this problem, where they are just constantly going back and forth on, like, what they want to do. Like, games especially, what they want their game to be. And they have no real consistent vision for what they want their game to be. Is it going to be like a PvE game? Is it going to be a PvP game? And it's just, like, all over the place. And then it kind of ends up doing nothing particularly well and not really satisfying anybody, because it has no vision, right? And if all you're trying to do really is, like, chase trends, you know, as a game designer, and you're just trying to do whatever you think people want without actually understanding what people are looking for, then yeah, it's going to end up being like that. You're going to have just a completely garbled mess of game design elements that don't really come together well at all. And I think that, well, obviously I don't necessarily know how well that would apply to add-ons. It is something that I am particularly annoyed by whenever I see it happen, you know, in software or whatever that I'm using. So for my add-on, I'm definitely taking the approach of I want the entire thing to have a consistent vision. My vision. I've also spoken at length before about how I kind of just prefer to work on my own. Do we actually have Calamitous up, by the way, today? I didn't even check. It's not, but honestly, there's a good chance that by the time I start the Prot Warrior thing, it'll be 2 hours from now. Who knows? I probably, it won't take me that long, so I guess I won't have Calamitous up. We'll see. Jack is good people, for sure. But yeah, it's definitely something that I want to make sure is the case. I want everybody to know who is the person making the add-on, right? Like, the add-on is made by me and me alone. So if the add-on tells you to do something, or the add-on has a feature, you know, it's not just like some random fucking feature that somebody shoved in there. It's something that I specifically thought was useful, and so I included it in the add-on because I thought it would help with alt leveling. And I do think that is an important element. You know, if not just in general for things to have, it is something that I personally want my projects to have. I've spoken at length before about how, you know, back in the day, group projects in school, yada, 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 I do not like compromising my vision. So it's also just something that I personally want to make sure gets done correctly. So definitely, like, people have asked this before. Something that I've just decided I'm going to just draw a hard line. I think this isn't the first time I've said this, but I'll reiterate it. Is like, I'm not going to make like a GitHub repository or whatever the fuck. I don't really know how to make one. People have said it's not that hard. I'm going to be honest. Out of principle, just because 99% of the people who are asking me if I'm going to make a GitHub are also asking me if they can help contribute code to the project, I'm just going to say, no, I'm not going to do that. Because I'm pretty sure that if somebody wants me to do that, it just fucking finished. Pretty sure if somebody wants me to do that, it's because they want to make code suggestions. And, like, while I understand a lot of that comes from, you know, a good place, people want to help, etc., I do not want that. And I've been trying to, like, lightly say, oh, you know, like, I'll think about it, when in reality, I'm just, like, in my mind 100% made up of, like, no, I do not want external help. And I hopefully, if I just make that clear a little bit more, that, like, no, it will not be open source, it will not be community driven at all, ever, in that regard, that people will, like, you know, at least just stop asking or understand, right? And then maybe try to help in other ways if they are really dead set on helping. Which, all that to say, brings me to my next point of what I've considered doing is at some point, probably not soon, because obviously there's still a lot of core things that I still need to add to the add-on. But once I've gotten, like, all of the features of the add-on, like, fleshed out in a way that I'm really happy with, I might make, like, a video tutorial or something like that explaining how other people can build their own custom Fall the Arrow modules. Now, the way that that's probably going to go is, like, obviously, if you just want to have it do your own thing for your own sake, like, hey, by all means, like, go to town, right? I don't really give a shit if you make your own custom module for use in your own personal add-on, right? But I will probably add some way for if people want to submit, not necessarily routes, because I'm going to be honest, like, I'm not going to let people submit their own alt leveling route, because, like, this is just personal bias, right? If anybody ever genuinely, and sometimes people find minor optimizations, but if anybody ever found, like, some absolutely insane thing that I'm missing, which is, again, unlikely because I've, like, tested every single part of this game. I've been playing it for, like, an extremely long time. But if somehow there's this zone that somebody finds, they have a route for this zone that is, like, so obscenely fast, that is, like, faster than the route that I'm doing, well, then I will just test that further and integrate it into my own route and then update my route, right? So there will never be, like, multiple different alt 80 to 90 routes or something like that. The alt 80 to 90 route in Fall the Arrow will always just be the fastest 80 to 90 route. And if somebody finds a faster way to do it, I will incorporate that, right? But, like, nobody would ever have to add their own personal alt leveling route. And frankly, if somebody suggested their own, I think this is a little bit more fun. I wouldn't put that in the add-on, right? Like, the add-on is about fast alt leveling, right? And while everybody has their own personal preferences, if somebody is like, this is a route that I think is a little bit more fun, okay, but, like, it doesn't belong in a speed leveling add-on, and I think most people would understand that, right? So that stuff I wouldn't do, which is why, that's one of the reasons why I've always thought that the whole build your own route thing for like the Voldemort add-ons of the world is like it's a cop-out, right? Because the idea of there being like multiple competing alt routes is just silly. There usually is like a fastest quest path, and while there are variations, right? Like even before 12.0.7, somebody made a suggestion to me of you should look into South Royal Soiree. I think it actually is worth including. And that person was correct. I was actually initially considering adding in those quests. I put it on a hold because then around the time when they made that suggestion, like very shortly afterwards, the announced 12.0.7 changes came out, and then I'm like, okay, well, I'm definitely going to do that, but then I need to wait and see actually how it changes. And there's no point like making the change now. I'll just do a bigger change with the patch, which is obviously what I did. But it was already on my radar, and I probably, if the 12.0.7 changes didn't happen, I probably still would have. Also, I should probably turn on war mode at this point. But I probably still would have included it at some point, since it was brought to my attention. But stuff like that, minor changes can happen. The main thing that I would allow custom zones for is a lot of people mention what's it called? I forget the name of the add-on. Of course, now that I was going to mention it, I'm drawing a blank. Whatever the name of that, like the free one is, that a lot of people say they like to use for Lore Master. I'm sure somebody knows what I'm talking about here. I don't even mind saying the name because it's not a paid add-on, and obviously I only have issues with paid add-ons. But I know a few people have, and like even somebody built one of my routes in that add-on back in the day. And I think in that particular case, because it's used for like a variety of like miscellaneous things. No, that is the Voldemort add-on. Definitely not talking about that one. The free one, again, the one that is not paid. They have Lore Master add-ons. I wish I could remember the name. But I know somebody's gonna remind me at some point soon. But either way, the entire point I was making is that add-on, a lot of people have told me it's not good for leveling, but if they are trying to do Lore Master, I should use Fall the Arrow for this. I don't know why not at this point. Let's go back here. And okay. Where is it? I think it's directing me in. Where is it directing? Oh, to set my Hearthstone. Okay, no, it is correct. Right. I thought because I switched over, but nope. My code, as always, is impeccable. But yeah, so I know a lot of people like to use whatever add-on that is. I genuinely wish I could remember the name. For Lore Master and like other miscellaneous stuff that isn't necessarily speed leveling. And for stuff like that, if somebody were to trying to think of like an example, like Fellwood, right? I just picked a zone at random, right? But Fellwood is a zone that, you know, it's not terrible for leveling. I will probably not include it in my route because, well, it's not like terrible. It's also not one of the faster zones, and it doesn't really belong in the alt leveling route. But in my like leveling guides, I've always given like a long list of like optional zones that you could do if you don't want to level along the fastest. Now, when I make the 10 to 80 routes, I am going to include obviously the speedrun zones, but then I'm going to go above and beyond. Like Spires of Rock, at this point, is frankly not part of the route. Just because, in all, like, realistic scenarios, nobody should need to do Spires of Rock. But, like, every now and then, I will still get comments from people who, like, I can only imagine they're leveling without War Mode, and I don't, maybe they accidentally turned off Chromie time at some point, and were getting less experience. They did, like, 0 dungeons, and they have, like, 0 buffs whatsoever, and they will tell me that they reached Spires of Rock before finishing the guide. So there are still some people who use, like, the overflow zones as part of the route. And those zones, and probably I might even go a little tiny bit further in the actual route, will still be included. Like, I might even, I'm still debating, but I might include, like, Western and Eastern Plague Lands, which are, you know, not amazing, but if I include Spires of Arak and the Plague Lands in the guide, there is absolutely zero chance that even somebody with 0 XP modifier whatsoever, unless they literally forgot to turn off Chromie time and are getting no experience, at which point I can't help them, but there is no way that somebody would not have reached level 80 by that point, right? So if I include super duper extra overflow, I think that would be worthwhile. But there's definitely a lot of bonus zones that I have historically recommended as like an alternative, and I'm not going to bother making full Fall the Arrow routes for that. But in the future, like I said, what I'll probably do is make a demonstration on if you want to build your own route, how do you do it? And then in those particular scenarios, I would basically say, all right, submit your route to me. I will review it, like I'll test it. I'll make sure it's good, and then if there's anything I think needs changing, if it's, like, if the route is 90% complete or something like that, and all I need to do is make, like, a few minor revisions just to, like, add a tiny bit of polish. Okay, I can skip through this stuff. Obviously, if you want to read these steps, right, you can just open up the add-on and do it, but I'm not gonna do it here, because obviously I wrote it, I know what it says. But what's it called? Like, if somebody does that and it's mostly complete and all I need to do is revise it, make a few small tweaks to get it, like, add-on ready, there is a real chance that I would add a bonus section to the add-on of, like, optional zones, and then, like, a polished route for an optional zone that is, like, kind of disconnected from any of the main routes. If it's there, I could include it. So I will probably at some point in the future add a process for that. For it, and like there could theoretically be some use case that I don't know about. Like, I have a few people ask me if I can make like guides for unlocking the allied races built into Fall the Arrow. I'll be honest, like, I've thought about that. That is very, very, very niche. So I think that would probably fall under this category of, if that is something that somebody thinks would really be useful and they want that added to the add-on, they're welcome to basically, and frankly, the quest lines aren't long, right? It wouldn't, in the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't take somebody that incredibly long to get that properly implemented. But obviously, I have a lot of stuff that I need to work on. So my time is kind of valuable. And I think that if I'm spending my time doing things like, you know, allied race unlock scenario walkthroughs, that feels like kind of a waste, especially because that is not something that, like, I need to, or that is not something that needs to be done by me. The stuff that kind of needs to be done by me is the, you know, complicated routing section and figuring out what, like, the, you know, the optimized alt leveling routes are. A basic walkthrough of, like, a linear quest line does not necessarily need to be written by me. Anybody can, in theory, do that. So that's a good example of, like, if somebody wants to submit... Did I do all of the quests? No, I didn't. Right, okay. I'm just blind. But that's the kind of thing where somebody can submit it, and then I can add a section. And then, like I said, I'm sure there's other things that I haven't thought of yet. People are welcome to give suggestions. And frankly, if somebody comes to me with a, you know, a well-made route for something specific that obviously doesn't conflict with any of the actual routes, and they're just like, I think that this would solve a particular problem, and people would appreciate having this available, and I review it, and I'm like, yeah, this meets the quality standards, then I would choose to add it to the main add-on. So I don't know, I'll think about that. This is probably not anytime super soon. Like I said, there is, you know, there's a lot of stuff that I want to get added. Before I, like, explain how it works, there's definitely a few additional things that I would want to make sure the add-on can do. So I'm hoping that, like, towards the end of the year, at the very least, we've reached a point where I feel like the add-on is well developed enough where, like, it can handle a lot of different, like, types of content, where if people wanted to build something for it, they could. And then maybe I'll do this. But I do think that would be a neat idea, and that would hopefully accomplish both people wanting to add extra stuff like that, and also there's there's a lot of people who have expressed that they just want to help contribute to the add-on in some way. Like, obviously, a lot of people have helped support on Patreon, right? And, like, that obviously does help, for sure. I appreciate all the Patreon supporters. But there are people who, you know, they obviously can't contribute money, and that's totally understandable. But they have time that they want to be able to spend making the add-on better. And right now, I've been doing all the development myself, and I do, in many ways, like I said, prefer that. But I think opening that up as, like, a way that if people want to, can contribute their time to improving the add-on would be pretty cool. So I've been thinking about how to properly implement that. There's also, like, probably other things that I will discuss. What's it called? There's like other things that I will probably talk about closer to like new expansions for. Actually, frankly, an easy one because in a similar vein, I'm gonna be making a max level campaign guide for 12.1 because I thought about doing that for Midnight, but I'm gonna be completely honest. I have not even done the max level campaign on my main account for like base Midnight. It's just useless. It's almost kind of surprising. I think it is the least important max level campaign Blizzard has like ever added. I can't really recall a time where the rewards for doing the campaign are like actually just so completely worthless that there's just no reason I'd want to do it. I think like in War Within, you at least, like, in order to unlock Earthen, you had to do the max level campaign, I'm pretty sure. So there was, like, a reason to do it, and I definitely did most of the War Within campaign. A lot of the stuff after launch I never did. Like, I know there were some Illyria quest lines or whatever, I never touched that. I have no idea what, like, any of the, like, the miscellaneous patch content that they did was. I have been told by other people that apparently there was a questline where you go to the Maw and, like, meet Sylvanas, and she's like, the Shadowlands are too ordered. And I only know about that because other people have told me it exists. I never did that questline. There's just zero reason to do that questline. There's, like, I think some cosmetics. You get, like, a transmog appearance or something. I don't give a shit. Right? Like, it's meaningless. And that's the kind of thing where that has no purpose in Fall of the Arrow, because, I'll be honest, if somebody like me, who I'd consider myself... I mean, I guess I am kind of the definition of a hardcore World of Warcraft player. If I consider content to be so trivial that it's not even worth participating in, then you don't need an optimized path through it, right? Like, at that point, if you're doing it, it's because you just want the cosmetic reward. And at that point, the amount of time that you spend doing it is, like, trivial. It's meaningless. And, you know, you just do the 30-minute questline to get the reward, and then, you know, it is what it is. Your participation time is completely insignificant at that point. So, why? Interesting. I think because I have so many quests in my log, the thing isn't showing up. I can still manually use that. But yeah, so things like that I just don't really care about. So I initially thought, like, maybe I'll do a max level Midnight campaign thing. But then once I realized that absolutely nothing was required, like, none of the raids were locked behind it, none of the, even the raid quests, which, that surprises me, because historically I think they have been required. So the quest in Voidspire that gives you a free champion cloak, you can just pick that up. Like, you can enter the raid and grab that, and it's marked as a campaign quest, but you don't actually need to do any of the campaign leading up to it to get that quest, so why bother? You get, like, veteran gear, which is completely worthless, at least at the point in time when it was available. And then the quest to unlock, air quotes, to unlock the March on Quel'Danas were also meaningless, because the final quest to defeat Lura, you can pick up directly from Eretor inside the raid. So again, there's just no reason to do any of the campaign leading up to it. And historically speaking, not only did you need to do the entire campaign leading up to the final quest in order to get it, but back in, like, War Within, it was always worthwhile to do the campaign, because I think in War Within you got, like, the quest to get the the enchanted crest for Rubar Palace or whatever, and that you actually needed to do the campaign up to a certain point to unlock it. So there was actual tangible value to doing that stuff, but that is not the case for anything in Midnight. So I did not consider that to be worthwhile. However, almost certainly for the patch content, there will be like a campaign to unlock like all of the basic features in the island. Like that is something where I would be very surprised if they didn't do that. It's hard to imagine a patch structure. Nothing about this patch indicates to me that they are deviating from the normal formula. They are doing exactly the same thing as normal. Which is like, I mean, it's fine to an extent. Right? You know, it is what it is. It's the WoW patch formula. Like, we know what to expect from it at this point. But if they're doing that, then almost certainly there's going to be a questline required to unlock the island. There's going to be a questline where you, like, get access to the major faction. And then, like, some quests where you unlock, like, they already said there's going to be, like, a talent tree where you get, like, power in the open world. I'm very curious to see if that works outside of the open world. Because I think they said it would help you with things like swimming through poison or whatever, which obviously doesn't have any meaning outside of open world content, but they didn't show the rest of the tree. So it's entirely possible that it has like some sort of power behind it. And they never explicitly said this will not provide your character with any power in other content, which kind of, in my opinion, would have been important to state of like, you will not be forced to do this unless you want to do open world exploration. Because like, that is my first fear when I hear them bring that stuff up, and they didn't explicitly say it wouldn't, but so I don't know. I don't really know what to expect there. I am an elemental loot spec. Whatever. I need to reward my shields. It's not useless, it gives them out. So useless, right? Like, I mean, to me, that is useless, frankly. I guess you might have said that before. I said the rest about, like, you know, if you want cosmetics. It's useless, right? I am not a mount collector. Even if you are a mount collector, like, it is, like, the most whatever, like, tangential, like, bonus content. Nobody who's collecting mounts is trying to, like, be like, okay, how can I shave, like, 5 minutes off this, like, mount collection, right? Especially because it's something that you do once. Like, the mounts... So when it gives enchanted runes, crests, or whatever, it's something that you need to do on all of your characters in order to get that for each one of them. Like, whenever that was a thing in War Within. If it's a mount, well, then it's only something that you need to do a single time on your account to get that reward. And then once you've gotten it, like, you don't need to repeat it. So the process of optimizing it and having, like, a route to follow, which is, you know, the entire point of Follow the Arrow, right, would be pointless. Like, does that make sense? Do you understand where I'm coming from now? Like, I can understand if you're a mount collector, you may do it, but when I say it's useless, I mean it is useless as a thing that you're actually going to do for endgame content. Cosmetic rewards, like even the end of March of Quel'Danos or whatever, like, it gives a toy, but you get that just by killing Lura. You don't need to do the rest of it. And, like, sure, okay, cool, you know, I get a toy, but do I really care? Like, is that something that I would ever... you know, consider this quest important to complete as a result? No, the best actual reward you get is the champion cloak from doing Illyria, and even that is, like, borderline worthless in most cases. But, like, on one character, I have been at a point where I just never got a cloak from Delves, and I just did LFR Illyria specifically to get the champion cloak. That was, like, the most use I ever got out of something like that. So... there are definitely times when it can be useful, but I don't consider mounts to be part of that. And definitely when, like, context is key, right? When I'm saying it's useless, again, I'm talking about it's useless as a thing to be optimized, right? And mounts fall squarely into that category. So the problem is, it's like, it's so... I know you didn't necessarily mean it like that, but it can be a little bit frustrating when I'm talking, at least in my opinion, clearly in a particular context, and people are like, oh, but in this completely unrelated context, it's useful. Well, like, yeah, but that's not the point. We're talking about, would this be a beneficial addition to Follow the Arrow? Which I think it's pretty clear it's not. But, like I said, in the case of 12.1, and in the case of most patch content, the campaign is at least semi-required. Now, as for how required it's going to be, I don't know. And also, I suspect it'll be a lot less important. Oh, right, because, yeah, I never picked up the Runestone quest. That's whatever. I suspect it will be less important this time around than... than in other contexts. Goose said, it's also useless as a speed leveling guide, which is the scope of this add-on. Well, I'll stop you there. Because the thing that I am actually saying, though, is that I probably will make a 12.1 campaign guide, right? And that has nothing to do with speed leveling. And in fact, that is not the scope of the add-on. The scope of the add-on goes beyond just speed leveling. I have said this before. I don't know if you've heard it specifically, right? But no, there's plenty of stuff that I'm going to add. One of the main reasons why when people have said to me, like, why don't you add a feature to auto-disable the add-on at level 90? It's because the full vision of the add-on will have features at level 90. One of them being, like I said, a guide for the level 90 campaign. For 12.1, that is. But that's what I mean when I said I was initially considering doing that right now, but if I don't really think that there's any optimization value to it, then I'm not going to bother. But there probably will be optimization value for the 12.1 campaign if it is something that you need to do at a lot of alts, which, at least in the case of Undermine and Koresh, you did need to do. Now, like I said, I don't know how impactful it's going to be. There is, of course, a world where, like, it really is actually just kind of completely worthless, and then maybe I just don't bother. We'll see. But the main reason to do the MFO campaign, or the, I guess, Koresh campaign, was the initial unlock of Reshi Raps. But then after that, you got the skip, so it was account-wide, right? Now, I still think that in a situation like that, like if I had Follow the Arrow back then, I probably still would have made a guide for the initial Reshi Raps campaign, because that is still something that every single person has to do, right? Like, that is, I would say that is more my my vision for Follow the Arrow, right? Well, really, I don't necessarily know what the better way to word it is. The things that I like to make guides for is, obviously, I like raiding, I like endgame PvE, but the stuff that I make guides for in particular is anything that I think is like an important activity in the game that every single person is going to have to do, like gearing, like leveling, etc. I try to focus on, like I said, I've said this many times, but when I make guides, it's one of two things, or really when I make videos in general, it's one of two things. Is it something I am very, very personally passionate about, and I just think is interesting, and like maybe I did a bunch of research in this for my own personal enjoyment, and then I may as well make a video on it, that kind of thing. Sometimes I'll cover that, and then if the information is relevant, maybe I'll make it into a guide. And even if it is a little bit more niche, if I've already spent the time optimizing something, then I may as well make it into a video or whatever. But another thing is if I think a lot of people are going to get use out of it, which that could take a wide variety of forms, right? Like if it, is gearing, if it is leveling, etc. Leveling, obviously, out of the things I make guides for, is by far the most popular, for sure. But there are many things I have covered in the past. If I think that people will save time by watching my guide, then I consider it to be useful to make. And Follow the Arrow obviously was my solution to improving the leveling guides and like bringing them a step further. But if I could use Follow the Arrow as a framework to include other guides that I have already made in the past, where like, I have made patch guides before about like, the, what's it called? The Cartels of Undermine rep farming. Now, if I had Follow the Arrow back then, how would I have incorporated that into the add-on? I don't know. That one was just very complicated, so that one might have been hard to get like a Follow the Arrow implementation for anyways. What I could have done, here's something if I had Follow the Arrow. Imagine, remember when I was checking both North America and Europe on all the 4 different cartels to see which one had like the bonus world quests, and then I updated the pinned comment on that video to basically tell people which one they should pick every single week. And I did that for like the first month of the season so that people always knew. Well, I could add like a little, a button that you can press and follow the arrow, where you press the button and it tells you currently these are the active cartels, like the rewards in Europe and North America. And then I would just like push an update with like the updated information. That way everybody with follow the arrow could just check, this is the recommended cartel this week, boom. Actually, boom. That is I think a cool thing that if I had an add-on like this, back then, I could have done that instead of like constantly updating a pinned YouTube comment. Which like, it worked, but having that as an in-game feature would be far more useful. So anything that I think could be useful to players that I can seamlessly integrate into Follow the Arrow, I see that as fair game, right? But it needs to be something that I think genuinely has value. And it would be very, 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 like, trivially easy to add a 12.1 leveling campaign in here. You just do, like, level 90 campaigns as a section, and then, like, one of the subsections would be a 12.1 campaign, or something like that. Boom. And then the process of actually getting the quest working is also completely trivial. Like, a quest is a quest. Whether it's level 90 or for leveling, it would take the same amount of effort for me to add it into the add-on. So, I could absolutely do that. Really, the only question is whether it is going to be important at all. If the questline to unlock the 12.1 island takes like 5 minutes, and if the rest of the questline to do all this extra stuff is completely worthless and gives no meaningful rewards, and there's like no actual reason to do it, then I probably just won't add it to the add-on, because like, what is it really contributing? Like, why does this need to exist? But if it is something where, like, there is a powerful reward locked behind the end of the questline, so everybody will want to do it either once per account or, like, on all of their alts, definitely, if it's on all of their alts, then that would be something where I'm like, oh yeah, that would be really useful. I should add this to Follow the Arrow. So, we'll see. But that absolutely would fall within my scope, my vision, for the add-on. And then I think it's the interesting thing, though. I started saying this, and I think I got sidetracked. I'm not sure how it will work, because historically speaking, there have been two big reasons to do the new patch campaign. One is in War Within, and actually, no, in War Within and Dragonflight, because they started doing this, I think, in Zarala Caverns, but Zarala Caverns was the first major patch, right? So, and even then, the minor patch before that, what was it? The Forbidden Reach? That didn't have the same thing, but there actually was tangible upgrades. Obviously, there was the Onyx Amulet, right? So, something like that could be impactful. Could be worth doing. Frankly, there, like, I could, I guess if I wasn't already busy doing a lot of other stuff, I may have made, like, an Omnium Folio implementation, because, like, everybody needs to do the Omnium Folio. I'll be honest, like, I think that is minor enough that, because it would require me to do, like, a lot of extra work right now to set that up, I don't think that's worth it to do for the Omnium Folio. There's also the fact that, like, obviously I was in the process of getting the 12.0.7 route updated. I didn't even have time to consider that. If there had been no leveling rework, and I had not been spending a shitload of time, testing leveling to update the guide, maybe I would have thought, I could make a little implementation to guide you through the Omnium Folio, but, like, I had way too much going on as is. But something like that could, in theory, in the future, also warrant a spot in the add-on, as, like, a mini walkthrough for one of those, like, mandatory borrowed power slop quest lines. Because I'll be honest, actually, I think the Omnium Folio questline is turbo dogshit, and there were multiple times where I got lost during the quests. So I was actually thinking to myself, man, I wish I had, Follow the Arrow to guide people through this, because it's annoying me. Now, obviously, in my particular case, in order to get that implemented, I would have to test it myself in the PTR. So it doesn't really help me at all, because I have to figure it out from scratch anyways. But I was already feeling frustrated doing those unlock quests, and I knew for a fact that, like, if I had gotten a Follow the Arrow thing for this, it would have made some people's lives easier, because if I could just, like, manifest the route for it without having to do it myself, it would definitely have made my life easier, because I fucking hated doing those quests. And there's probably going to be more of them in future weeks. At this point, I'm not going to go back and do it for something that's already, like, basically out. I'm just using it as an example of something I could do in the future. But a good example of that would be new patch content. So we'll see. But the main reason to do Undermine, and a lot of those other patches, as I was saying, is the enchanted crest that you get at the very end of the quest line. And in a lot of those cases, you had to do it on every single character. Sometimes you could, like, skip half the campaign, and you only had to do, like, the final chapter or two, so it wasn't as bad. But you would do the quest line up until you got the raid quest, and then you would kill the final boss to get the enchanted crest, and then that saved you a lot of crests for crafting, which was very important. I did that on a lot of my alts, and, like, basically every single patch until now, because they removed the concept of enchanted crests, and they didn't add in any replacements. So now, as Meatseeker said, you get a mount. That's it, apparently. I don't even know, because I didn't do it. All I knew is, I looked up, does it give an enchanted crest? Everybody said no, and I said, all right, well, I'm not even touching it. It gives no tangible rewards. So, if we get to a point where it actually gives something good, then sure. But the other problem is, historically, the other reason why it was worth it to do the campaign is because of reputation. And what was the main thing that you got from reputation? It was enchanted crests. So the main reward structure behind both the campaign and rep rewards is kind of gone now. They just removed it, which, to be clear, I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. I kind of think that, look, I'll be honest. I think that for a very long time now, the endgame campaigns, and especially a lot of the patch campaigns, have been like the definition of slop content. Like, they are just unenjoyable slogs to get through. It's just a lot of... The reality is, it's a lot of story, right? Which, if you care about the story, I guess maybe is slightly interesting. But, I mean, you know my thoughts on the current writing tier of World of Warcraft. I just don't think the writers are skilled at all. So I find the World of Warcraft story to be incredibly boring. And sitting through just, like, constant dialogue and characters yapping with, like, no real gameplay, I mean, it's suffering, right? It's absolutely fucking miserable. So, I don't enjoy it. And it's never really been fun to have to go through it just to get this, like, power reward that I need for raiding. So, I kind of like the fact that nowadays, it's completely optional. You don't really need to do it at all for any tangible power gain. And if you do it, it's only for, apparently, a mount, which, again, you only need to do once. So it's not something that you have to repeat over and over and over and over on every single one of your characters in order to get a certain reward. I think that's better for the state of the game, but it does also mean that there's a good chance that there will be no advantage to even doing the new patch campaign. And for anybody who doesn't give a shit about the story, you could just completely skip it and be totally fine. Do I have any of these enchants? I don't think it really matters. But we'll see. I mean, I'm going to test it either way. I will definitely give it a shot, and I will see... like, I'll do the entire thing on the PTR. I'll see if there's any good rewards from it. And if there is no good reward, then I won't do it. But also, I'm curious how they're going to do reputation. I do think that there is probably... I guess we could probably look at the rep rewards right now in the PTR. I would imagine they're still there. In fact, maybe I'll do that. Have I updated my PTR? I might do that before the Warrior run, actually, because that way I get a better set of delves, right? Because currently it's Mirror Shine, right? Yeah, it's Mirror Shine. So, like, I don't want to do delves with this set. But the European reset is in, like, an hour and a half, right? And how long have I been streaming? I've only been streaming for an hour and a half, right? So, you know, if I started in an hour and a half, it wouldn't even be that long in the grand scheme of things. And I want to do PTR testing at some point. So if I just check the PTR out first, and then we wait for European daily reset, and then do the Warrior run, like, that honestly would work out better. We'll see, though. That was crazy detective work, by the way. You still remember the whole Undermine rep shenanigans? It ended up being a nothing burger. You could have used a contract and done certain quests and all your guys to get infinite rep. Well, no. So it was kind of a nothing burger in the sense of for the max level you're half right and half wrong. You're right about it wasn't as impactful as I thought it would be. But you're wrong about the reason why. It definitely had some value because one thing that was just true is you could get extra coffer key shards if you picked the right faction. That was a fact. And whether or not that mattered really depended on how much you ran delves. Now, for somebody like me, who I did delves and a lot of my alts, that actually did matter, kind of. Whether or not the gear that you got from it was, like, incredibly relevant was, like, it depends. But keep in mind, also, that ended up being the season where delve trinkets were the strongest that they ever were. So having more chances at loot from delves actually ended up being not insignificant. If you really liked, what was it called? Whatever the energy drink was, I forget the exact name, but if you really liked that trinket and it was like literally your best in slot trinket, then having a few extra keys by doing those world quests unironically could mean the difference between being able to get that trinket week 1 or just simply not having enough keys at all to have more chances. So that was a mysterious energy drink, right. That was a real advantage. So was it a major advantage? No. But it was something that did actually matter. And that you would only know if you watched my video on that. None of the other guides covered it because, as you said, I do agree, and I will take that compliment. It was crazy fucking detective work, and it is one of the coolest discoveries I think I've made on PTR content. I was very proud of that. Even if it didn't end up mattering as much as I thought it might. But frankly, it could have mattered more. And that was the main thing that I was pointing out in that video. The fact that it was a thing that existed at all was just kind of... I don't want to say it was an oversight, right? Because, like, I don't think Blizzard just really put that much thought into it. And obviously they didn't think it mattered. And in the end, it kind of didn't. So the main reason why it didn't matter as much as I thought it might is because there was a world where, in addition to the extra coffer key shards, one of the things you could get was a reputation commendation. And that gave you extra reps. So the thing you were wrong about is you could have just gotten a contract and done certain quests to get infinite rep. No, you could not, actually. You literally could not. That is not true. The reason why it actually did not matter is because you could not get infinite rep. It's because there was a hard limit of how much rep you can get, and that was assuming you had a tier 3 contract, which I most certainly did. And even if you did literally every available source of rep, there was no repeatable way to farm it. And without any repeatable source of rep, and with the way the rep ended up being tuned, there was no way to get an enchanted crest from the level 20 reward before it was relevant. You ended up doing both of your crafts. Like, I basically got Renown 20 at, like, one of the earliest possible times, and it was, like, week 4.5 of the season or something like that. I might have been, like, a day slower than other people, because, like, mid-raid, I was no longer trying to optimize it extremely heavily, but I got it very, very early, and by that point, I didn't even need the Enchanted Crest. Now, that being said, it still ended up being incredibly useful for all of my alts, and I do play a lot of alts. So that, like, I didn't mind farming it, but at that point, if all you care about is late season alts, the minuscule amount of bonus rep that we managed to farm by doing that trick did not actually end up making or breaking, like, your ability to get that access. Like, that would have happened regardless. So that wasn't, like, it was kind of the inverse of what you said. Because you could not get enough rep, it ended up not mattering because you would never be able to get Renown 20, even if you got the bonus reputation by doing this trick. But you can conceive of a world in which the difference between getting Renown 20 in time and not is due to the, like, a few thousand extra reputation you got by doing this trick. That is not outside of the realm of possibility. And if that happens, that would have been a colossal advantage to the people who did take advantage of that. And that's why you always need to be on the lookout for these things, which is why, like, the reason I discovered that in the first place is literally just I saw that there were different world quest rewards, but there didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason as to why. And then it just kind of popped into my head of, like, what if, like, these world quests that are labeled the specific factions, what if they have, like, custom rewards? And, like, in theory, if I picked wrong, could this matter? Because I had looked up, like, does the choice matter? And everybody was saying no. But I was like, is that true? Has anybody actually looked into this? And so that's why I got my friends onto the PTR to test. And I had to do this over multiple weeks until we finally got diverging results that, like, concretely proved, yes, certain factions can get really powerful extra rewards that others don't. And obviously that was kind of a big deal, right? Because if that ended up being something where nobody else knew about it and only a select section of the player base could take advantage of it, there is a timeline, right? A possibility where that is the make or break amount. It didn't end up being that make or break amount. Nobody could get there no matter how much you min-max. So it was not important in that sense. But the extra coffer keys still did matter. That was a tangible increase. And then, like you said, yeah, it was just kind of a cool bit of knowledge that I am at least happy that I managed to discover that and nobody else did. Because I do think it made my guide a lot better than all of the other similar ones. And I will say that the numbers in that one performed well. For a guide like that, like a fairly niche, like reputation farming guide, that video performed pretty well for what I would consider to be a niche topic. And I think largely it was because it was a very cool discovery. And I think a lot of people were just interested, like, huh, I didn't know the game works like that. I think I missed a few messages though, so let me catch up. Earlier, Tugboat Willie said, what's your opinion on showdowns and World Quest in the new zones for leveling? I mean, they're bad for leveling. I've seen a few people talking about this, and they give, frankly, you know what, fuck it. I'll show it off, right? Because I think I probably need to be, like, around, like, a little bit into level 85 before I do the final turn-ins and whatnot, so may as well. So I will show you. But the TLDR is that actually I don't think it's good. It's not horrible, but the problem is, like, there are so many things that are, like, not horrible, right? You have so many options that are not horrible. Something needs to be good to actually be worth running, and the bar for being included in the route is so much higher now. And I have not seen anybody provide me with, like, actual evidence that this is a fast way to level. Because the other thing that, like, so many people often miss this. The biggest misconception that I've seen from people is they look at the XP values of the stuff in here, which is apparently slightly higher than other world quests. The first thing that I see people say is, they're like, oh my god, it gives so much compared to, like, a regular world quest. Guys, regular world quests are dog shit for XP. Look at this. 12k XP. Look at how much a regular quest gives. This is 15k. That actually isn't a regular quest even. This is a regular quest. 31k. Actually, I think that one is even giving more than normal. Do I have any, like, regular normal quests in my log? A Born Killer. Okay, so 15k XP is apparently at this level regular quest XP. Sure. So they give less than regular quest XP. And the vast majority of world quests take longer than regular quest. So, okay, that's bad. So world quests are just bad. Like, they are a terrible way to level in a vacuum, right? Regular world quests. But then, okay, it gives more XP than a regular world quest. It gives, like, basically about as much as, like, 2 times quest XP, I think. So, oh my god, it's twice as good as a quest. Except the thing is, when evaluating good leveling methods, nobody considers regular quest XP to be a good method of leveling. Like, that's not the bar we use. Frankly, at this point, the bar is, like, you look at, okay, Delver's Call is really good, and then what do we build around that? And a lot of times, good questing is you pick up, like, 3, at the very least 2, regular quests at the same time, and then try to complete them alongside other things. So, the way to evaluate, like, the world quest is how fast is it relative to the amount of XP that it gives. And I have not heard that they are particularly fast. I've heard they take about as long as, I think, the regular, like, average world quest. That is to say, you know, they're kind of slow, and that is not amazing. You can effectively view that as, like, the amount of time it would take you to complete 2 quests. Okay, if that's the XP you're getting for the amount of time it takes to complete 2 quests, then it is broken even. right? And the best questing zones are the ones that give you extreme efficiency, where you're doing like 3 quests at once, or like right now, in the case of the current route, when we do Eversong, there's like 2 South Rails quests that overlap this quest hub, which also has 2 quests. We're getting 4 quests worth of XP at the same time, or we're getting a quest like this one, the one that I've been using as an example. You kill a single mob that's like a slight detour off the route. You're along the route, you pop over here, you basically, if you're a monk, you literally fucking touch a death it. Otherwise, like, what did I do on my shaman? I like lightning lasso, then boom, like killed in like 15 seconds. All right, well, that's 1 quest in 15 seconds. So that is like the pace of leveling that we need to expect for the stuff to break even. And I don't think it does that, but I'll test it, you know, just to see. What's the other quest that I have? Veterans of the Great Dark. My quest tracker is not showing me a lot of this stuff. There we go. Yeah, I'll do this unlock quest. One thing that I've seen people say is, like, in theory, if you want to do this stuff anyways, like, if you want to do the unlock quests, you can do it on a character, because, like, then you're getting XP from it. Like, I guess. That's technically true, in theory. I don't think it really matters all that much, but you could argue that. But I don't think that is, like, incredibly relevant. Let me see, though. I'll talk about this more when we actually get into the zone. I'm going to read the other messages. You thought about the free heroic crest and not the coffer key shards? Yeah. You're right, there wasn't a repeatable way. However, you could have done the special assignment world quest in that zone and gotten 15 rep per, depending on how many alts you had. Could have been 1 to 2 rep levels ahead of every... Was that repeatable? If that was... I mean, at 15 rep per for the special assignment, you would have needed... To be clear, it wasn't even close, right? Like, the amount of rep needed was so far off, it was ridiculous. I'll give you an example of something that was close. Loam Niffin, when that came out, you were able to get to, like, if you... Back then, when human racial was a thing, I did all the quests, I did everything on a human, and with the human 10% bonus, you got to, like, renown level 9.5, I believe. And I was, like, you needed to be level 10, because effectively what you did, right, back when, like, reputation, the way it worked was, like, weird at the time. And then at level 10, you got, like, the 100% bonus. So, effectively, what I did was I used one character to do all of the non-one-time account sources to farm reputation up to, like, 9.5. And then, once I got level 10, I was going to do the campaign, like, all the one-time sources, to get as much reputation as possible with the 100% buff from Renown 10 to get up to, I think it was, like, Renown 17 to get the reward, whatever it was. It was something like that. And I could only get up to 9.5. That was the most I could do. And in that case, what I ended up doing is there was a... every single character you had, you could farm 100 rep per from, like, the Loam Niffin digs. That was repeatable per character. And I had to farm over and over and over on, like, I think 15 characters to get the 100 rep. Just because at that point I was so close that by pushing into Renown 10, I was able to guarantee that I would get the remainder of it. So that I actually did grind out. But we were so far away from being able to get it on Undermine. I mean, actually, I don't... Unless you literally got the maximum amount of characters and then deleted them repeatedly and did that. I didn't even know that was a thing, by the way. I didn't know that you could get repeat rep from that. I'll take your word for it. But yeah, we were, like, multiple Renown levels off. Like, I think I got up to, like, Renown level 14 by the time that it would have mattered. I was very far away. And Renown level 20 is what you needed to do. So, I mean, we're talking thousands upon thousands of reputation. Farming that at 15 per is, you know, implausible. So, interesting to know, I suppose, that maybe it would have been an option. But I'm fairly certain not a single person in the world actually did that. Just because the advantage was so minor, and you would have, like, at that point, if it is what you say, that would have required you to actually delete characters to get that. So, yeah. I could see definitely 1 to 2 rep levels ahead. That's possible, in theory. But we were more than 1 to 2 off, so it wouldn't have mattered. What's the Cynosure of Twilight? Oh, this thing. You're reminded a lot of the Threads of Fate XP conversation. Yeah, it gives a lot of XP, but the time to complete that is not worth it. What do you mean Threads of Fate? Yeah, okay, you can't do that at level 90. I mean, I know what Threads of Fate is. We're talking Shadowlands. But I want to make sure that's what you're talking about, because in that context, I don't know what you mean. For the rest of your message about gives a lot of XP, but the time to complete that is not worth it, because Threads of Fate was, for better or worse, the fastest way to level in Shadowlands. It was not fun. I did not enjoy it, but it was definitely worth doing. And then, I mean, they removed it, right? So. I will say the zone is cool. This is my first time going to Nightall. Can I use these mushrooms? I think no. I heard you need some unlock to do it. So that is cool, right? I like this zone in theory. I've actually heard a lot of people say they don't like it, which surprises me, because I figured most people would be positive about this, because in a vacuum, I thought this seemed neat, though I did not test it at all. But apparently the gameplay loop in here is not fun, from what I have been told. That, like I said, my first time actually going here. I saw screenshots and videos of it, and the concept seemed cool to me. Oh yeah, I heard that there's like the jellyfish area that you can get to. But the entire concept of like there being this like other world that we travel to, I like this. I like the reuse of the Legion worlds. In fact, I really always hoped that they brought back the Legion portal worlds, because I thought it was really cool that they introduced a lot of them in Argus and then never touched on them again. So I think it's really neat. Right? I rarely praise Blizzard, but conceptually, right, this I think is a good idea. Whether or not the execution lands, that's a separate story. But like the issue that I had with like Void Assaults and Ritual Sites is that Void Assaults are just dog shit slop content where I can't really believe that anybody was genuinely inspired to make this, of like, we think this is going to be a fun addition to the game. It's assault slop, right? We've had this in every single fucking expansion, and it's just gotten more and more watered down. And they put like no real thought and effort into how the rewards work. So this is just meaningless content. And like Ritual Sites honestly are even worse. I think Ritual Sites are one of the worst pieces of content ever added to this game. I genuinely think they are absolute fucking dog shit. I can't stand running them. I find them dreadfully boring. And I also think the rewards are really bad. The problem with the Ritual Site rewards is they're not actually going to improve, because like somehow a section of the player base has like deluded themselves into thinking that it's fast, because like they don't understand how to like optimally run delves. So the problem that I keep running into is people keep telling me that like, oh, Ritual Sites are actually good for like XYZ thing, but like no, they're not. Ritual Sites are worse than delves for early gearing. They give like absolutely terrible gear. They give okay crests. But the problem is, if you're trying to get geared up, you do delves. And then if you're trying to gear up beyond that, to get like higher level hero track gear stuff, you don't run Ritual Sites, you do M+. And the only advantage Ritual Sites have is it gives better hero track gear for people who just really don't want to do M+. But like I guess if that is the niche that you fall into, then I suppose there is a value. And I've had people tell me that that's the niche they fall into. I'm like, okay, I guess. Like, I'm not going to argue with you. But the problem is, like, just because you're like, well, this is out of the content that I am willing to do, this gives me the best gear. It's like, okay, but like, I'm willing to do whatever content in the game I need to do in order to get the best rewards. If Ritual Sites gave the best rewards, I'd fucking do them, right? But they don't. So it's like, you can't say like, oh, they're a really good way to farm hero track gear, except for the even better way to farm hero track gear that I don't want to engage with. Like, that's not a real talking point. The biggest misconception I see is that they are the best way to farm hero crests, which is true only in the most meaningless, warped way of, if you already have a geared character, they are a good way to farm hero crests on like tier 5 with all the modifiers, and I guess now what, tier 6? That they are a good way to farm hero track crests, but they're just worse than Invasive Glow. And, like, I have to imagine that the people saying that just don't know that Invasive Glow farm exists, right? Because, like, if you understand that you can reliably farm 10 hero crests per, like, 5 minutes on a character with absolutely no gear, like, once you know that that exists, you cannot possibly argue that ritual sites are fast, unless you're going to pretend that, like, you can do a tier 5 with modifiers ritual site in 5 minutes consistently on anything but an extremely geared character. But it also misses the point, because when people say they want to farm hero crests, they are always doing it on an under-geared character. The amount of people looking to farm hero crests while already in almost maxed out hero crest gear are extremely low. And, like, maybe, just maybe, if you've already bothered to unlock ritual sites and gotten it all the way up to tier 5, because that's another thing, by the way, you actually have to do the unlock process, which, like, on my account, I haven't even touched it, because the rewards are so crap. So, if you already have it unlocked, and you need a tiny amount of hero crests for God knows what, I don't know what you would even need it for, on a character that's already, like, 270 plus, maybe you could argue that doing a ritual site would be ever so slightly faster than Invasive Glow. But definitely nowhere near even comparable on a character that isn't already geared. And the problem is that is such a minuscule increase that it just means the system itself is not worth touching. Which at that point you would then have to add the entire time it takes to even unlock the system in the first place, which is significant. So it just becomes not worth it. You were saying the new Zone World Quest giving double the XP was not worth doing, but people hear double XP. Oh, yeah. Well, I still don't know how... Can you explain a little bit more, Goose Comics? Because I still don't fully understand the point you're trying to make, and I don't want to, like, respond to the wrong subject. Okay, so this resets in 1 minute. So the World Quest reset, like, what, every hour or so? Which, again, I have mentioned before that the reset time of the World Quest is irrelevant to its efficiency. Thank you.
Brazil won 3-0.
Whoa. Careful. What'd you say?
Brazil won 3-0.
Okay. Were they expected to win? Okay. Alright. Well, I'm happy for you. Why is it's covered in dog hair? My dad brought me food. For some reason, the box is, like, absolutely covered in dog hair. I don't know why. Obviously, I have dogs, but I don't know why the food box is covered in dog hair. Either way. The conversation is old, it's okay. Yeah, I don't know, I'm struggling to, I guess, remember what Threads of Fate has to do with it. Is Threads of Fate back? Though? I thought they completely removed it from the game. If it is back, that is news to me. It's like every 1 hour, yeah. Yeah, and, like, so somebody, I think it was, what was it, Bellular? Yeah, it was you, Goose Comics. You mentioned that Bellular said in his video something about, like, oh, and because they reset so often, you can just spam it. And, like, that's not an advantage. Like, that's the kind of thing that, like, if you don't really understand how leveling works, you can, like, throw out any random combination of buzzwords to make something sound effective. And that's kind of what Bellular did, of, like, I'm just gonna say a thing that, like, you know, this is an interesting observation about how this thing differs from other stuff. Therefore, it's good for leveling. Like, no, it's a meaningless factor. If this wasn't a fast way to level, then it being, you know, something that reset really quickly could be a contributing factor as to why it is fast to level. But if it is not fast to level, then the fact that you could do it more often is meaningless, right? That doesn't necessarily make it faster. Now, I will say, by the way, one thing immediately I'm noticing The fact that there's no flying, the fact that we're on ground mounts, right? Like, travel time is just a colossal factor here. This is very spread out. Like, I don't care if you have cracked Radnex control gems and gun shoes. The amount of time required to, like, transition between one point to another, like, that's a lot. Now, there are, like, clusters of world quests, right? In theory, if there was a cluster of really fast, really easy to complete world quests, you could envision a world in which, like, parking a character there and doing them was worthwhile, though to my knowledge that is not the case. But again, there is, like, a lot here. Maybe there is something that I've overlooked. Nobody has yet pointed that out to me. It was removed, but they added it sometime back and more within. Interesting. I mean, yeah, like, Threads of Fate was one of those things where, that's a whole separate talking point. It was alt leveling in Shadowlands was, like, really slow. At the time, it was considered fast because we had just come off BFA, where it was still a massive time save compared to what we had to deal with back in BFA, right? But it has gotten so much faster since then. And the big thing is that alt leveling, like, my speedruns for Shadowlands, what was it, like 50 to 60 was the end bracket there, were like 4.5 hours or something like that. This is leveling, and we're gonna do PTR later. We're doing a mix of both on today's stream. This is the reason why it's like second channel. You know, it's not like fully structured. I'm just kind of doing whatever. I'm doing the quests here first. The first thing that I'm doing is, this is leveling because I am... Well, interesting, so this world quest overlaps this, partially. So that, in theory, would be okay. Oh, okay, but I need other people to do this guy? But he's not up. Okay, well, this quest gives a lot of XP. Right? So, this plus... What is the adjutant? World quests. Oh, Captain, Die Captain? What the heck? In theory, I could actually see this maybe being worth it. I don't know why my group finder is bugged. Or something. Is this repeatable? The problem is, though, if you had to do that entire unlock chain to get this, then that severely, like, diminishes its value. Right? If this is something where you can just walk in on a brand new character and just pick up that quest, that would be okay. But, like, if you have to do that entire chain that I just did to unlock this, then you're basically watering down the good XP reward with... I mean, I've just spent, like, the last, 20 minutes, and I've gotten, like, 2 bars of XP from doing all that stuff. And, it you know, that is absolutely not efficient in the slightest. But if you could just have this automatically unlocked, skip all the intro and whatnot, like, I suppose I can test that more, if that is worth it. It says suggested players 15, though, so this is presumably a world boss, right? And, okay. Yeah, so there it is. So there's absolutely zero way at all that you would be able to solo this. Right? Like, this is... Yeah. So you would absolutely need to have a raid to do this. But I don't even know if you could do this on normal world tier. Like, in theory, I suppose, if you had somebody to help you with this, like, you could imagine a world in which, like, that is worthwhile. But that alone means I will never include it in Follow the Arrow, just because, like, I mean, that's impractical, right? I cannot possibly expect people to ever do that. Well, give me 1 sec. Okay. Yeah. It is interesting, though. Because in total, that is effectively, like, if we think about it, that's 124k, plus the 46k, right? That is effectively, like, ballpark. I think it's a little more in total than a Delver's Call quest. But I'd have to see, right? And obviously the bulk of it is that quest, so I'd have to check to see if that quest actually would be accessible. But realistically speaking, that is like a speedrun thing, because, you know, I don't see any way that I can join a group for it unless somebody came along and happened to kill it. I don't really think that is a reliable thing, so that will never be in Fall the Arrow, but... Like, I already have people struggling to figure out, like, fucking Legends of the Heronir. I've gotten a few comments, like, asking questions about that and, like, South Royal Soiree and whatnot. Like, imagine telling them that they need to find 15 other people to do a world boss in the middle of a loving run. That would be, not super practical. Okay, so what do we need to do here? Alhadar key codes inquired. Okay, I have the key codes. And then I have to click on 15 of these things. Alright. And this gives how much? This one, 37k. So it's a little more than 2 quests. Oh, shit. Notably, the mobs here do hurt a little bit more. Like, this is... I don't know. It could also just be an Ellie Shaman thing. The World Boss quest is unlocked for every alt. You can't find any group for it in War Mode. I'm not even in War Mode, and I still can't find a group for it. And when you say quest, do you mean, like, this quest, the Nexus Captain, or the World quest? Because the World quest, I can imagine, would be unlocked for everybody. But how does the quest work for alts? No flying makes the zone a slog to travel through, even if you try to fast travel by jumping on shrooms using the special grapple ability. Yeah, I'm sure I'll unlock that later. And, like, in theory, if this was fast, you would just use, bonus objectives. So there's another thing here. It's a trinket. Huh. Like, if you were to include this as part of the route, at least for speedruns, right, I would include Radnex control gems and whatnot. Do I need a keeper key code for every single one of these? It looks like I do. Yeah, because multiple are dropping. Yeah, so I couldn't even just, like... Basically, what I'm thinking is druids could not theoretically, like, grab one key code and then run around and open them all. You do need to kill 10 mobs and then do the 10th thing. So, like, I mean, this is already not a fast quest, right? If we look at this, this is a... one of these quests is a kill 10 enemies quest, which all of the enemies are spread out. Like, there are quests that are, like, kill 12 enemies. Like, a good example that I can think of right now is, like, the Tideborn one. But that quest is also on top of 3 other quests at the same time. And there's, like, a bunch of really weak Tideborn enemies all grouped together. So realistically, you do 2 big pulls and then you're done. You get all the ones you need. I keep trying to mount on my flying mount to move faster, but yeah, you can't fly here. So travel time is a real factor. I mean, like, I'll do... For testing purposes, I will do the remaining quests here. Does this respawn? Okay, so I can get that again. Actually, maybe I just forgot to click that the first time. I don't know. I'll do all 3 world quests here, just because I need a little bit more experience until I do the turn-in anyway, which is why I bother testing this in the first place. And because it's either I do this or I do, like, the actual fast quests, but all I need is XP, and then I do a turn-in, so I may as well test this out. But, like, I can't imagine that this is fast. Now, you could envision a world where, like I said, there are a bunch of really, really actually, like, fast world quests, but generally speaking, Blizzard doesn't design world quests like that. Like, I look at this. Collect 15 things. Basically break 12 things. Kill 10 enemies or whatever. Yeah, so like all of these have similar looking designs. The Vine one seems interesting. Depending on the, it could be a really annoying minigame or it could be like a very fast minigame. Those ones kind of vary. You never really know exactly how Blizzard's going to design it. The next is Captain Quest. You picked it up on an 80 tune that hadn't done anything else. You did unlock everything on your main before. Gotcha. So that's interesting, I will say. The funny thing about that is I could see myself doing that in a speedrun. The one thing is I don't even know if that would be necessary for like with Turbulent Timeways. Like, would I even need to bother doing that? Because realistically speaking, with Turbulent Timeways, I'm probably just going to do every single Delver's Call, and then there's going to be very little room for anything else. With 30% additional experience, you're, like, at that point, I'm also definitely going to do South Royal Soiree, because that's, like, very, very easy. Legends of the Heroneer, very, very easy. Maybe I even cut Abundance. I don't know. But I could see that the fixed 3-minute time for Abundance maybe would not be worthwhile. It's hard to say. But there is definitely a universe in which that is the case. In which it is not worthwhile. But, like, think about the amount of time required to get out here. Like, the way that I could see this being worth it is, in theory, if you had, like, a Warlock summon you here, you killed this, and then you, like, teleported back and did a turn-in. Like, in theory, you could see that as being, if this teleports you there, that also could be interesting. But, like, you could see that being worthwhile for the amount of time it takes. I also have no idea how long the world boss takes to die. Now, you could, in theory, have a summon happen right as the world boss is dying, so you get kill credit right at the very end. But, like, the problem I have with that is, obviously, like, yes, world bosses require, other people, so, like, there is some element of grouping with other players is kind of expected in order to make it faster. But then that is kind of the issue I run into with stuff like this. We're getting into, like, Legion Remix territory where, like, kind of everything I'm describing, this is, like, the type of shit we do for Legion Remix. And in my Legion Remix speedruns, when boosting is already effectively built into that, like, that's why we went all out, we had, like, a team of 25 people, like, that's kind of par for the course with that kind of thing. But, yeah, so, like, that was not worth the 35k it took, right? That was slow relative to other stuff. I'll test, what was the other one? I still need to get the mushrooms, so I'm missing a few more mushrooms and get over here. So, like, in Legion Remix, that stuff belongs. That is, like, perfectly fine. But in the case of, like, now, at a certain point, if you start jumping through all of those hoops to do something that is slightly more efficient than, like, a delve, like, could it, in theory, be worthwhile? Sure. But at that point, can you really call it a solo speedrun? If you need to get external assistance from other people to make it, like, actually worth doing, then it's not really a true solo speedrun anymore, right? And definitely, again, it would not be worth recommending in Fall the Arrow. Not even remotely. So, I don't know. Like, the only thing that I really like having other people for speedruns is, like, dungeons, because you literally cannot queue for dungeons. And at a certain point, things like Turbulent Timeways, like TBC dungeons, they are kind of mandatory. Well, TBC dungeons not really, but they're obviously fast. And I don't necessarily think that, queuing with other people for TBC dungeons, like, on average, it's going to take you the same amount of time. You don't need to do anything special, you just press the button, right? If somebody has to go the extra mile... What the heck? Gain Spore Dive. Cannot use while swimming. What the fuck? It only popped up while I'm in the water, and it said I can't use it while swimming, so I don't fucking know what that's about. But, okay, let's grab the vine. What? Okay, I hit escape to close my thing, and it launched me forward. Cool. Alright, so I have to dismantle... Okay, and the vine despawned. Alright. I mean, obviously, I don't know how to use this, but obviously this is not a great start for these quests. Okay, so it's all the way down there. So I don't know why the vine is all the way up here if the actual quest is not even remotely nearby. I'll go down here and see if I can find what I'm supposed to do. Are there more? I'm gonna put on auto run. This is strange. Okay. Coalescing leaf storm, is that the thing? Dismantle 4 coalescing leaf storms. These are 4, right? Okay. I need to figure out how the fuck I use this. Is this like I run... Ah, okay. Well, if these are all 4 of them, so in theory, if I break all 4 of these and I get 28k XP, that is a fast quest, right? But I... Jesus Christ. It's interesting in theory. But... Can I... If I... Yeah. I will say, I don't like this. Because if you can't just max distance it, and this is something that you actually need to, like, really finagle, like, what, is this fast enough? No. So you have to find the absolute perfect sweet spot, and the hitbox is really precise. Like, this, in theory, if this does give the full credit, and you could do this all in one jump... Okay, only hit 1, right? If you could do this all in one jump, that would be very fast for 28k. But this seems like ridiculously fucking finicky. Looks like that person actually got it all. How does that... How is the hitbox that fucking precise for something this janky? I'm gonna stand directly on this druid. Does he get it? It looks like he got it. Are you kidding me? Okay, it looks like that is the quest, though. You do just need to get the perfect fucking angle. Keep in mind, by the way, this only gives 28k. This actually gives less than, Jesus Christ. I guess, oh yeah, in theory, I could jump onto the mushroom. This one quest took you, like, 20 minutes. Yeah, this is one of those where, like, in theory, you could see it being worthwhile. I was about to say, if I fucking overshot that, I was gonna lose my fucking mind. Alright. Okay, it does give 35k for some reason. The display is wrong. Like, okay. That quest ended up honestly not being horrible. Definitely it's not fast. And you can envision a world where, like, if you do that one shot, which in theory is possible, that would be an efficient amount of experience. But this goes to what I'm always saying about just because there is one efficient quest off in the middle of nowhere doesn't necessarily mean that, like, it is worth doing. A great example would be in my speedrun, in my 1 hour 38 minute run, I did not do like any of the stuff in Amani's Village. Do you know how absurdly efficient all the quests down here are in this area? They are so fucking good. And I didn't do any of them. I could not fit all of that in. And I ended up overshooting by a ton. And that's also without the 30% bonus that we're still going to get, right? So, like, there is just so much good stuff right now, and I can guarantee you that all the stuff in that particular quest hub is infinitely more efficient. You're literally doing, like, 6 or 7... Fuck. It is... I'm not even wrong. It's not even... It is actually 6 or 7 quests at the same time. So... Man. I hate that, like, fucking TikTok couldn't just pick one number to ruin. They had to ruin 2 numbers with their stupid fucking 6, 7 shit. Same exact time. But yeah, like, the amount of quests you're doing at the same time there is incredibly efficient, and each one of them is, like, pretty easy to do. Some of them are, like, slightly longer, like kill 12 mobs, but those kill 12 mobs quests you're doing passively as you do a bunch of the other quests. Like, you're kind of doing all of them at once. That's why it's so fast. And then also, I mean, the travel time is a really big factor here, right? You don't think the new zone is worth it for speed at all? You went in there for a change of setting, left at 82 without completing the mushroom quest or the world boss? Damn, really? The irony being, those are the only 2 quests that I've actually said I think look remotely efficient. But yeah, it's, I mean, I agree that I don't think it's worth it for speed. most of the things that I looked at are basically exactly what I described, right? Like, I don't think it is... Like, this type of quest could be okay. Just so you just ram into, like, all 12 of these. Kind of bounces you around. Like, this is fine. You know? If this, like... Let me put it this way. If this quest was, like, in Eversong Woods, and we could take, like, a slight detour and do this for 37k XP, I would consider it. I still wouldn't necessarily call it the fastest thing ever, but I think, like, this quest is on par with, like, theft tracking, I think is the name of the quest line, of the one where you have to, like, Luma is at the end, the dog. I would say the overall efficiency of, like, this quest is comparable to the overall efficiency of, like, that side quest chain. Where, like, there is a chance, I think, you know, you probably drop that now if you have, like, 30% buff. And it does give 46k, so it's actually, that was before buff. So yeah, that is, like, for the amount of time it took to just do that, was that worth? Yeah. That one world quest was worth it. But the thing is, everybody will evaluate things like that in a vacuum. The reason why we do theft tracking, there are quest lines that are, like, maybe a little bit more efficient than theft tracking, but theft tracking is, like, the entire Eversong route, which is really, really, really efficient overall. Theft tracking is right here. We're already going to path through South Rails. We're already going to do the dock area, which is incredibly efficient. Theft tracking is an extremely minor detour. It's like, there's no travel time required to get to it at all. And the travel time does matter for leveling efficiency. You can't just rate everything in a vacuum. So, if there were enough things in isolation... Another reason, by the way, why this would be really difficult to route into Follow the Arrow is it rotates every week. So, in theory, if the XP efficiency of Val and Nightall ended up being extremely comparable and both were worth including, then maybe that would be an easy thing to slot in. But there's also a very real possibility that, like, maybe only Nightall is worth doing and Val isn't, or vice versa. And then it could be useful in a speedrun, but, like, as a general leveling guide recommendation, it wouldn't be useful. And, like, I'm looking at these other ones. Gather 15 salt caps. I'll at least pop over. I can just see that one kill 10 enemies. That's just not really going to be worth it. Especially that's, like, all the way off on its own, right? Yeah, it's literally just run around and pick up 15 things. For a druid, this one might be okay, right? You can envision a world in which there was a routing for this, where you enter, you do this quest. If you're a druid, you run around, you pick up the 15 salt caps, maybe that's worth it. You go down here, you do the world boss, which, if you're... In order to make this worth it, the world boss has to be part of it, by the way. Like, this is mandatory to make this worthwhile. Without the world boss, this isn't even a consideration. The only reason I'm even entertaining this as a possibility is because the amount of XP you get from the world boss is, like, that is a lot, right? But, as you said, Varsico, you tried this and you didn't even manage to get the world boss down, and I can't even see a way for me to do the world boss. It doesn't seem like you could even queue up for it, so I would need to be able to find other people just so happening to do it at the same time, and then leech off them to get credit for it. And if that happens, that would actually be quite good. But, yeah, I don't know. That, it doesn't seem great. But there is, I will admit, there is more potential here than I think I may have initially given it credit for. And then if I turn this in, what is the showdown on Nightall quest? Yeah, so this is another reason why you might want to do this, right? Because as you do different activities, there's also this quest. This I knew about, right? I didn't realize I had already picked it up at some point. And then this one, Nexus Captain, right? So I'm presuming, yeah, I got it midway through the quest line. Oh, there's other quests here too. What is that? I'll pick up all these, then I'll look at them after. Bouncy mushrooms, then gather canopy specimens. Where are the canopy specimens? Okay, you just kill these guys for canopy specimens. I'm gonna end up overshooting on XP, but this probably means I won't need to do crafting, which, like, whatever. If I want to test this anyway, I may as well. Okay. Like, okay, so, like, I've mentioned this a little bit. I've been playing a lot of Guild Wars 2 lately, and the problem I see with this is, like, this is almost a direct copy of Guild Wars 2 Bounce Mushrooms, but worse. Because Guild Wars 2 Bounce Mushrooms have a fixed direction that they bounce you into. But it's like, they will bounce you into the air above your target, and then if you basically hands off keyboard, it will take you to the destination that they're supposed to bring you to. But then you can, if you want to, interrupt the bounce mid-flight by, like, deploying your glider if you want to get somewhere. So there's a lot of times where if I specifically want to get to the final area that the bounce mushroom's taking me, it might be faster to just hop onto it and then take, like, a really far bounce. But then sometimes I just use the bounce mushroom to, like, launch me high up into the air, and then midway through the travel, I deploy my glider, and then just go down to wherever I'm going. But here, it's using, like, weird trajectory mechanics. But the problem with this is, like, there's bounce mushrooms where, like, where the fuck is this supposed to take me? So I have to bounce on it on a trajectory, but then, like, it's positioned in such a way where, like, if in order to get to this mushroom, I have to do this. I guess this can kind of angle, and then this you can do. Okay. But there are some that are, like, it feels almost gratuitous. There's, like, way too many mushrooms. It's definitely not an efficient way to traverse the zone, but, like, I guess you can make it work. Sure. Okay, let's drop down here. That is, yeah, that's the quest done, right? And then, I mean, that's what, 30k XP? That, like, in theory, if I... Aerospores. In theory, if I, like, really optimized this and got it down to a point where I felt I could do that quest really quickly, there's a way in which it maybe isn't incredibly inefficient. The problem with all of this is, like... Okay, so they're, like, mid-air bounces. Alright. Can I bounce on this one again? I will give Blizzard credit. Whether or not this is useful for leveling, honestly, not terrible. This is definitely more effort than they've put into a lot of minor patch contents, definitely compared to Void Assaults and Ritual Sites. I don't hate this. Which really is not something that can be said for a lot of patch content. I do not hate it, and that is a major improvement. What the fuck does this do? Yeah, I have no idea what that buff does. Okay, cosmetic steps. So nothing I really need to worry about, just mounts, etc. There's another quest. Okay, this is the grappling thing that you guys were talking about. Okay. The fact that this isn't... It really annoys me that this doesn't use the extra quest button interface. Like, would it really have been that hard for them to do that? I don't know. How do I grapple Aerospores? I do not like the grappling, though. I don't love this. This feels... Okay. I mean, until they all randomly disappeared, I was vibing with it. Okay, so I have to bounce on a mushroom to activate a buff that lets me see them. Alright. Ah. I can see the vision. You could kind of navigate decently fast if you do that. Not terrible. Like, you can absolutely envision a world where you, like, quickly grapple up. Like, what do I do here? Okay, I don't know why it stopped working. It wouldn't let me click on it. Okay, and you actually get decent bounce off that. So, like, if I'm trying to traverse over to the world boss, right, we can do this, and then... Why? Okay, well... Okay, so the grappling hook's a little bit janky. This doesn't really work that well. Alright. Well, jank aside, it's interesting in concept. Would I say Bellular was right? Absolutely not. I can maybe understand why, in a vacuum, somebody might think that this had potential for leveling, but all of my points stand, right? Especially in a patch where there is massive buffs to leveling, pretending like this is a viable method of leveling is a little bit disingenuous, especially without comparing it, right? Like, before I would ever even begin to say that this is a viable method of leveling, I would try and construct an actual route where this works. Because, like, what I'm seeing here is a lot of, like, ingredients that you could theoretically, you can imagine putting something together. But even then, notice how everything I've said, right, is I could see this being useful in a speedrun. I still do not think that this would be useful for regular players. I can envision how, if I had the perfect conditions align, and I created this extremely convoluted path in a speedrun where I was able to take advantage of the world boss time, because again, this is still required to make this fast. I'm just thinking of, how do you string together, like, enough, like, how do you put together enough, like, little crumbs along the path to reach the world boss to justify the travel time required to get there, right? Is there a path that you can string together? And in theory, sure, right? Especially negating the movement speed things, but then also I still think that requires, like, Radnax control gem and stuff, because what you could do is you could, like, slingshot yourself up here, and then get high up into the air, and then goblin glider there, or something like that. Like, that is something that even right now, like, I could try... I genuinely don't understand why the grappling hook, this thing is trash. Just straight up, it does not work. So I don't know what the deal there is. I don't know why it does not work half the time when I'm pressing the ability. Like, I don't know why that doesn't work. So that's just clearly janky. And like this, the grappling hook throws you at a fixed location. Alright. And then, like, so I could, in theory, do, like, a goblin glider here, then do, like, a mushroom here, then do, like, a grappling hook here, and then try and bounce off this. And then I don't know how far I can grapple, because, like, I still haven't figured this thing out, right? And it seems janky. But, okay, you can do that, like, slingshot off it, and then do another one, like, slingshot off this, presumably. Yeah, and then boom, you're at the world boss. So, you could do that. Do you think a new player is gonna fucking figure that shit out? Fuck no, they're not. Absolutely no. So, that is cool. I think, admittedly, I did not, for the record, watch the rest of the Bellular video. So, in terms of, is the zone cool? Maybe he said a lot about that. I only watched the timestamp part you sent me about, is this good for leveling? But even what Bellular said was like, what? You know, maybe it could be good if you... And even then, the thing that he said about, like, logging in and doing the world quests, I disagree, right? I still do not think that's worthwhile. In theory, right, like, yes, you could do a single world quest, but a singular one of these world quests doesn't really seem that good. The only reason to do it would be to do, like, a bunch of them, like Holding Pen's Tendril Sling or so. Okay, like, let's check that out, right? The reason to do this would be if you had all of them active at once and there was a good cluster, and then you could do a cluster of them on your way to the world boss, and then if all of that together gave enough for this thing, then you get another 126k. So if you're getting the world boss XP, plus the showdown on Nightall XP, and then individual XP from the world quest and stuff like that, then maybe it would be on par with, like, Eversong Woods or something like that. But the problem is the world boss seems, like, in all practical sense, kind of impossible to include. So I do think that world boss, like, this has interesting speedrun potential if you basically find a way to get yourself carried through the world boss, which I already said has some problematic things about, like, whether we start getting into, like, boosting territory. And even then, is it so much faster than other methods that it's worth including? I don't really think so. So then, is it worthwhile to just do a cluster of world quests to get the other thing completed? And, like, what are these other quests that I have? So this is interesting, right? So I have a quest to just kill 10 enemies. So, like, I could do that overlapping with something. That's not bad. Decrypted data records retrieved. I would have to see how this all works on a fresh alt. Like, which quest could you just immediately pick up? But there is possibility here, but it honestly would not be the repeatable world quest thing. You would just make a efficient route. You would make a route of quests here that overlaps with other efficient world quests. You'd also need to figure out how to, like, the other thing that would really make this critical is if you got these Vine quests and you were able to do it really quickly, which I still haven't managed to do. It took me a while. But if you got really good at that, also another thing that would help is, like, being a demon hunter or a druid and being able to do, like, some mid-air movements. That could help. There's a quest line here. There's this thing. So this is what? This is just effectively what we're looking at here, right? We have 3 quests in one little area that overlaps with the world quest. This doesn't seem terrible. Is it as fast as Eversong? Debatable. I will say this quest line, I think, warrants further testing, especially because I would imagine that this also overlaps with Showdown on Nightall. And you would get credit by, like, if I kill an enemy, what does it give me, like, 1% credit or something? But also, this is questing, right? This is just regular campaign stuff. You could just, in theory, imagine an efficient route that does this, irregardless of the world quests. Okay, I didn't get 63%. Okay, yeah, so it says it's specifically only by completing world quests, slaying rare creatures, which, I mean, I will look for a rare creature. I will see if I can do that. Another thing, by the way, I'm not in war mode, so technically this would give slightly more XP in war mode, but there is almost certainly a higher chance that you get ganked. I'm seeing a chest over here. Okay, so basically no XP. And it gave it, 2%. So that would not be worth it. Hunting chests would not be worth it. So realistically speaking, you'd want to get this done by completing World Quest. I'll check to see... I'll do this thing. The Vine Pen's Tendril Sling. I also don't know... These Tendril Slings have different icons. I'm assuming these are bonus objectives and not World Quest, but does that mean that they're guaranteed to be up? Like, they are always there, you can always benefit from them? Could be interesting if so. If you have some, like, guaranteed objectives to always play around, then the variance could be a little bit more limited. The other problem I will say is I don't really want to test this extensively on a Shaman, because frankly, no matter what, like, Shaman is going to have a slow time killing this. So if I were to really give this a fair test, which I will say it has earned that. It has earned that, that, like, especially the regular quests giving double quest XP is interesting, right? Because do these look like the most efficient quests ever? No, but this is effectively like 6 quests in one, which is like, that is, I think, worth a glance. 6 quests in one with some other stuff surrounding it, right? That is worth additional consideration more than I think I initially gave it. Because I thought only the world quest got buffed. So, That's something. I really wish I understood how the fuck this grapple works. It feels like it's sometimes if you get remotely in the vicinity of a mushroom, it might just decide that it wants to work correctly. Yeah, so this is how every single one of these works. You grab the vine and then you do the thing. And I suppose if you could get this first try, it could be pretty good. But even then, I don't know. I think I'll repeat, right? I think there is a 0% chance. There's like a 5% chance that this ever ends up in Fall the Arrow, just because I think that there are way too many very like variance heavy or like way too complex setups required here to even consider making this worth it, to where I don't think that this would ever be worthwhile to include in Fall the Arrow. So right now I'm more thinking of, for potential speedruns, is it worthwhile? The problem is, I do have to think, right, for a potential speedrun now, we are operating under the assumption of turbulent timeways. Another thing that is worth mentioning is that if people do their time walking dungeons at level 80, which a lot of people who have level 80 alts are just going to do that, right? Personally, I am planning to do a run from like either 1 or 10 to 90, because that makes it easier to integrate the follower dungeons, and I've been meaning to do one, so this is just kind of the perfect time to get it done. That is how I'm going to do it. So in my case, I can think about, I already have the 30% buff, and I've done that earlier, and I don't need to worry about it. And in that particular case, it's really hard to imagine, like, is this better than Delver's Call quests? Absolutely. Like, that much is, like, you could consider the entire thing effectively equivalent to, like, maybe a Delver's Call quest and a half, right? But you have to do the entire thing, right? Each individual Delver's Call quest is obviously very easy to do, and it's very flexible. Crafting is definitely the single most efficient activity that you can do. So you would always include that. And then beyond that, Southrill Soiree is, I mean, like, that is just completely free. Legends of the Harroneer is completely free. If you include all that stuff with 30% buff, there's very little that you actually need. Because now the turn-in, with 30% buff and with Darkwind Fair, the turn-in is like a little under 85, right? And with the 30% buff, the turn-in's probably closer to 84. But then also, you're going to finish all of the delve stuff around level 82, because you'll be getting more experience from all of that. So you only need like 2 levels worth of stuff to make it happen. At the very least, the single most efficient stretch of the questing process that you're 100% going to do is this, right? It is like Fairbreeze Village into the harbor, into like this section of the campaign, just because it overlaps a lot, and ideally you knock out Southrill Soiree alongside that, and then you probably stop here. I don't think you do the rest of it, right? Like, you don't need to do that. But that will be worth it. That is probably honestly, about a level. All of those quests together, most likely, would be worthwhile. And then, if you're going to do all that, you probably include Prey on top of it. The idea would be, like, while doing that little thing in Eversong, you probably could get a Prey completion, in which case, I don't think you'd continue the Eversong campaign, because the Eversong campaign slows down here, and then it's worthwhile because of Shadow Enclave, but there are other side quests that you could do. Like, you probably do one Adventurous Hatchling. Like, that, in terms of XP efficiency, that is better than this, but you might even do, like, I think Theft Tracking is probably still worthwhile just because you're in this area. So you could probably do all this stuff here, include the Theft Tracking section, then do one Adventurous Hatchling just because it's, like, so fucking fast. And you would basically just do as many quests in Eversong as you could until you got your prey. And then you would do the prey, and then, like, honestly, you might be done. But then if you're not done, then you're already going to go into Zul'jin to get Atalamon and Twilight Crypts. And then I genuinely think, like, one of the biggest changes I would make is instead of doing the rest of Eversong, like, this set of quests is, like, the second most efficient set of quests. And I forget what the name is. Atalabasi, right? So the most efficient set of quests in the route, in my opinion, is this initial Fairy section of Eversong. The second most efficient set of quests is Atalabasi. And all the stuff in and around Amanizar Village. It's the initial Amanizar Village quest that then lead into this. But this segment is extremely efficient. And this does not compete with that, right? Now, this could compete with, like, a close third. I think that you can make an argument that if I were to optimize this, if I were to make, like, an extremely optimized route for this, you could envision a scenario where this would be, like, a close third. So the problem is, outside of the scope of the 12.0.7 leveling buffs, and definitely outside of the scope of the 30% Turbulent Tideways buff, there might have been a consideration for this. But that's what I mean when I say, like, the route is just so condensed now. It's so hard to imagine, like, both of those two things I've described, which are by far better than this, might honestly just be enough to get you to, like, a little over level 84, and then you're done, right? And the problem with this is all of those activities I've described, those quest lines, are, like, relatively flexible. The only thing that's a little bit inflexible is Prey, which, like, you could always just opt to not do. Like, that's just kind of a bonus, right? If we're already doing enough stuff in Eversong, then, like, it might be worth it if we're, like, 70% of the way to doing our Prey to then add in one Adventurous Hatchling, which, like, you could maybe make an argument that, like, in theory, the combined efficiency of this entire questline might be faster than one Adventurous Hatchling, right? But the combined efficiency of one Adventurous Hatchling, the rest of a Prey objective, and then the lesser travel time required to then segue into Zul'jin, you can argue that would be then faster. So, hard to say. And in this particular case, the individual world quests are not bad. Are they alone enough to make this good? No. The world bosses, I think, alone enough to make this good, but that is very hard to pull off and definitely nowhere near worth recommending. And the overall quest to complete this, that is good, but you need to do a lot of other stuff. Like, I've done multiple world quests and I'm still not done with it. And in order to, I think, make this worthwhile, you would need to do enough world quests to get that completion. And is there enough here to make that happen? I don't know, especially because so far one of the other things that has seemed interesting is, like, this quest line, right? Seems like it could be worthwhile. And to my knowledge, this doesn't count. This says only world quests slaying rare creatures. And I haven't seen a single rare creature yet, so at the very least they are not easy to find, which means that you can't rely on them. They're not like regular rares. So even if you could theoretically, like, get one directly in your path, you can't really ever account for that. I have no idea what completing events means, how that's different than world quests, but who knows. But, okay. It kind of looked like that got me at least one of them. This is also, like, kind of annoying in terms of how it's set up, right? Where if you were on a Demon Hunter, I think this zone would be a lot easier to navigate, actually. But that obviously isn't a guarantee. But let's see. If I grab this, if I just line myself up with this seems good, and I just run directly against it. Yeah, okay. As I thought, that overshot. So they do kind of make you do the perfect little angle. It really annoys me that this rock doesn't let you hop up there earlier. Like, that feels like... It feels like they want you to do this as a little shortcut over this little ledge. So there just feels like kind of a lack of intent behind the placement of that rock. Oh, what the fuck just happened? It released without me doing anything. Maybe I accidentally clicked it or something. Okay. Fucking kidding me. How? Actually, how does that not connect? Oh, that's so fucking annoying. I'm gonna have to talent into Gust of Wind or something. Where is Gust of Wind? Do we not have... Is Gust of Wind gone? No. Okay. I was gonna say. Oh, you never know with the pruning changes. Huh? Well, now my talent tree is gone. Okay, that was an interesting bug, I suppose. Okay, so can I just, like... Yeet? And then... You can do that. Right? So that's why, like, if you were a demon hunter, in theory, that would be a hell of a lot easier to complete. I should note, by the way, I've been trying to... We're still, like, about a month out, so I'll probably do a little bit of testing before I actually do the run. But I actually have no idea what I'm going to use for my super fast 1 to 90 speedrun. I might do a 10 to 90. Because if I do a 1 to 90, I'll probably do Druid or Monk. But I've been considering doing a Void Elf Demon Hunter. Which, like, in the past, I never used Demon Hunter just because, like, the Demon Hunter starting zone, you just lost so much time, it was never worthwhile anyways. And it was hard to compare 1-to-1. But now... Well, now I can start a Demon Hunter at level 10 and, like, just do the route. The only downside is I can't be Horde. And I do think that Horde maybe... I did just want to see what the Legion thing was on the map. This seems pretty cool. Crashed a little Legion ship here. Visually, this zone is very cool. So I will give Blizzard some credit. This is one of the cooler bits of patch content that they've added in a while. And so let it not be said that I'm always universally negative about everything Blizzard does. And I think bare minimum, something that's probably safe to say is even if I don't necessarily think that this is an incredibly fast way to level alts, I think the fact that I am at the very least giving it consideration... Oh, this is the KJ ship. Ah. Alright. I assume this is probably not the actual, like, KJ ship in lore. This is probably just, like, a different ship, and they just reused the KJ model. But that is cool. Do you still die if you go down there? Okay, there's an invisible wall. Very cool. What happens if you try to swim? Like, presumably somebody has already tried just swimming to the edge of the map. But there's some stuff underwater. It's neat. I don't think I'm going to bother doing that right now. Interesting test. The problem is, like, so I did that world quest and I got, what, like, about 12% credit? So, I don't know. I will... Like I said, I need to test this on classes that are better for leveling than Shaman to really get an idea for, like, whether this is fast or not. But I will give it another test. Like, 90% odds this never ends up in Fall of the Arrow, just because, again, I think there's too much variance. But it is interesting. There is potential here. I may have ridden it off a little bit too soon, at least for speedruns. Good morning, owner. Good to see you. I'm gonna also mute my mic real quick because I've had food sitting here for a little bit. So I'm gonna eat real quick because I am kind of starving. And then I'm gonna do the big turn-in on my Shaman. So we'll do every single quest. In fact, I'll probably chip away at that as I mute my microphone and eat.
Perseverance. Strength.
I have answers if you have questions.
We no longer hide. Greetings.
I hunger for the opportunity to work together again. Come, let us forge a weapon worthy of your allies.
Okay, so obviously I'm an idiot and I forgot to turn on war mode before turning in the first few quests. But now I'm a little bit annoyed because the war mode thing literally is glowing. It says it's on. But of course, typical Blizzard jank, it is for some reason not actually on. So I don't know what's going on here, Blizzard. Right. I mean, good thing I noticed by turning in a Born Killer before I turned in the other quests, but it's a little bit annoying that it did that. Whatever. Should be fine. Alright.
How did you get here? What memory do you bring? Lesser manifestations escape from the rift. Send them back where they belong.
I deal in the most exotic goods. We offer greetings.
Alright, so you can see they're even missing war mode for like a certain amount of the quests. With war mode, I almost certainly get to level 90 just with the, because I missed it off South Rolls and the fucking Zul'jin Delver's Calls, which, like, oh well. Obviously, you know, I'm dumb for forgetting that, but what are you gonna do? In my defense, I am, like, half distracted trying to eat food. But we haven't even done crafting yet. right? So crafting is definitely part of it. With crafting, with war mode, I actually overshoot. So it is technically about like 85.5 for 25% no Darkman Fair. Maybe a little bit under, like 85 and a third seems about reasonable. But I don't know.
Glory to the Sindori. Anubala Belorialan. Sinua Manore. Sun, chase your shadow.
Alright, so we just go down the line. Boom, boom, boom. It's either this or one more. Yeah. Alright, my Shaman is finally level 90. That has taken me longer than I care to admit. That is, by the way, my final healer at level 90 on Europe. So they're all ready to go. I can finally start doing weekly delves in them, even though Shaman will be among the last two that we do for 0 to Hero. At least the dungeons part. So that's, I'm glad that I've at least gotten all that finished. Now, what's it called? Wow, actually, that took me longer than I thought. What are the delves today? Do we have Calamitous? Please tell me you have Calamitous. Oh, yes! Ah, the game knew I was going to try and level a character. Perfect. So we do have Calamitous for the Prot Warrior. Since it's already that day, I may as well just hop into this. So give me... I'm almost done with my food. I'll mute my mic for like another like 30 seconds or so. And then I'll start setting up my warrior. All right. I see, owner, you sent a few messages. Is this the new area? You wouldn't set foot there unless you have 275 item level or more? Well, there's two modes to it. There's normal and heroic world tier. Heroic world tier is for like max level characters and stuff. And you can't do that on leveling characters, but normal world tier is accessible while leveling. And I mean, considering I think Ellie Shaman is like one of the weaker specs for leveling, like honestly, I didn't hate it. And considering I do think it is one of the weaker specs, like those mobs were not like extremely friendly, and I was holding my own. And while I think I've figured out a general gameplay loop that works pretty well for me, I don't necessarily think I've really figured out Ellie Shaman all that well, and I didn't have that hard of a time on it. Overall, I think it did a lot better than I expected it would. But I think Ellie Shaman, like, whenever I remake the tier list, it's still very solidly in B tier. The only question is, like, where in B tier it goes. It's not bad, though. I'd probably put it, like, higher B tier. I can't remember where I put it in, like, the old Dragonflight tier list. But it's solid. I think one thing I remember from Dragonflight is that the Dragonflight version was very complicated. This felt a lot easier to understand. Like, while I said by no means have I, like, mastered it, I feel like I understand the general loop. It's not that hard to really wrap your head around, but it suffers from a lot of the same issues that casters suffer from. But it does have, like, decent self-healing. It has solid defensives. So, you know, it's not like Devourer Demon Hunter. It's not like Rogue, for sure. So it's solid. It's just not amazing. I'd have to see how Enhance feels to level these days, because Enhance is one of those specs where it comes and goes. There are times when it's like a pretty solid leveling spec, and then there's times when it is just kind of beans. So, hard to say for that. But overall, I guess final thoughts on Ellie Shaman, pretty good. Overall. Just not amazing. That's the thing. Like, something being in B tier for leveling, people, like, always complained on the last tier list. Like, that's not bad. Like, Rogue was the only class, really. And even then, I more Assassination and Outlaw. I've heard Outlaw has gotten better for leveling, so I'll have to see. Outlaw, I stand by the fact that when I made that tier list, it was by far the worst leveling spec in the game, out of DPS. Nowadays, Augmentation would take that, but Augmentation doesn't really count. Excluding Augmentation, it probably still would be Rogue. And from what most people tell me, it's still just as bad as it was when I tested it before. I did level a Rogue last expansion in War Within, and it was still pretty bad. That one I did off stream, though. But we'll see. And then, yeah, so the other thing you said, you're pissed about the DH changes or lack thereof. I mean, DH, you guys get daggers, right, if you're a Devourer. And then the other thing I was going to ask, Owner, so you said Dev Demon Hunter may end up with a talent tree no one's taking, Collapsing Star. That's interesting. I assume when you said the worst tier set ever, is that for Devourer? Because I didn't even look at the Devourer tier set. Because the Vengeance tier set is pretty bad. But I only really looked at I looked at like 1 or 2 DPS ones and like 1 or 2 healer ones. Oh, Havoc. Let me look. Like Season 2 tier set bonuses. Okay, wow. Not off to a great start. The 2 set bonus is literally just a numbers increase. So, one thing that really pisses me off, really pisses me off, is the fact that they had the balls to say they are creating more complex set bonuses that are cool and impactful. And, like, 1 or 2 specs have said that feels fitting, but by and large, all of the tank specs pretty much are not. Many tank specs have, like, objectively less interesting set bonuses in Season 2 than Season 1. And most people I've talked to have said that their set bonus feels the same. So, I just really don't know what the fuck they're thinking, saying shit like that. Because it feels insulting. Like, look, if you want to give us basic set bonuses, sure. But then if you're going to tell us that you're giving us more interesting, complex set bonuses, and then throw out this fucking trash, I mean, that feels a little bit insulting. So, that has kind of pissed me off a little bit. But, specifically, so Havoc, I saw, yeah, the 2 set bonus doing 12% more damage is I don't hate Essence Break, but like also I'm not like a main Havoc player, so when I play Havoc, I do enjoy Essence Break, but it's like I definitely don't speak for that spec. It's definitely weird giving it like a flat buff like that, and then I only read the 2-piece. Did it? Wait, so Essence Break now applies and benefits from Cycle of Hatred? Didn't it used to do that? I thought it used to do that. Has 25% increased initial strike damage and 2 seconds of increased duration. Okay, yeah, that 4-piece bonus is lame as hell. Right? That is just dumb. So, yeah, I'm with you there that is a pretty bad set bonus. So in fairness, by the way, the tank tier sets, only one tank tier set actually gives them a defensive bonus, and it's Bear, and it's an indirect defensive bonus. Which is really weird. I really don't know why. Like, I can understand sometimes they do, like, flat numerical things, but like, so technically you could argue that also because Monk has Vital Flame now, in Mythic Plus, a lot of the tier set is fire damage, so that probably is a bit of a self-healing boost for Monks as well. But yeah, the Vengeance bonus is bad. Like, it's just really, really, really bad. Numerically, I could see this being okay for Burst AoE numerically. I don't know what the numbers look like. I have not crunched the numbers myself. I always wait for, like, the simulation people to do that. 4-piece for Havoc desyncs Essence Drink with I-Beam? Oh, really? Okay, well, yeah, that sounds really annoying to deal with then. But, so, here, I will... What I'll first do is I actually, in my Discord... probably a bug. Likely miss. Let me check something, because Gear Jammer just said that there's some wrong coordinates, which is entirely possible. Let's see. Midnight Alts, and then it was at the start of Eversong Woods, right? Purchasing level 81 gear. Okay, so let's see. This is... Yeah, I'm guessing at a glance it seems like I... let me add this to my notes then. Feedback. Alright, so we are... Yeah, I have the wrong coordinates for that. That should be... I likely just put, like, a... One number typo can mean the difference between, like, 1,000 yards. Let's see here. So, well, the arrow... data... This is in Alt Eversong. Alt Eversong, and then purchasing level 81 gear. Fly to the Harati Renown Quartermaster. Yep. Yeah, I see exactly what happens. Oops. That is my bad. The coordinates I put, I copy-pasted the coordinates for the Harandar portal. So, The reason why it's not the same as the Harrandar portal is the Harrandar portal is at that coordinates in the den. So the area that it's pointing me to, which is like somewhere down south, is the same as the portal coordinates down south here in the den. I just copy-pasted that, and I forgot to change it. I probably had that on my Control-C, Control-V, and then I likely accidentally selected that instead of what I meant to select. So then we do 50, 73. Yep, there we go. There's a new indie game you've been playing called Iron Nest, an artillery simulator. You can attest that a typo in coordinates can end very badly. I could see how, yeah, if you're firing missiles, for sure. Assuming that that's what that's about. Sounds like it. But yeah, so, by the way, yeah, that is... If you ever run into issues like that, Gearjammer just put that issue in the add-on feedback channel. I saw it as I was going to look at something else in Discord, and now, boom, I have it fixed. And obviously, I need to push an update to CurseForge to do that. I'm not going to push an update just for a minor fix like that. I only push updates like that for emergency fixes, because I don't want you guys to have to, like, fucking update the add-on every other day. Something like that I don't think is that impactful, but I will probably put out an update with, like, the rest of Voidstorm Sojourner and, like, a few other minor fixes on, like, Sunday or Monday. And what's it called? When that happens, I will have that fixed. So there you go. Okay, but the thing I was checking Discord for, let me back to what I was looking at. I posted my thoughts. I posted my thoughts on the tank tier sets in my Discord, which I usually do. Obviously, for context, for people who only know me for leveling stuff, I'm, you know, Hall of Fame tank, right? I play all 6 tanks, right? So, you know, I know what I'm talking about with, like, tank stuff. Obviously, I am, you know, I'm subject to being wrong, right? And my initial opinion could be incorrect. In fact, I'm actually going to minorly alter my initial opinion after a little bit of thought. Generally speaking, I would like to say that my gut instinct on, you know, just tank tuning and tank tier sets and stuff in general is pretty good. So, my thoughts on the set bonuses, I will give you the quick rundown of what I posted in Discord, and I'll read the set bonuses. So, I'm also... the Harrandar music is, like, so loud. I don't hate it, but it's, like, it's so hard to even think whenever I'm in this zone. Okay, so the Blood set bonus is 2 set bonus. Your attack speed is increased by 15%, and Crimson Scourge's chance to occur is increased by an additional 5%. Crimson Scourge, if you don't know, is the proc that makes your next Death and Decay free. And then Crimson Scourge increases the damage of your next Death and Decay by 100%, and it grants you 5% critical strike chance for 8 seconds when consumed. So my thoughts on this were... Blood Decay, fucking Omega Lol F tier, Death and Decay does more damage, what? And then 4 question marks. And yeah, I kind of stand by those initial thoughts. The only thing I will say is, numerically, as dumb as this is, this has a chance to be not terrible depending on tuning, because, like, obviously the initial numbers are whatever. Death and Decay does, like, no fucking damage. Like, if I look at, let me pull up, I got a rank 1 parse on Midnight Falls, in our re-clear this week. So let me look at my, I think it's now a rank 3 or something, but I will... I will pull it up. From June 16th. All right. So in my rank 1 at the time, Midnight Falls parse, Death and Decay did 1.25% of my overall damage. So that, like, the fact that Death and Decay is getting buffed by, what is it? 100%. Its damage is getting buffed by 100%. Like, that is still a trivial amount of damage. So that is, like, that's not great. And now, that being said, I am playing Deathbringer. And if I recall, Sand Lane has a talent that makes Death and Decay do more damage. Let me find it. Yeah. Desecrate is Death and Decay does its damage 100% faster. But that is just, it does its damage faster, right? So, in theory, if you got more Death and Decays active, and it did its damage faster, and it did 100% more damage, then, like, the fact that Crimson Scourge is proccing more often is, like, not completely insignificant, but, like, it is still kind of insignificant. Like, it is still pretty trash, right? But, like, I do stand by this is an F tier set bonus. Like, it's fucking dog shit. But it is not, like, completely irredeemable, depending on if they tune it. Really, they need to give it something else. Like, also, giving you 5% crit chance is, like, it's not terrible, but that is, like, such a wacky payoff for like, Crimson Scourge. Like, you already use Crimson Scourge, but it's like a filler, right? It's when I don't really have anything else to press, or maybe, like, I'm trying to bank up my runic power, then I'll, like, use Crimson Scourge to, like, fill a GCD or something like that, because you obviously want to, like, if you're gonna press Death and Decay, you only ever really press Death and Decay with Crimson Scourge. You know, you can, in theory, actually, I don't even think without Shattering Bone, I don't really think there's ever a universe in which you press Death and Decay now without Crimson Scourge. But also, it's just because, like, the advantages of having Death and Decay up are just, like, very minimal at this point, and you get Crimson Scourge procs already, like, fairly often enough to where, like, you never really are starved for it. So, like, the Crimson Scourge chance to occur, if Death and Decay was tuned to be really hard-hitting, which currently it's not, then this would be okay. Like, I'm trying to think, like, am I overlooking, are there any talents? Like, Sanguine Ground causes you to deal more damage and receive more healing while standing in Death and Decay. Like, so that gives you more, like, advantage to having higher uptime in Death and Decay, but, like, you already do. Like, when it matters, like, I already have, like, for survivability, the healing doesn't matter. But, like, the damage amp, I always usually put up a Crimson Scourge Death and Decay, like, right around the time I'm doing my Dancing Rune Weapon burst window. So, like, really, the time, the value you get out of this is just, like, so meaningless? I don't know. It's not good. It's bad. Getting like 5% crit is, like, it's fine. Because, like, all it does is it's just, whenever you use Crimson Scourge, you get 5% crit, which is, like, something we're already doing, even, like, ignoring the fact that we get more procs, right? The fact that whenever we consume Crimson Scourge, we get, like, 5% crit, like, it's not terrible, honestly. Especially for Deathbringer. It's not terrible for Sand Lane either, but it's less impactful for them. And obviously, like, most people play Sand Lane, I still play Deathbringer. I am a big Deathbringer simp, but also I get rank 1 parses with Deathbringer, so, like, you know, bite me. I think that people really sleep on it. On some fights, it's really good, especially Deathbringer. So many people try and make Sand Lane work on prog when they, like, really shouldn't. It's like, it does minuscule, like, extra damage at this point for, like, a massive survivability loss. I'm actually genuinely surprised that they were playing it in the Race to World first. I don't know. I don't want to, like, say that Liquid and Echo were both wrong, but at the same time, like, on my first Midnight Falls kill, I played Deathbringer, and I got a rank 1 on my prog kill, and then I've gotten another rank 1 on farm. Like, I don't, you know, all I'm saying is, like, I have made Deathbringer work really, really well on that fight, and it is just objectively tankier. Like, so if I've managed to make it do more damage, and it is tankier, like, I don't know. But I do find it questionable. I really do. There have been very rare times where I've just genuinely like not understood the logic behind a Race to World First comp choice. And like in the end, I mean, Liquid didn't run Blood DK. Like they swapped off Blood DK, so it's not even like that ended up being a deciding factor in their win. So I don't know. You could almost argue that maybe like obviously them going Bear was like a bigger increase, but like they would have actually, I think, gotten more damage, because the problem is they're also playing a Sand Lane build. Even the Race to World First tanks on Prague were playing Sand Lane with like heavy defensive talents, but like you could actually take greedier damage options as Deathbringer while still being tankier than Sand Lane with like full defensive build, because Deathbringer just has really good passive mitigation. Like, I don't know. Again, I think that was the wrong call. I think actually I genuinely was ahead of the curve there in terms of figuring out the best Death Knight build, but you know, whatever. All that to say, it's minuscule. Also, like, so auto attacks, right? Here's the thing though. So this is like attack speed increased by 15%. I know owner said attack speed, what is this classic? Like that seems minor, right? But the Death and Decay doing 100% more damage, like Death and Decay is minuscule. Melee attacks accounted for 8.59% of my overall. And if this also affects Dancing Rune Weapon, then that could, like, that is less so. Dancing Rune Weapon auto attacks are lower, but it's possible that they are affected by this. But even if they aren't, you know, 15, I don't necessarily know if 15% increased attack speed translates to 15% more damage, but like 15% more damage, 15% more, actually, let's do the math here. Let's pretend it is a 15% increase. I did 3.8 million from my melee attacks. So 15 times 3.8 equals, I'll type it out. 15 times 3 800,000 equals divided by 100. It would translate to about 570,000 damage from a 15% buff to my auto attacks. And a 100% buff to Death and Decay on this fight would translate to 550k damage. Like, technically it's only while it's buffed by Crimson Scourge, but I'm pretty sure every single Death and Decay I cast was a Crimson Scourge Death and Decay. So, yeah, I don't think that we need to distinguish between that. So, doubling my Death and Decay damage would actually be lower than giving me a 15% increase to my melee hits. I don't know if 15% attack speed translates necessarily to just 15% more auto attack damage. It's possible it does. It's also possible it accounts for more, because another thing to consider is that there are a lot of things, not necessarily for blood that I can think of, but like, actually a good example is Void Claw Gauntlets trigger off your auto attacks, and I had 221k damage from that on this pull. So I would get more procs of Void Claw, presumably, across the entire fight with faster attack speed, because I would be doing at least more auto attacks. And there are certain things that will, like, activate on your autos. Permafrost, I don't know if that's still a thing. I can't remember. I think it is. Where is it? It is. But it's... No, it's here. Yeah, Permafrost. Your auto attack damage grants you an absorb shield equal to 30% of the damage dealt. So, like, honestly, the Blood DK set bonus, it is very uninspired, right? It is incredibly uninspired. I'm actually curious, has the Blood DK Discord said anything about it? Like, have they already done rough math? Because, like, the more I look into it, numerically, it actually might not be as terrible as I initially thought at a glance. But, like, I don't know. It's, yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. I mean, like, I at a glance, the Blood DK Discord, they don't have a pin, they don't have anything talking about it, but the general consensus seems to be everybody fucking hates it. Which, like, my initial reaction was F tier. It's a boring set bonus. No matter how you slice it, it's lame. It's not interesting. And okay, Kyrasis in his Discord posted thoughts on it. Okay, so Kyrasis did rough math that it is so as I expected, it's more damage for Sand Lane. Sand Lane gets plus 11% damage, Deathbringer gets 6%, and then Deathbringer gets in single target, I don't know if I said that. And then on AoE, Deathbringer gets 4%, Sand Lane gets 5 to 6. Now, obviously, that is, from what I can tell, Kyrasis' rough napkin math. But Artillery said top 20 Blood DK Falls logs, only 3 are Deathbringer. Well, you said you prefer Deathbringer to Sand Lane. Well, you came to the right place, because out of those 20 Midnight Falls Deathbringer logs, okay, I was about to say I am the number one. Some random fucking Korean guy, is that Korean or is that Chinese, apparently got a higher parse than me as Deathbringer. But if you look at Mythic Midnight Falls, my Deathbringer is Rossiliana. Or my Death Knight is Rossiliana. That's me. Hi. So yeah, I agree. I think Deathbringer is better. Now, like, obviously you can look at, like, the logs, right? You can see that Sand Lane has a higher ceiling, right? Like, I'm not going to deny that Sand Lane absolutely, when min-maxed to the extreme, can do more damage. But the gap is, like, fairly low, and Deathbringer is just tankier. So, on prog, if people are playing Sand Lane, I genuinely believe they're trolling. And the other thing is Sand Lane is very gear dependent, right? So, like, I am probably, for the first time, going to play Sand Lane on our next reclear, because I finally have, like, fucking Exodia. Like, I have the full, amazing Gigabyss, like, haste items finally fully assembled that I can use. So for our next reclear, I'm going to play Sand Lane with, like, the fully optimized super duper, like, Eye of Midnight and all that fancy shit build, and I'm going to try and go ham and see how many rank 1s I can get. But for our sale runs, I've been playing Deathbringer because, like, you can see I'm still doing crazy damage on Deathbringer, and it's so chill. Like, it's really, really, really easy. And also with, like, sale runs on Midnight Falls. I'm 5th when you filter out the Asian servers? Let's fucking go. You know what? I feel like you don't need to filter out the Asian servers, but, like, look, if that metric puts me ahead, then, like, W metric. But yeah, I'm right there with you. I think Deathbringer's fun as hell. Like, I don't know. I don't hate Sand Lane. Blood DK definitely right now, for either Sand Lane or Deathbringer, I think is, like, I'd say it's probably my favorite tank at the moment. Guardian Druid is definitely a close second, though. And so, Guardian, the one thing that's a bit of a bummer is, like, Blood DK is getting, like, basically 0 class changes in the next patch, which is, like, whatever. They're in a fine spot. They need numeric buffs, which I'm hoping that, obviously, it's a little bit too early. They're probably going to get Blood DK numeric buffs. But, I can't see a world in which that doesn't happen. But I do think that, like, you know, some minor additional tweaks would have been nice. But Guardian Druid was, like, it was my favorite going into the expansion, and it's still probably, like, my second favorite at the moment. But the bigger issue I've had with it is, like, the tuning has been kind of all over the place, and it's just been constantly alternating between, like, different builds. That being said, a lot of the changes, almost every change they've made for Guardian in these patch notes, I'm actually a big fan of. So I am, like, really big. Right now, like, my prop heli also, I think the prop heli changes are fantastic. My current prediction for tank comp, ignoring everything else, like, obviously this is not an official tank comp, right? Like, this is, so many things are going to change. But, like, the 2 tanks that I think have the most potential going into the next patch is Bear and Prop Paladin. I could absolutely see that being the comp. Obviously, you know, so much will change that, like, it could absolutely be something else. But, like, Brewmaster's really not getting much so far. Like, obviously, maybe they get Brewmaster changes, then I'd be much more up on Brewmaster. But with what I've seen so far, Prop Heli changes are phenomenal. Bear's already in a good spot, and bear changes are phenomenal. So, Bear, I think, like, I expected Bear to get nerfed. Bear's getting buffs. Bear's gonna go fucking crazy, man. I don't know. Like, those changes are really good. Bear also, we'll get to that in a little bit. I'm taking a while to yap about it, but Bear also is one of the few tier sets I actually kind of like. So, I don't know. You always filter them out. You can't compete with Chinese players and such. They are machines. Well, in fairness, though, like, I think that, yes, Chinese players definitely... The other thing is, like, some of their logs are a little bit skewed just because, like, they can run, I believe, more mythic clears. There's, like, some weird thing with, like, the Chinese lockout. But they don't have any inherent advantages. And So, when I killed Mythic Midnight Falls the very first time, at that time, it was a rank 1 parse with Deathbringer. And although I did not use the same build, so many people were playing Sand Lane, but then I saw one Chinese person playing Deathbringer, and they did okay with it. They were, like, in the middle of the pack. But I saw, like, hey, if they actually made Deathbringer work, like, maybe there's something to this. And the main thing I saw is they were running 30-second Deathbringer, which, like, at the time, I didn't see many people doing. At this point now, it's become kind of standard practice. But that was one of the earliest 30-second Deathbringer logs I saw. And that was like, okay, I've never really played around with 30-second Deathbringer. Like, how does that play? And then I tried it out, and then I swapped around some of the talents for, like, what my current build is. And, I mean, obviously the results speak for themselves. I got a rank 1 parse, right? And I would not have gotten the idea to even make that build in the first place if I hadn't seen a Chinese player running 30-second Deathbringer at all. So, I mean, you are right. They are machines. But definitely, I think it helps to study what they're doing and see if any inspiration can be gotten out of that. Apart from Lunar Beam, everything is great from Bear. Yeah, and, like, the Lunar Beam changes are in some ways good, in some ways bad. There are going to be fights where that change is bad, because the ability to reduce Lunar Beam CD by, like, sometimes you can spam Moonfire as you're, like, hiding and get reduced CD on Lunar Beam, which is, like, really nice. And I think overall, I like, my napkin math said that it was a nerf in practice. But it's not, like, that substantial of a nerf, right? It's like, it's fine. And there are also theoretically situations where if you can't do any damage to a boss, like, it could be better. But it is probably a slight nerf across the board. But it's a very minor nerf. But it does reduce RNG, and the other buffs are more than enough to compensate for it. Like, the Gory Fur looks, like, really, really, really good. I really like the redesign of Gory Fur. I'll read over that a little bit when we get to Bear. In fact, since I'm doing an extended yap session about tanks, right? I may as well read through the patch notes, the changes, class changes. There we go. You're playing Bear and DK? Yeah, that's our comp too. Bear and DK, I would be surprised if it wasn't the most common tank comp for Midnight Falls. It's just a really good comp. On our kill, I play DK, but then also for our split runs, because we're now doing, like, sales split runs, and we're still running Bear Blood DK, just, like, reversed. I'm playing Bear, my co-tank's playing Blood. So in one of our runs, I'm Blood, the other run I'm Bear. We have the same comp in both. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, the Blood changes are Permafrost grants a shield equal to 50% of damage dealt. Ironically, Permafrost benefiting more from attack speed, so it further buffs the attack speed bonus. I don't know, like, I actually, so Kyrasis is rough napkin math. Like, so let's say the Deathbringer numbers, 6% single target, 4% multi-target. Like, that's actually not a bad set bonus. Roughly 5% damage increase is, like, I would say, a relatively normal set bonus. I think most people want their set bonuses to be around, like, 10%, and then, like, Guardian Druid set bonus in Season 1 was, what, like, 14%? That's, like, on the extreme end. They were, like, one of the highest damage increase set bonuses. But that is rare. And, like, historically speaking, in previous patches, there have been some people who get, like, up to 30% damage from, like, an absolutely crazy set bonus. But that is, like, the exception, not the rule, right? But as boring as the Blood DK set bonus is, and like, I don't know, I think my initial ranking, I've kind of talked myself into it. I'll put in parens, it's boring, but maybe I was a tad too harsh, decent numerically, D. I'll promote it up to D tier, because I think, as shallow of a bonus as it seems to be, it's honestly not, like, the worst thing ever. Like, Brewmaster Monk in Season 1 got, like, a 1% damage increase from their set bonus. You can have worse set bonuses than the Death and Decay set bonus. DK Grip is too good, yeah. I will say, though, like, with the nerfed crystal spread right now, you probably don't need Mass Grip anymore. It still is very powerful. Like, it really does completely trivialize the first and third sets. But you absolutely can do those. Before, obviously, like, Liquid killed without it, which is fucking crazy. But they have, like, super coordinated knockbacks and whatnot. But before the nerfs, for anybody that wasn't, like, Liquid, really, you needed to have the Mass Grip. Provide more detail. Most cases are due to understanding. Yeah, somebody's saying the arrow disappeared on them, which just means they probably didn't read. We'll see. I mean, there's a rare case where there's an actual bug, but one thing that, like, I don't know, it's gonna be hard to set that up, but I want to get this implemented soon, is I'm gonna change it so, like, when you don't have an arrow, right? So when you need to read something and mark it as complete, right now the arrow disappears. And, like, the amount of times when somebody sees that and they're like, oh my god, the arrow's gone! Where did it go? And they don't, like, look over here and, like, read the thing that says, make sure you read and understand this. They're just like, oh my god, arrow gone, what do I do? So I'm gonna just, like, make it so whenever there's a readme step, like, the arrow gets replaced by text that says, no arrow, read the panel, or something like that. That way people at least know, hey, you know, dum-dum, go read the fucking thing that you're supposed to do. Which, like, I don't know, I never thought that would be required, but, like, enough people have, like, had a crazy freak out because, like, the arrow disappeared, and, like, man, I don't know, it's just, like, think for yourself a little bit, like, understand. There's a few things where, like, what I admittedly never expected is that, like, the moment the arrow disappears, some people, like, genuinely have a fucking meltdown, and, like I don't know. I'll wait to see what this person says, but, like, already, I uninstalled and reinstalled the add-on and updated it. Like, because the arrow disappeared? Like, every single time, which is rare, that there's been an actual, the arrow is disappearing when it's not supposed to, which usually when that happens, it's because I have the wrong map ID. And like I said, that's a mistake I've only made, like, once or twice. Even when that happens, it's for, like, 1 or 2 steps. And then if you do, like, the next quest, it reappears. And it's like, okay, like, could you not have, like, read the step you're on, figured it out, and then, like, gone back? Like, you couldn't do one quest without the arrow? It's a little bit confusing. But I don't know, we'll see. There's also, what was the other one? The arrow can't go cross continents, right? So another one that, like, some people get confused by is, like, use your Arcantina key. So I'll probably have to replace the arrow with, like, certain steps of, like, use Arcantina key or something like that, because I can't point to, like, an instance. You know, how do I point to how do I point an arrow to the Arcantina? Like, if you're teleporting there with the key, like, it's just use the object. So I'll have to think of ways to do that, but I think because enough people have, like, gotten confused by that, it's worth doing. The problem is that requires me to, like, I'll have to do a lot of different, like, stuff with the code, because obviously the way that I currently display the arrow isn't built to handle that. So I'll have to do a whole new set of code and then, like, get a whole new design for that kind of thing. But the add-on is called Follow the Arrow. What am I supposed to do if the arrow's gone? Exactly.
Keep an eye out for
Arrow disappeared, instructions unclear, reformatted your hard drive, burned your house down, moved to another country, started over. Ugh. I also, so one thing that I had somebody say that the arrow was stuck for them because they were at a location where it was pointing down, and they were like, the arrow's not moving, and they sent me a clip of them flying around. And it was Fairbreeze Village. They flew around in a circle in Fairbreeze Village, and they said, see, the arrow is stuck. The yards are changing, but the arrow isn't pointing anywhere. What do I do? And they said they literally spent like over 30 minutes trying to figure out what to do. And I'm like, man, the arrow's pointing down because you're at your location. Like, and you can see, like, in the clip they sent me, all of their quests are done, and they had, like, kill lightworms, like, 6 out of 8 or something like that. So, this person spent, like, 30 minutes trying to understand why the yards weren't moving, or the yards were changing, but the arrow is still pointing down. And at no point did they, like, look over and be like, gee, this quest has, like, 2 more lightworms that I need to kill. I wonder where I'm supposed to do that. Oh, the arrow is pointing down at a 200-yard radius area where I could find lightworms? Oh, gee. Like, I don't know. That one... So, one of the nice things is that specific issue will be fixed very shortly. My friend is designing a reworked version of the pointing down arrow because, like, the problem is my original iteration of the arrow, right, when it's just a 2D image, how do I make, like, real verticality? So, you can see here, normally the arrow would, like, spin around, and then when you're at your location, it points downwards, it's green, and then it bounces up and down slightly. That's kind of the idea. Normally, if it's pointing away, it's red. So the idea is that whenever the arrow is pointing in this direction, it's red, except when you're at your location, at which point it's green. And, like, I can understand how a few people got a little bit confused by that. That person, I don't know how they got that confused. But definitely, it's a little bit unclear, but I simply had no other way to make it work. But now that, as you can see, the arrow is more 3D, the updated version of this is an arrow pointing down, rotating round in a circle, right? So, because we can do the 3D modeling, we can spin the arrow around. So, obviously, like, it rotates to change direction, but it'll rotate in the other direction. It'll be facing down and then rotating, like, horizontally, and you'll be able to very clearly see. So that is, like, that will be a very distinctive visual that is, like, a lot different than the current one. Right now, honestly, this works out pretty well, because obviously I'm still using the old arrow for the pointing down, so it's pretty abrupt when you see that it changes, right? So, in the meantime, I think that serves as a good stopgap, but the pointing down arrow, I think is done, actually. I'll have to look. I think she sent it over the other day. But I need to figure out the code to actually get that implemented properly. But that should hopefully solve any of those issues, because that is, like, you absolutely will notice that the arrow is, like, pointing in a different direction. There's a reason so many things have do not eat on them. So true. There are billions of top Chinese players, of course, better than the Western people. Hey, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm better than those Chinese tanks. Just saying. We'll see, though. Please make a video with the best bugs people have found. Kind of funny to hear that stuff. But I will say, I kind of do, but it's on Patreon. So I have discussed that in a few of the behind-the-scenes Patreon videos. I don't think... That's like... I've talked about them, like, in passing on streams and stuff like that. But that would never be, like, a dedicated video topic. But I've actually showcased in a few Patreon videos, like, the process of bug fixing and some of, like, the weird bugs. Like, the entire process of fixing these quests in Atalabasi to get the arrow working here properly, that was a whole project. That took hours and hours and hours to get working. I had to develop a lot of new technology just for these quests. The nice thing is now, not only are they working properly, but all the stuff that I've developed to handle these particular janky quests will also help me design future quests, if there's ones as complex as that. Do not iron clothing while wearing them. Oh boy. Yeah, I was correct. They were doing a quest to teleport to Voidstorm. They probably checked off the step to do the Voidstorm portal, and they were not in Voidstorm, so they got confused. I will say, so that is another common thing that people have gotten confused about. Because like there's the steps to enter delves and to enter zones. The problem is a lot of people, they do kind of skim, right? So they see enter the portal to Harrandar, which points you to the portal to Harrandar, but then they just kind of, yeah, check. Ah, shit, where do I go? Ah, fuck, where's the arrow? And then what I'm going to do, this actually, I do already have the technology to handle this, but it's just going to be a lot of like manual coding for every single quest, so I've been like waiting to do that. I don't know if I'll do that next update, but like soon. But I actually do have a way to handle multiple different zones, right? So if there's a quest in Voidstorm, I have, like, by default, usually what I do is, like, if an entire step takes place in Voidstorm, I just declare the map ID at the start of the step, and then I just put XY coords for the individual ones. If there's a random map ID that takes place in a different step, which, like, a good example of that would be Harrandar. Harrandar, the den is a different map ID, because you can see, like, you open this up, it's a different map, right? So the coordinates I give are within the den itself. So, like, the innkeeper is a different map ID than the stuff in actual Harrandar proper. So for, like, a Harrandar step, I'll declare Harrandar's map ID at the start, and then within the line for the innkeeper step, I'll put map ID equals and then the den, and that overrides it, right? But what I can also do, and I actually added this very early on because there's certain quests, specifically the very first quest in Midnight, the one where you talk to Lady Liadrin, takes place in Stormwind, in Orgrimmar, and in Dornogal. So I wanted to make sure, and this was hard to do, the actual, like, initial setup of that was a fucking nightmare. I wanted to make sure that it automatically detects which map you're on, and then if it has a set of coordinates for that map, it shows it. But what that also means is that if you're on the quest to speak to Lady Liadrin, you can take the portal, you can be in Dornogal, and it'll be pointing you to Dornogal. Then you take the portal to Stormwind, and then it immediately updates to point towards Liadrin in Stormwind. And the way that I did that is I can pass, like, an array of coordinates with their map IDs, if I want to. So instead of just a normal set of coordinates, I can pass, like, for map ID whatever, this is the set of coordinates. For this other map ID, another set of coordinates. And by doing it that way, what I could theoretically do for this particular instance is, in the case of, like, this person's thing that they were confused about. So they were doing, what quest is it? They were doing Researching the Storm, which is like, you know, the guide tells you to go here to Voidstorm, and then the first thing it does is you go over here, and you do Researching the Storm, right? You pick this up, you talk to the console, etc. So, right now, I only have a set of coordinates for Voidstorm. What I could, in theory, do is make it so for the Researching the Storm thing, if you're in the Voidstorm map ID, it works normally. But then if you are not in the Voidstorm map ID, if you are in the Silvermoon City map ID, it instead points to... what's it called? Whenever the loading screen loads. It instead points to here, these coordinates, right here. Whatever this is for Silvermoon. So that way, I basically pass two sets of coordinates. If you're in Silvermoon, it passes you coordinates for the Silvermoon Voidstorm portal. If you're in Voidstorm, it gets the coordinates for the actual quest objective. But that way there's like a bonus stopgap for if people cancel it early, then the first step of the next objective points them there. Delves are another example of this, where I have a step that tells you to go to the delve, but a few times people have, like, just gone, yeah, whatever, checked it all off, and then they're just like, where the fuck? Where the fuck do I go? Where's the delve? And it, like, the next step is pick up the Delver's Call quest, because you do that inside the delve, but, like, a few people now have messaged me saying, you forgot to put the coordinates for the Delver's Call quest, I'm flying in circles around Harrandar, and I can't find it, help me, please! I'm like, dude, it's in the delve. You skipped the step that said to go to the delve, and then you're trying to, like, look around the zone for it? No wonder you can't find it, you're in the wrong fucking place! So, what I'll do next time is after you skip the delve step, the initial step in the delve, which is usually, I think in most cases, pick up the Delver's Call quest, it will have coordinates for inside the delve, and then it'll have coordinates for whatever the zone is, and then those coordinates will just be the entrance of the delve. That way, if you do skip the step, it directs you there, either way. So, like, I can do that, but, like, I have to manually code that in for every single quest like that. And then, you know, obviously double check to make sure it works properly. I'm pretty sure that my code would handle that, so I'm not too concerned about it, but it's just, that would be a lot, right? So, I'll do it, but I want to make sure, obviously, if I'm going to do that, I would want to make sure I do it for every single relevant step. So, it would take a little bit of time to get all of that set up. Just tested it. Answering another Discord question. Okay. Somebody asked about the Void Assault areas. What else was oh yeah, we were talking about tanks, right? That's what we were yapping about. But yeah, so Blood DK, overall thoughts. I think I changed my rating to a D tier. I don't like the set bonus. I still think it's boring. I'm still sad that they gave Blood DK such like a mediocre set bonus, considering I was liking it. Oh yeah, and then I was also reading the other changes. So one thing to keep in mind, right, is player health and creature damage has been increased by 25%. And in order to account for that, they have buffed a lot of healing spells. So it's important to keep in mind that like Blood DK gets like more leech, relish in blood healing, rapid decomposition gives more healing, sanguinary burst gives more healing, umbilicus eternus gives more healing. Like, these aren't really buffs. They are changes to account for the fact that, like, the health pool is larger. Which, honestly, is a buff for Blood DK. Like, that overall change is actually pretty good for Blood. Probably more so than most other tanks. So that's nice. But that is not really that significant. The permafrost buff is a little bit more interesting just because we get extra synergy. But I mean, if I look at my healing, like how much healing did I actually get out of permafrost in my shit. I accidentally closed my log. I mean, I can find it pretty easily. How much permafrost healing did I get in my last kill? Yeah, I think permafrost is frost shield, right? Actually, not bad. It did about 16% of my overall healing, 6 million healing. So, like, honestly, that's pretty good. And, like, absorb shields are really good for blood, obviously, because it gives them more effective HP. So that's not bad. That is not bad at all. I mean, so the thing with Blood DK, though, is whether or not they buff Blood DK or not, like, Blood is not Turbo Dogwater tier at the moment. It's not, like, incredibly strong, but it's not bad. There have been tiers where Blood DK was just kind of absolutely dog shit. And frankly, even in a lot of those tiers, Blood still got brought on some fights because of Mass Grip. So, you know, it's, yeah, they're really, if they design a fight where Mass Grip is helpful, you're probably going to run Blood. And, like, really, whether or not Blood DK is tuned to be strong or weak, I don't know. I really don't like that that's how it always ends up being. It's kind of annoying that that's, like, the case. And because then also, like, you have tiers like Sepulchre or Mirtrisol, where Blood DK is just genuinely really, really strong. And then in those tiers, Blood DK is just kind of like the only tank that you really care about, because it's just so much stronger than everything else and brings crucial utility. So, I don't know. It's, like, the last tier I can remember, like, Undermine was an interesting tier, because Undermine, Blood was not bad, but also there was no fight where Blood DK was, like, actually that important on. It was helpful to have on sticks, but not mandatory, and many guilds did it without a Blood DK. So, despite actually not being, I think it was, like, on the upper end, like, above average for damage, it actually wasn't, run. And yeah, I think even, like, it definitely saw more play in, like, casual guilds and stuff like that. Obviously, Narubar Palace had Ovanax. Blood DKs in Narubar Palace were weird, because, like, actually, around the time of Ovanax, Blood DK tuning was arguably very bad. They were not doing super great. Deathbringer Blood was, like, okay, and ironically, on fights like Ovanax, it actually was pretty good, just because, like, the burst AoE with, like, the potential high roll for sights was very strong. And then they reworked Sand Lane, and then Sand Lane Blood ended up being crazy good. So by the end of the tier, Blood DK was actually just very strong. And MFO was weird. I don't know. I mean, I played Brew, but also, like, my co-tank was always Blood. So I actually, I can't remember if I might have gotten, like, on one of our split runs a Blood DK kill by the end. I can't remember. I actually don't think I did. I don't think I ever did. I played Prot Warrior in one of our split runs, but I'm pretty sure somebody else was always playing Blood. Interesting. But yeah, Blood DK was obviously good in MFO, but, like, that's kind of the thing, where Blood DK and MFO was, like, it wasn't that strong. It did significantly less damage than Prot Warrior and Brewmaster, but Mass Grips specifically on Dementius were, like, kind of mandatory, so you always ran Blood. And then, like, look at right now. Blood DK damage is not particularly strong. It's getting gapped by a lot of different tanks, and yet it's still consistently run on Midnight Falls. It's like the entire Dragon's strategy revolves around having multiple Blood DKs, pretty much. It's a very, very, very good tank to have, and it's not even tuned incredibly well. So that's just kind of Blood DK. So unless Blood is, like, absolutely turbo ass next year, and there is no relevant fight where grips matter, which, like, at this point, they're dying on the hill of, like, Death Knight grip being a raid buff. So they're probably going to do it again to try and make, like, DPS DK relevant, and by association, Blood will probably be good, too. And in that case, yeah, Blood will probably be nice to have. I can't see a world in which, like, you don't want to prep Blood going into the next tier. I think that is, at the very least, a safe bet. But the changes are, like, kind of mediocre. They're like, whatever. I'm not too inspired by them. Now, Vengeance Demon Hunter. So, for context, I am not a big fan of current Vengeance. I know some people who really like it. I will admit, so I have played around with Vengeance a little bit more, specifically on... in fact, I may as well swap over. I'm just kind of sitting here on my Shaman. But as I've been playing this character... in fact, actually, yeah, you can see I'm spec'd into Vengeance right now on my Demon Hunter. I found it to be a little bit more efficient for farming tier 11 delves. I haven't really played my Demon Hunter in, like, a few weeks, ever since I've started getting my healers more geared up. It's just, at this point, I've maxed my Delver's call, or whatever, the Delver's Journey. I've maxed it already on Europe. But while I was trying to max that, I was doing a lot of grinding on my Demon Hunter so that I didn't have to waste keys on my healers. And for a lot of those runs, I played Vengeance a little bit more. Now, obviously, like, I have not done, I think, a single key on Vengeance this season. I will probably, you know, by the end of the season, get Keystone Hero on it. Just to say I did get, like, all my 10s done. On my North American DH, that is. But I don't love it. I think, I was talking to my co-tank about it, and, like, he kind of brought up some good points, which is... He thinks that later in the expansion, it has the potential to be really good with, like, really, really high haste. Which, like, I'm pretty sure right now they stack shitloads of haste, right? Let me see. I haven't even really looked at like optimizing stats or whatever. Yeah, right now Vengeance is like a haste number. Haste and then crit. Alright, makes sense. But he thinks that because of the way that like haste works with like Fracture and Spirit Bomb and like getting the meta resets and whatever, there is a chance that later in the expansion, when like stats are overall higher, really high haste Vengeance could snowball to a point where it's like doing really good damage. In theory, and also like that would give you really high meta uptime, so defensively Vengeance could be at a point where like they're doing a lot of damage, they're doing like they're in meta a lot, so their like defensive uptime is like really strong, and it no longer feels like as RNG. And then obviously because they're doing like more damage, they're healing for more. In theory, I could see that. It has more snowball potential than like some of the other tanks, right? Where like their ability to like get value out of stats is like a little bit more limited. Like obviously more haste on Sand Lane will make it stronger, but like it won't reach a breakpoint where it's like just getting infinite meta resets, and like the possibilities there are potentially quite strong. So I hadn't really thought about that, and I could definitely see how that would feel better, because definitely like I don't like the Apex talent for Vengeance, but the idea of it being like a much more frequent proc and something that you can like realistically weave into your rotation, instead of it just like sometimes happening at an inopportune time and you being like, well, this is kind of a wasted Spirit Bomb, but whatever. I could see that being interesting. I think for me, one thing I just like, I don't like Annihilator. I'm pretty sure everybody plays Annihilator, right? Like I haven't, again, I really have not looked at this at all for Vengeance, just because like the other thing for Vengeance is, not a single person is playing Eldrachi. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. I knew Annihilator was better, but I didn't realize it was that dominant, which kind of makes sense. Like, it's just the entire design of, like, the Apex talents and stuff just kind of relies on it. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit weird. Is there anything? I'm not running Fallout right now, which actually I should be running, but I'm not actively playing this. Obviously, if I was trying to do M+ dungeons in this, I would optimize it a little bit more. But it's whatever. But I could definitely see what my co-tank sees with that. I still don't necessarily think it's like that amazing of a rotation. Right now, especially the RNG inherent in the meta procs, I really dislike. I just really don't think it feels fun to play as a result. It's just quite frustrating. I don't know. It bugs me. So I am not a big fan of Vengeance, right? And also for the context, right? So when I say this, for anybody who hasn't been watching my stream for a while, I used to be one of the best Vengeance Demon Hunter players in the world back in like BFA through what's it called? Well, definitely Legion through like early Shadowlands. Honestly, Shadowlands is where I started like not enjoying the spec as much. Ironically, right around the time when it got reworked to be better. So I used to love this spec, right? So it's not like I just fucking hate Vengeance. I used to really like it. But honestly, ever since I've stopped being mostly a Vengeance Demon Hunter one-trick, I've started playing like all the other tanks more. And now the irony is I play like all 5 tanks except Vengeance, just because I have not... Well, I haven't really enjoyed the playstyle of the spec, with the exception of Aberrus. I came back to it for Aberrus, and my log page is just 100s, and then there's like a single rank 2 parse that I got that I never managed to get rank 1 on that blemishes my beautiful log page full of 100 Vengeance Demon Hunter parses. So I did return to it in Aberrus, absolutely mopped the floor with every other Vengeance player, and then I went back to hating it because I really hated the Emerger Sigil rework, where the entire fucking playstyle was just drop Sigil of Flame. Absolute boring dog shit. Fucking hate that. Exactly, when Spirit Bomb was cool. When Spirit Bomb is fun to play around, that is when Vengeance is at its peak. And right now, it's kind of like, it just feels like a replacement Soul Cleave every now and then when you have it off cooldown. I don't know. I don't really like the current design. I will admit that I think the current iteration of Vengeance is better than like War Within Vengeance, which I didn't really like, but also, as much as I overall didn't love War Within, what was it? The Felscarred Vengeance Demon Hunter was absolutely turbo dog shit, and I don't know how anybody thinks that it was a decent design. It was one of the worst iterations of any tank I've ever played. Felsguard Vengeance. Fucking horrible dog shit. Anybody who enjoyed that is fucking mentally brain damaged. But Eldrachi Demon Hunter, Eldrachi Vengeance was okay. Eldrachi Vengeance, especially in Undermine, was like decent with the hunt resets. I didn't hate it, but rest of it was whatever. Have I seen Eldrachi Reaver Vengeance Demon Hunter in M+, currently #1 NA? Oh, I was looking at logs, not Radar.io. I mean, I can imagine that, yeah, Eldrachi was always a significantly better M+ build than raid builds. But let me look at. I mean, I can't imagine like it's remotely better than any of the other tanks, but I can imagine that yes, for all I know, the top M+ build is that. It has definitely one of the lowest sample sizes. If I look at spec leaderboards. Here's what is the lowest ranked tank? Kyrasis is the rank 1 blood, unsurprising. At 4.8k or 4.08. And then Vengeance is the #1 Vengeance is slightly higher. Well, I mean the person you're referring to is not the #1 Vengeance. They are. I mean they might be the #1 US Vengeance, but they're below a bunch of Chinese and even a European person. But yeah, I mean they seem to be playing Eldrachi. The rank 1 Chinese person is playing Annihilator. So, are they actually, did they play that in keys? Or is that just what they logged out as? Let me double check. I can't see their builds. Okay, I guess it must be like the Chinese armory. They logged out as Annihilator, but I mean, it's entirely possible that they play that for raid. Can I see the top European person? Top European person, their best run is... how do I... check this? Okay, yeah, no, the top... The actual... Even if we're not including Chinese players... From what I can tell, the top European, which would be top non-Chinese Vengeance Demon Hunter, is also playing Annihilator. So at the very least, it is not like a default that people are playing Eldrachi and M+. Yeah, this is in keys. I'm looking at Radar.io. This is for M+. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I believe you that it is probably, like, fine. Right? It is... Okay, what the heck is... My, unfortunately, I'm trying to look at this on my old computer, and it's, like, it's glitching out a little bit, so I'm trying to reopen Chrome to fix it. I'm just hoping that doesn't cause any issues. Shouldn't be. And then I'm curious, so the top Chinese Demon Hunter is slightly higher than Kyrasis' rating. Guardian is #1 at the moment. I know Monk is 2nd on score. And they are so far ahead of both of them. What about Prop Pally? Yeah, Prop Pally's pretty far ahead too. Definitely further ahead than both Blood and Vengeance. And then I think I looked at everything except Warrior, right? Yeah. Warrior, where is Prot Warrior? My bet is that Prot Warrior is doing pretty well. Yeah, Prot Warrior is actually slightly below Prop Pally, but definitely still higher than Blood and Vengeance. Does not surprise me. Yeah. And that's an M+. Mostly people play Annihilator. Eldrachi Reaver is not played much at all. You were just mentioning the #1 NA spec is playing it. Yeah. No, that's a fair point. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you bringing that up. Because like I said, I have not looked into this much at all, because the reality is, I mean, Vengeance is just not good right now. Vengeance is not strong, and it's not fun to play, and like even outside of that, at least personally, I do not think it's fun to play. Even outside of that, I mean, I don't think Devourer is going to be terrible, right? Like, unless Devourer and Havoc both get nerfed into Oblivion, when both of them are already pretty good, and I guess we'll see how that ends up being next patch, but historically, the last time Vengeance was played in the Race the World First was Nathria. And Vengeance traditionally just doesn't see that much play. Like, the last time I played Vengeance was Aberrus, and it wasn't even the best tank in Aberrus. It was, like, technically speaking, I think the 4th best tank in Aberrus behind Paladin, definitely behind Paladin and Brew, and then it was, like, it was technically ahead of Bear early on, and then when Bear got its rework, Bear was, like, up there with Paladin and Brew. It was better than Warrior. I think Warrior was, like, by far the weakest spec in Aberrus, if I recall. It might have been better than Blood, I don't know. But I know Blood at least was significantly more popular because a lot of people just like Blood. But Blood was fairly weak in Aberrus. But even then, like, Vengeance was very hard to play. It was still, like, I think the lowest population tank when I played it in Aberrus, just because even though it was like very close behind the top 3 tanks, like, I was getting rank 1 parses and I was still losing to, like, you know, orange generic, like, 95 parse Brewmaster Pally druids, just because, like, I had to bust my fucking ass to get those rank 1s and I would still lose. And then Vengeance, like, really brought nothing to the table in terms of utility. Havoc was still good that tier, so, like, there wasn't a reason to bring Vengeance. And I was just playing it because I liked it and because I was good at it. But there was no actual reason to play it. And obviously, the rest of the world first didn't play it. Vengeance was your favorite tank for so long? Same, dude. Fucking same. I really hope we end up getting Legion Classic, because Legion Vengeance was just so fucking good. Like, the reason why Aberrus makes me so sad, because Aberrus was basically a modernized, really good version of Legion Vengeance, and then instead of just building in that direction, they just turned it into this fucking abomination. And just why? Like, you had it right there. Legion Vengeance was peak, and then you took it and made it better for Aberrus, and then just in a Miracle they threw that all away. And Vengeance is, like, it was... I was going to say it's gone back to being irrelevant. It is irrelevant now. And in raids, it has continued to be irrelevant. Like, it was okay in Miracle just because it was so obscenely overtuned. And even then, it still wasn't the... It was, like, roughly tied for, like, 4th place again with Brewmaster Monk. It was once again better than Warrior, which was, like, kind of eh. And it was better than Bear, which got, like, fucking orbital nuked after they briefly were good in Zerala Cavern patch. But obviously, like, that tier, Prop Paladin and Blood DK were, like, king, and then Vengeance and Monk were both, like, playable. They were both good, but neither was, like, absolutely meta. And even then, I thought the Spam Sigil Flame build was fucking turbo dog shit, and I absolutely hated every bit of it. And I refused to play it, so that made me really sad. And that design, while very strong for M+, and obviously made it the best M+ tank, even though it wasn't good in Raid, like, I think it was fucking miserable. I don't understand how people like it. I understand why people played it, right? It was really strong in M+, but whenever people are like, oh, I missed that strong iteration of Vengeance, it's like, what do you mean? That iteration of Vengeance was absolute fucking ass. Like, you can have a fun, viable M+ tank that doesn't feel like shit to play. Like, you don't need to... Just because... A lot of times people will be like, just because they played the spec because it was meta, they'll, like, pretend as if it was really good and they missed that version of the spec. It's like, no, you missed being able to play a really broken spec that just got you carried through keys. You know, at least if you have a functioning frontal lobe, you don't actually miss that iteration of the spec, because that iteration of the spec is just fucking dog shit, right? It's just not fun, especially compared to what it used to be. The other issue is that you have a lot of people who never played old Vengeance, and they only played Vengeance starting in Emir Drasul when it was fucking broken. So the only iteration of spec they ever knew was that, and they don't realize how much better it used to be before every single bit of interesting, like, design Vengeance had got completely removed from it in favor of Harder Sigil Flame. And then, okay, so, like, all that to say, right? With that context, I think that is actually the perfect amount of context to now say... the tier set bonus for Vengeance is, drumroll, Sigil of Flame's damage over time is increased by 50%. So, I just got done saying how I fucking hate Herder Sigil of Flame build. So, imagine how I felt when that was the first line of text on the fucking Vengeance set bonus. Oh, fuck me, dude. I already knew. I knew it was going to be that shit. And then Soul Cleave increases the duration of Sigil of Flame on your primary target. Like, genuinely, I want whoever is designing Vengeance, and whoever thinks that the only relevant ability Vengeance has is Sigil of Flame, I want that developer fucking shot in the head and replaced with literally anybody else. Because they need to get out of the fucking kitchen. Please stop! Like, Vengeance has other abilities that are not Sigil of Flame. We can do other things with the fucking class design. Like, there's so much stuff that you could do with Vengeance instead of making the 50th fucking Sigil of Flame tier set, for the love of God. Why? Like, what is even Vengeance's set bonus right now? I genuinely have never read it. Okay, fracture damage and then fracture proc. Yeah, it's season 1 bonus, does nothing. But like, they just, it's always Sigil of Flame, dude. Like, the most recent tier set bonus that I thought was actually interesting, and I still didn't love that iteration of Vengeance, but it was like better than nothing, was Undermine, where you got like hunt resets to get like the free glaives, because like with Eldrachi that was like interesting, and it wasn't just fucking Sigil of Flame again. I don't even remember what their Mana Forge Omega set bonus was. Mana Forge Omega set bonuses. Mana Forge Omega tier set overview, blah 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 blah. Oh right, yeah, we had the fucking the spec, the hero talent one. Right, yeah, so that was the your Eldrachi gets more empowered, and then entering Demon Surge shatters a soul fragment and does more so yeah, basically just like the existing whatever. I mean, that wasn't Sigil of Flame, but also I think the Reavers are the Eldrachi one was a little bit more interesting. I cannot possibly tell you which one was stronger. I did not look at Vengeance, I think, at all that patch. I'm pretty sure I got Keystone Hero, and I just played Eldrachi and just kind of was like, you know, the Wounded Quarigo Burr is like the only thought in my head. I don't think I played Felscarred. I played like 3 keys of Felscarred Vengeance on stream, actually, so you can find the VOD somewhere. And I had such a miserable experience that I immediately, mid-stream, looked up the Eldrachi build, swapped to it, and then that is the only build I ever played for like the remainder of the expansion whenever I, admittedly briefly, played my Demon Hunter for the rest of War Within. And I mean, I think Eldrachi was significantly more well-designed. But yeah. Yo, dog, we heard you like Sigil of Flame, so here's some Sigil of Flame while you use Sigil of Flame. Yeah, it's fucking... Man, it's a bummer, for sure. Fucking another Sigil of Flame thing. It's just like... I don't know. The other thing is, like, so Immolation Aura and Sigil of Spite deal 100% increased damage against targets affected by your Sigil of Flame. Like, I mean... So Sigil of Spite doing more damage is, like... The nice thing about that is you do Sigil of Flame and into Sigil of Spite as, like, the snap threat from that would be quite good. So that is something. I guess. Like, I don't know how relevant that is. Like, if I look at... let me look at Warcraft logs, right? So if I look at Warcraft logs, let's look... We were looking at Blood DK Midnight Falls. Well, we were looking at my Midnight Falls parse, but I'll just pick... Vengeance, Midnight Falls. Let me look at the number 1 parse currently. And the number 1 Blood DK, their Sigil of Spite does 2% of their damage. So, I mean, it's better than buffing Death and Decay, but not by much. And Sigil of Flame currently does an extremely small amount of damage, about 1.46. So, the Sigil of Flame buff, and that actually, I believe, because Sigil of Flame, it does it... Yeah, so they only buff the dot portion. So it's actually not even a flat 50%. Most of its damage is part of the dot. So it is still more of a buff than if it was like the instant damage. But like that's still like the 2 set is kind of whatever. And like there's not even anything you get by having Sigil of Flame, right? Like there's like obviously Fiery Brand gives you something. So if it like imagine crazy thought, right? What if instead of Sigil of Flames damage over time is increased, what if, I don't know, like Fiery Brand's damage over time is increased by 50%, and Soul Cleave increases the duration of fucking Fiery Brands, right? Like, hello? Wouldn't that just be better? Like, I don't know, maybe that would be too strong, but like that, like we've had times where you can do that, where you can extend the duration of Fiery Brand. Like, that's just way more interesting. Instead of you extend the duration of a passive fire dot that does fucking nothing. Like, what? Why, man? And then, like, Immolation Aura doing more damage. Like, Lottie fucking da. Like, who cares? It doesn't, like, really meaningfully do anything. Like, how much damage did their Immolation Aura do? Their Immolation Aura did 3% of their damage. So, like, a little bit more than Sigil Spite. So, like, yeah, Immolation Aura doing double damage, like, that would be a noticeable damage increase. I have no idea how much overall damage this would be. My initial reaction, by the way, that I posted when I first read this was, numerically it could be okay, no idea, gameplay-wise it's boring dog shit, D tier. I think originally I put F tier, I bumped it up to D tier. It's like, it's kind of similar to Blood, where, like, numerically, I don't know, like, it could be fine, but, like, who cares? The only remotely interesting part of this is that you get better snap threat off Sigil of Spite. Sigil of Flame and Sigil of Spite is, like, an M+ opener, could be, like, really good snap threat, but, like, that's, like, who gives a shit, man? Like, why is this the set bonus again? It's so lame. You've been a DH main since Legion, Rain, or Shine, but you're tired? Yeah. No, I feel you. It's rough. I think there's some people in Blizzard who are obsessive to some things, like, kind of, but really, the Vengeance thing is just nobody at Blizzard plays Vengeance. Genuinely. Like, if you played Vengeance back in the day and you watched the changes they made, it's just meaningless dog shit. Like, they would just tweak a number that does not fucking matter at all. They have no idea what to do with the spec. The only reason we got Aberrus Vengeance Demon Hunter is by pure accident. They threw it out a set bonus. They had to, like, nerf it multiple times, mind you. So they didn't realize how strong it was. And then even after the nerfs, it was still pretty good. And it was fun. It was really, really, really fun to play with. But it was, like, janky. They got nerfed multiple times because they didn't realize how strong it actually was because they don't know how fucking Vengeance plays. And then because they don't know how fucking Vengeance plays, they're just like... I still... every now and then, like, I think back to the blue post where they're like, you know what we think the core spec identity of Vengeance is? Sigils. And I'm just like, fucking what? Sigils are a utility spell. Like, Sigils have always been the utility for Vengeance. Sigil of Silence, Sigil of Misery. Like, I mean, it's basically the same thing as saying we think the core identity of Death Knight is Grips, which, like, ironically, they kind of do. They shouldn't, but they kind of do. I just, like, like, really, it feels like, imagine if they just gave you, like, a new type of grip, kind of, I mean, really, like, a A-bomb limb, where, but it's like an A-bomb limb that you have to use as part of your rotation, where it's just, like, you grip the target, but, like, you don't actually do anything special to them, it just does damage, and it gives you buffs. It just, I don't know, that's how I feel about, like, Sigils being damaged. Like, the problem to me with them saying that is, like, that blue post really solidified to me that they just have no fucking clue what Vengeance is for the people who actually like it, like me, like, the other friends I had who used to play Vengeance before it got turned into fucking dog shit. Because, yeah, a Sigil of Chains obviously is, technically it's still there. I mean, you can run it. Frankly, it's in a better spot now. The fact it replaces Misery is, I didn't even realize that. That's fucking annoying. But the core identity for Vengeance was always resource management. Like, the only people who played Vengeance for, like, fucking 3 to 4 years in a row, like me, were the people who adored the sole resource management component of it. Of, like, they want to have the really big complex burst window of, like, Fiery Brand Soul Carver, and then, like, you're spamming Fracture and, like, detonating Spirit Bomb repeatedly. And the entire thing is about juggling all of your soul generation to, like, maximize your Spirit Bombs to do, like, crazy damage. That was Vengeance. That was, like, the entire fucking spec. That was its identity. It had a very clear identity, a very fun identity. Like, this isn't fucking hard to figure out. That was the entire fucking spec. And they somehow looked at that and said, nah, the fucking spec design is the thing that you drop on the ground that does passive fire damage over like 30 seconds. That's its spec design. Fucking what? So, I don't know, man. Like, the problem is, like, now that they've reworked Spirit Bomb, there's just... It is physically impossible for us to get the old build back. So, I've already given up. You know, the old build only exists in Legion Classic if we get there. So, like, you know, pray we get to Legion Classic. But I hope my Kotank's dream comes true, and we reach a point where Vengeance snowballs so hard that you can basically just Spirit Bomb almost constantly and get, like, shitloads of meta resets. The problem is, like, if that ever happens, they're almost certainly going to nerf it. Because, like, there is a point where Vengeance could reach a theoretical loop with, like, enough haste where it would just become, like, insanely turbo broken. But if that happens, Blizzard will just probably nerf it so that doesn't work. So, I don't know. It's like, in a vacuum, you could see that happening. Yes. Will it ever actually get there without being nerfed before it reaches live? Like, I don't know. Is it getting there with this fucking set bonus? Sure as hell not. And I don't know. Really, the only way Vengeance sees play is if the tuning ends up being, like, pretty good and both Havoc and Devourer are complete dog shit. Do you think Havoc and Devourer are going to be completely dog shit? I don't think so. Devourer is, like, really, 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 really good. Havoc usually... Havoc's honestly still very, very, very good. And they both have different niches. So, like, you could also just swap between them, even though with gear that can be a little bit finicky. But, like, you get what I mean. Like, there's just very little universe in which you don't play a DPS DH. So, like, what does Vengeance bring? I don't know. And, like, the changes, right? Like, the changes are nothing. Really, but, I mean, there are some changes. Which is, obviously Devourers get Intellect Daggers, so that's, like, in the patch notes, right? Charred Warblades heals you for more, Soul Cleave heals for more, Fell Devastation heals for more, Frailty heals for more, Feast of Souls heals for more, Revel in Pain shields you for more. But, like, none of those are actual changes, right? Like, that is only to compensate for the fact that we're getting a higher health pool. So they buffed everybody's self-healing to account for that fact. So it doesn't actually do anything. So, really, Vengeance got, like, no changes. I don't know exactly the numbers on, like, whether or not the buffs that they got to those abilities are, like, stronger relative to the amount that, like, everybody else got buffed. I don't know. But it doesn't really matter all that much, for sure. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's Vengeance. I think we yapped about that pretty extensively. You started seriously playing VDH in BFA Season 2. Isn't the VDH designer the same as Rogue? I honestly don't know. Could be. You think they're deathly afraid of making interesting set bonuses because of the crusade of simplifying the game? See, the problem I have with that is, like, I don't think you're wrong, but that's why, like, why say shit like this is the very first thing they say at the top of this post is, there's a few design goals we're looking forward to for the Midnight Season 2 bonuses. Create set bonuses that are more complex than the Season 1 bonuses. Fucking what? Like, so this is the Season 1 bonus. Season 1 bonuses are fracture damage is flat increase, and it is a 30% chance to cause a detonation. So, flat damage, damage proc. The Vengeance Season 2 bonus is flat damage, like flat damage, again, on the 4-piece. The only thing that is slightly more interactive is Soul Cleave extends the duration of Sigil of Flame. Which, like, really... How is extending a fire dot any different between a fire explosion proc? It's not. It's just two different flavors of the same thing. You're not going to, like, the fact that Soul Cleave extends the duration of Sigil of Flame is not going to meaningfully change the way that you play around Soul Cleave or Sigil of Flame. Either one. Like, it won't change that. You still play the rotation in the exact same way. So, you know, it really... doesn't really mean much, right? But, like, I mean, that's what really pisses me off, right? They say we're making more complex set bonuses, and then they put out the Death and Decay set bonus and the Sigil of Flame set bonus. Like, the fuck are we doing here? Why are you lying to me? It's just annoying. But okay, so now I've been extremely negative, so finally we can talk about a set bonus I actually do really like. Well... The highest rated set bonus for me on this list is the most I gave any spec is B tier. That's all I did. B tier. That is the highest on my, impromptu tier list for all the tank set bonuses. I don't obviously only really looked at the tank ones. And this is one of them. This is a B tier set bonus, which, like, compared to the other ones, which I would put in F or D, this is definitely a massive step up. But is it a good set bonus? No. But it is the bear set bonus, which is 2-piece. Thrash has a 20% chance to make your next mangle deal 100% increased damage. I mean, like, sure. If I look at, what's my, what is my, why, dude, I fucking, how is my Druid bugs, man? Elvira Zul'jin. Why? Dude. Warcraft logs has just been so buggy. So many of my characters say, like, no longer exists. I'll manually dig up our log. I'll go to my fucking... where's our Midnight Falls kill? Where's on my Druid? Alright, here we go. Damage done. Alara. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, admittedly, this was like a 60 parse, right? So this isn't like a rank 1 parse like my... like my Blood DK, but I was actually playing correctly, It's just I wasn't running the super greedy damage talents. I don't have I don't have max item level yet. I was also playing a little bit more defensively because I'm not, it's my first time playing this on Bear. But still decent. So Mangle did about 9.6% of my overall. And effectively that is a 20% buff. Right? Because 20% chance to do 100% more damage is effectively a 20% buff on average. You could high roll, right? You could also low roll, but it averages out to being a roughly 20% damage increase. Which is like, okay, sure. That's to Mangle specifically, I don't know how much of an overall damage bonus that would be. It does feel like it's probably on the 2-piece side of things a little bit lower than maybe well, it's definitely higher than the Vengeance one. It might be lower than the Blood DK one because the auto attack speed and the DK one, I don't know. It's not a terrible 2-piece bonus. It's solid. The really interesting thing is the 4-set bonus. Thrash calls up the 3 thorns, each impaling a target for nature damage and dealing additional nature damage on up to 5 enemies. So, obviously, who knows how that's going to be tuned. That's just a random damage proc. If that's tuned well, it could be good. If it's not, whatever. But then it extends the duration of Berserk, which, is Incarn, by 0.5 seconds up to 5 seconds. Now, I suspect, right, so you should be able to get the full 5-second extension almost every single time. So, 5 additional seconds of Incarn is, nothing to scoff at. That is actually a pretty significant set bonus on its own, because that's, most of your damage is in Incarn, really. So, that is pretty good. And if the Thorns are tuned to be, even remotely good, that could be a really nice 4-set bonus. I highly doubt it's going to be as good as the current set bonus, which, mirrors your Raise or whatever. Mirrors your Mauls, but then turns into Ravage and stuff like that. But it's good for sure. It's I don't really have a lot else to say about that bonus. Really, a lot of it depends on how the Thorns are tuned. But it's just solid, right? It's solid and it's more interactive at the very least. More Incarn uptime is way more interesting than your Death and Decay does more damage, your Sigil of Flame does more damage. So. When they say they're giving more complex set bonuses, I wasn't expecting much. Honestly, I'm fine with something like this. I'm fine with hey, we just got a slightly longer Incarn. That's cool. The bigger thing to me is the changes. So the bear changes are really fucking good. Gory Fur has been redesigned. So I'll log over to my bear. And that way I can show what it currently is. Gory Fur has been redesigned. Iron Fur has a chance to make your next Maul, Raise, or Ravage free. Maul, Raise, or Ravage has a chance to make your next Iron Fur free. That is a fucking crazy talent. That is so fucking good. So, the biggest thing for me that I love about that is it means that there are... I feel less punished by having to, play defensively or offensively when the time calls for it. If there's like really heavy AoE, I can like press raise, and especially like Ravage, right? Like for Druid of the Claw, that's really, really, really good for sure. But even for like Loon's Chosen, the ability to sometimes just press raise if there's like heavy AoE and you really want to benefit from that, and sometimes you just get a free Iron Fur, like that's really, really nice. But then also, if you need to press Iron Fur for mitigation, then sometimes you just get free damage out of your Iron Fur. That is a really nice way to make Iron Fur give you damage. So that is like, what is Gory Fur right now? Gory Fur, I think, is, where is it? Yeah, like nobody runs it. Yeah, I remember. It was like some dog shit of like rage reduction. That's the only thing I remembered. I think right now people run Ursoc's Endurance, which like, it's okay, right? Just because, the increased direction on Barkskin gives you like a slightly better defensive, and you also get more value out of Brambles. But you 100, like, that is a really nuts talent. Definitely run that. For like, I can see a world if there are people who are never pressing Iron forever, maybe the increased Barkskin is better. But honestly, I don't even know, because like technically speaking, if you never actually spend Rage on Iron Fur, but you get 5% mastery for Iron Fur, then getting a free Iron Fur is effectively a free 5% mastery. Like, I feel like that just gives you more damage. So, I mean, that, and we're talking like how to min-max damage, right? Just in a vacuum, in terms of like, does this feel good to play? I mean, that is just such an amazing change. That is a really, 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 really good talent. So, that is phenomenal. Absolutely love that. And then the other big thing that I absolutely love. So a lot of people are not running. In fact, I didn't realize I was... How long have I not been taking the final talent? That was not intentional. What do I want to do? Oops. I don't think I've actually played my Druid all that much at max level, so it doesn't really matter all that much. But yeah, so right now, our Apex talent is basically just our next cast of Maul. Because, like, the cast of Iron Fur is, like, it's whatever. The 6% mastery, when you cast Wild Guardian, you gain 2 charges of Dream Guide. What's Dream Guide again? Actually, what is Dream Guide? Oh, that's Dream Guide, right. Okay. Yeah, so we get all these buffs, right? This is the current iteration. Like, the next cast of Frenzied Regeneration being echoed, like, this basically does nothing. That almost always overheals. The main reason you take this, and, like, some people don't take this, by the way, which is why they're redesigning it. But the main reason you take this is because your next Ravage / Raise will be echoed at 200% effectiveness. That's, like, really, really strong. That's the main reason you do this. Like, does a lot of damage. And the next cast of Iron Fur will be echoed. That's pretty good. There are definitely times where you can, like, slam a bunch of Iron Furs really quickly thanks to this. So it's like, it's fine. The fact it lasts 60 seconds means, like, the extra Iron Fur is, like, relatively flexible. You can bank that for a while after you're Incarn and still get value out of it. I use that a lot for mitigating some of the Lura tank busters. So that's pretty good. And then what is the final one is, oh yeah, it buffs the effectiveness, and then, like they buff, like they echo or whatever. So yeah, I think it changes initially. I think it's like only one of them is echoed. Now Maul's always empowered, whatever. So either way, this one obviously has problems. The reworked version is rank 1. Spending Rage is a chance to awaken a Guardian Spirit, which attacks a nearby enemy and generates 3 Rage whenever you catch Thrash or Mangle. So, Rage Gen, okay, cool. Obviously, how much damage the Guardian Spirit will do is interesting. I'm guessing it's going to be kind of like this, which this talent is dog shit, but if this is tuned better, who knows. Then rank 2, Mangle and Maul deal effectively 40% at the maximum rank deal 40% additional nature damage over 12 seconds, and then you still keep the 6% mastery. So, flat, that's also Mangle, by the way, right? So this only buffs Maul / Raise. 40% Mangle damage? Like, that's pretty good. That is a pretty damn good talent. 40% additional damage over 12 seconds, and then you also still just get a flat 40% damage on Raise. So even though, like, the whole, I guess, technically that was part of the rank 3 buff before, Maul is always empowered and deals 40% additional nature damage over 12 seconds. That is now just baked into rank 2, but now it also affects Mangle. So that's really good. Then, rank 3 is when a spirit is awakened, the cooldown on Thrash and Mangle is reset. After casting Berserk or Incarnation Guardian Spirit, you gain 2 charges of Wild Guardian, and then Wild Guardian is a new effect that says your next cast of Maul is guaranteed to awaken a spirit. So, definitely the rank 1 and rank 2, you're always going to take. They might tune this, right? So, I have no idea what if this. They even said it's not currently implemented, right? The tuning on the rank 3 is entirely dependent on how good these Wild Guardians are. If the Wild Guardians are really good, then getting 2 guaranteed summons of them during Incarn could be really strong. But also, like, whenever a spirit is awakened, the cooldown on Thrash and Mangle is reset. Guardian stacks so much haste that, like, you almost always have a charge of Thrash and Mangle, and then whenever you don't, you're usually dumping Rage into Raise, and then the amount of times when I don't have Thrash, Mangle, or Rage to spend on Raise is, like, extremely low. There are very few times when that happens. So, like, look, getting resets on Thrash and Mangle is, like, you won't complain, but the problem is it's not, like, a lower cooldown, right? It's a reset. So there are times when you may get, like, what's it called? A Gore proc, and then you also get a Spirit Awakening that resets Mangle at the exact same time, and then it's, like, wasted. Because Mangle has 2 charges now, in theory, you might be able to get more value out of that. But, you know, how much of a difference is that really going to make? I don't know. Tough to say. So, definitely the rank 3 is a little bit on the weaker side, and I don't necessarily know if there's a chance that, like, numerically, this is a little bit weaker than the current iteration. Maybe. The problem is the current iteration is, like, really fucking janky. And I definitely like this better, and I think it's a better design, so if they tune based off this, I'm happier. Now, either way, I think the lack of extra Iron Fur charges makes it a little tiny bit weaker in terms of the defensive value, but the fact that you get rage generation from the spirits that get summoned means that rage generation is converted into more ravages / raises, which then in turn, since you're almost certainly going to be running Goring Fur, means you get more Iron Fur procs, so like maybe that translates into more survivability that way. I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's it's either a side grade or like a tiny nerf in terms of like numbers, which numbers are always subject to change anyway. In terms of gameplay, it is a massive upgrade. So either way, I'm here for it. That's great. Then there's like some buffs that like are for the healing thing. Bramble's healing after the wildfire healing. Ursul's Fury Remembered, more healing. A little bit more healing. A Loon Beam healing. And then the only other major change, this is something I think Owner said something about it earlier, is that, what's it called? Now Lunation, just, where's Lunation? This thing. So this ability where whenever you press an arcane ability, you get 3 seconds CDR on Lunar Beam. Now this is just Lunar Beam's cooldown is reduced by 20 seconds. So now instead of being, what is the Lunar Beam right now? 1 minute cooldown. Lunar Beam will just be a flat 40-second cooldown, and it doesn't have the CDR. I don't know the exact numbers. I believe Lunar Beam was like roughly a 30-second cooldown without that. Assuming you were playing around it more often. There are some, like, situations where that, like, it could have been better with Lunation. Like, there were ways to play around it more. So that is, I think, overall a nerf to Loon's Chosen. But I don't think it is, like, a significant nerf. It's, like, a minor nerf that... I don't know. I actually quite like Lunation. I think the design of this is interesting. One of the things I really like is whenever I have to, like, kite, which happens a lot. There are many times where I'm out of range of the boss. Being able to just, like, slam Moonfires to get CDR on Lunar Beam it's pretty good. I don't mind that at all. So I think that's an interesting design choice. And I'm a little bit bummed that we're just taking out some, like, minor skill ceiling from it, but it's a fairly minor change. I can't complain too much. And yeah, my overall... I forgot to read this before, but what's it called? My initial impressions were hard to say numerically. Design-wise, it's neat. This was specifically for the tier set. And then extending in-card duration could be strong, B tier. So overall, though, I'm happy with the bear stuff. Really like all the changes, especially the gory fur change is absolutely massive. And the fact that the extremely janky Apex talents are just gone is a relief. Because it was one of the worst sets of Apex talents. It was a blemish on what otherwise I think was a really fun iteration of bear. And now that blemish is gone, and potentially will just be replaced with something much better. I think bear is looking really good. Numerically, who knows? Everything is subject to change. Gameplay-wise, bear is definitely looking solid going into 12.1. I'm quite happy with it. And then... what else? Which one is next? Yes. My favorite. My favorite fucking tank spec in the fucking game, this stupid fucking piece of shit. Brewmaster Monk. Yay! Fucking Brewmaster Monk. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of current Brewmaster. They fucking butchered my boy, and I'm still kind of sad. I don't hate the Brewmaster tier set. The Brewmaster tier set is... Breath of Fire ignites your next Keg Smash, causing it to explode on contact. It deals additional Flame Strike damage to its primary target and reduced damage to additional targets. So, like, Keg Smash does more damage. Okay, cool. I will say, I'll read, my initial thoughts were, Blizzard is still turbo paranoid because of the singular tier in history where Brewmaster didn't talent Breath of Fire, which I stand by. Because, like, this entire thing is like, by the way, if you motherfucker, if you take Breath of Fire out of your talent tree, even though, like, the entire idea of talents is supposed to be that, like, you can flex around, like, whatever the fuck you want. The one time, God forbid, Brewmaster did not run Breath of Fire, Blizzard freaked the fuck out, and, like, added so many things that require, like, mandatory Breath of Fire synergy that, like, you need to take it. Blizzard, just to let you know, if you want somebody to take a fucking ability... fucking move it up to the top of the talent tree! Like, Brewmaster is still one of the only specs in the game that has, definitely I think one of the only tank specs, that has a passive as one of their first three talents. Like, if I look, I love doing this comparison because it's just, I don't know, like, man, I like, Shuffle should just be, like, a free space. I don't know. Like, why is this here? I really don't know why this is here. Like, if anything, Shuffle should just be, like, here, and then I still don't understand why this is even a choice node. Like, what the fuck is this? So this just needs to be... I don't know, somewhere else. Like, I don't want to necessarily say, like, remove this. I think you could just remove Staggering Strikes, and, like, who the fuck cares about this stupid fucking passive? If you just remove this entirely... and put Shuffle here, and then put Breath of Fire here, and then, like, balance stuff around it, like, okay, yeah, now people are forced to pick up their mandatory specs. Like, I don't know, if we look at the talent calculator for Blood DK, the top, so, like, this is Heart Strike, this is Marrow Rend. This is Blood Boil. Oh, wow. The first 3 talents are mandatory rotational abilities? Who would have guessed? Vengeance. So the funny thing is, Vengeance used to have Frailty here. Used to have in this spot Frailty. And they moved Spirit Bomb here. So the only other example, historically, of a spec that had a passive was Frailty. And I complained about that too. And they finally changed it. Now Spirit Bomb is finally all the way up here. So now it is Fell Devastation, Spirit Bomb, Fiery Brand. Alright, cool. Makes sense. Guardian Druid. Guardian has... Okay, actually, I take it back. Guardian has a passive. Guardian has Maul, Survival Instincts, and Gore. I wonder if that was always the case. I do believe... I could be wrong on this. I do believe the old Guardian tree had Thrash at the top, and then Maul down here, and then there was just, like, there were less things in the top section. I could be misremembering. Either way, I mean, Gore is, like, a pretty important passive. So is Shuffle, like, don't get me wrong. But, like, Guardian, you look down Guardian's tree. Okay, so, like, Guardian has all its stuff early on, but Guardian has, like, Iron Fur in the class tree. It has Swipe as one of its class tree abilities. I'm pretty sure it just gets Thrash for free now. It doesn't even have to talent into it at all, as far as I can tell. And it's not really like there's any mandatory pickup later on. Like, Guardian has the ability to take Raise midway through the talent tree, but that's, like, not actually mandatory, because Raise is just, it's Maul, but AoE. So on AoE fights, like, yes, you want to take it, but there have been many times where on, like, a single target boss, or even on, like, a low target cleave boss, where I don't really care much about excessive AoE, I don't take Raise. And I take just regular Maul. It's not often, but, like, it has happened. And Raise is also in a very easy-to-reach location. It's in the dead center of the tree, so it connects to a lot of stuff. Breath of Fire is in the corner. So the reason why you used to not take Breath of Fire is because, like, it was just really awkward to path to. There's, like, a lot of nodes required to make it work. It's not centralized, right? So if you're going to put Breath of Fire in the tree, make it very centralized, easy to path into a bunch of other stuff, or just put it up here, right? Let's keep going, right? What does Paladin have? Protection. Okay, Protection definitely, I know it used to have an ability, but yeah, they got pruned kind of hard. Protection has Avenger Shield, Shining Light, which is every 3 Shield of the Righteouses gives you a free Word of Glory, and then this is Hammer of Righteous. So there definitely are more specs nowadays that have this setup, right? Warrior, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Warrior, I was like, okay, I'm gonna lose my mind if I was wrong about that one. Ignore Pain, Demoralizing Shout, and Revenge. So they have 3 abilities, right? So I don't know. I really do think that, like, well, it's not necessarily mandatory to have stuff on here, but, like, even if we look at the other examples, like Warrior, is Warrior getting a core rotational ability midway through the tree? Not really. The closest they have is, like, Shield Wall. A major defensive is, like, here, very centralized. Again, kind of like, the fuck was it? Like Raise was. Obviously, Shield Wall is then even easier to pad into. Everybody obviously going to take Shield Wall. Technically, Avatar is in a little bit of an awkward spot, but Avatar is also in the same exact spot as where Invoke Nizao is, relatively speaking. So it's not like that hard to take. Shield Charge is kind of in a roughly similar spot to where Exploding Keg is. So I think that is fair. But those are also like mini cooldowns. They're not necessarily rotational abilities like Breath of Fire is. Where, like, yeah, Breath of Fire feels pretty critical to Brew, to the point where now they're designing every single set bonus to where it is completely required. And then what was the other one? Paladin, right? That had a passive. Paladin, kind of similar, has right in the dead center of the tree, has their major defensive in that, either Avenging Wrath / Sentinel and then Guardian of Ancient King. So they have, like, major cooldown. Ardent Defender is, like, up here. So they do have a few actual abilities towards the midsection of the tree. But, like, that's it. They don't really have much else that's, like, midway through the tree. They're not, like, they don't have to take Avenger Shield halfway down the tree. That's at the top. Yeah, that's it. They, pretty much all of their critical stuff is either in the class tree or at the very top. So, or it's probably baseline. So Brewmaster is still the only tank that, like, has to heavily invest to get a core rotational ability midway through. Which notably, this is a minor thing, but one of the reasons why Brewmaster feels really awkward in low-level dungeon tanking is because Breath of Fire, a pretty core part of its kit, is just not available until like the level 30 to 40 range, ballpark. And there's a lot of other talents you'd also like to take, like Shadowboxing Treads. So this being in such a low place for leveling feels fucking awful. Obviously, that's not a big concern for the purposes of, like, overall balance, but the fact that it's here in the first place is weird, and then indirectly it does make Brewmaster feel really bad for leveling. It's not bad for leveling, it just feels bad for low-level leveling. But overall, it's fine, in spite of these weaknesses. So, is what it is. Just, frustrating. Illusion of choice? Yeah, exactly. So I read, that was the two-piece bonus. That was all about the two-piece bonus. But then, whenever you ignite a Keg Smash, enemies struck take 8% increased damage from your physical abilities, and it leaves a patch of flames in the ground, dealing fire damage each second for 5 seconds. So, something notable about the Brewmaster talents is that if you are running Vital Flame, which heals you for fire, or nature, but really fire, damage done, there's a lot of fire stuff in this set bonus. Now, as for how much damage that's going to do, as for how much it's going to meaningfully contribute to Vital Flame, who knows? But considering this is like one of the main engines that allows Brewmaster to even stay alive in M+ dungeons right now, more fire damage does help. Like, it's better than nothing, and it's one of the better survivability increases, at least in an M+ environment. For raids, it's fucking meaningless. Like, you don't even run Vital Flame in raids. At least, no good Brewmaster would run Vital Flame in raids, because it just, the self-healing you get from this on a single target is fucking meaningless. So, in raids, it really doesn't matter that much. In M+, it could be good. But the increased damage, like, seems fine. Like, 8% increased damage from physical abilities is, like, not insignificant. That alone is a pretty big modifier, and that's on top of a bunch of damage procs. And Brewmaster historically is like a tank that values damage procs more than a lot of other tanks. Like, I mean, the Harmonic Surge was like one of the strongest tank tier set bonuses in a long time, and that was entirely like damage procs, really. So it's it could be tuned really well, it could be tuned really poorly, who fucking knows. It seems interesting numerically, but mechanically it's like whatever. I think I gave it a B tier, but I think on further consideration I'd probably bump it down to C tier. It's really kind of boring. Yeah, I don't know. And then the monk changes are basically nothing. It's healing, 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 healing. Healing. Yeah, so Monk really didn't get any changes. It's just healing buffs to compensate for the 25% global health increase. So, I don't know. None of that seems particularly worth mentioning. Okay, fun. Now a fun one. Fun one. Let me swap to my Paladin. And I will talk about Paladin. Also, I'm gonna just go ahead and rename the stream. There we go. I'm gonna change that, and alright. I'm not gonna do Prot Warrior today. It is I've yapped about this for too long, and also I'm very tired. So we're gonna get through this, and I'm gonna stop. I'll do Prot Warrior tomorrow. But I think the Shaman testing was valuable, and also like I spent like a 1 hour detour testing the invasion points, which I initially hadn't planned for. So I still think it was valuable testing time, but Definitely doing, even though like leveling is fast now, doing an entire prop warrior run, I would be done by like 4 a.m. and said I'm quite tired. I haven't set that up. What I could also do is I could set up my prop warrior off stream, because that's also not very interesting. And then tomorrow, since the main initial point of the stream was going to be prop warrior leveling and then PTR testing, and in the end I did neither. I did shaman leveling and yapping about 12.1 tanks, which both of them are also, I still think, interesting. I think we've gotten a lot of yapping done this stream and testing done. But then the original planned content for today's stream will be done tomorrow instead. I'll stream that at some point during the day. But we still have 2 tanks to discuss. We have... Let's see... So the protection tier set bonus. So this one I think is funny. Consecration is 30% larger, and enemies within your consecration are illuminated, increasing the chance for your abilities to critically strike them by 5%. So bigger consecration is ironically like the most interesting set bonus out of any tank this tier, which is almost depressing, right? Like the fact that that is maybe the most interesting thing that any of these set bonuses have done, bigger consecration. But like it's not nothing. Like that is, especially in M+, that's helpful. And then considering you pretty much always want mobs to be in your consecration, that's like 5% crit. That's not nothing. The set bonus itself, like I'm sure the 2-piece is probably like but it's something. But then the 4-piece, enemies struck by Judgment or Crusader Strike take 20% additional holy damage. So Judgment or Crusader Strike, which I think Crusader Strike is, I don't know why it says Crusader Strike, because I'm pretty sure that is just Hammer of the Righteous, and that's the upgraded one. It would be OP if it applied to everybody in the party. Well, yeah, that would be disgusting, of course. So that's like 20% more Judgment or Crusader Strike. Let me check. What is let me look at Midnight Falls Prop Pally. Midnight Falls Protection, and let's look at, do I recognize any of these guys? I do not. So I'll just look at the number 1 parse. I recognize Fluttershy, but Fluttershy is a little bit down there. I'll look at the rank 1 for now, just to get an idea, relatively speaking. So Judgment and, well, Hammer of Wrath is also Judgment. It's a combined 12% of their overall. And then Blessed Hammer, which is Consecration, is only 1.3%. So the Blessed Hammer buff is like pretty whatever, but Judgment buff is nice because it's Hammer of Wrath as well. So that is like they do 20% more damage. Okay, sure. Like that is about the same as like Mangle dealing roughly 20% more damage, or like Brewmaster Monk just hitting 20% harder. Like it's fine. Or Brewmaster is like 8% overall damage, like your increase. Like that's a fine buff, sure. But then also, if they are struck by a critical strike, the additional damage is increased by 200%. But the notable thing there is the additional damage, right? So the 20% extra damage is increased by 200%. So 60%? Roughly? Which, like, I mean, the thing is right now, Paladin stacks a lot of crit. So that could be good. The thing is, crit is really, really, really good for Templar. Templar loves stacking crit. And I'm not as familiar with Lightsmith, but as we'll see with the Paladin class changes, Lightsmith is getting a lot more love than Templar. In fact, Templar is getting some pretty big nerfs. So, which, frankly, I don't think were necessary. I think you could have just buffed Lightsmith, but whatever. Numbers tuning, still subject to change. So, if Paladin already likes crit, which I think it still will even with Lightsmith, then obviously you're stacking more crit anyway, so the chances of getting that buff are good. Numerically, it seems solid. But like, obviously subject to change. It doesn't really matter all that much. If it was just the numbers of you have 5% increased crit, your Judgment and Hammer of Wrath or Hammer of the Righteous do more damage, and they also have a chance to do giga damage on crit. Like, okay. But then also we have 30% increased Consecration, which, like, so the irony is that even though that's a pretty small buff, it is actually the biggest quality of life or real, any meaningful change buff outside of, like, 5 seconds of Incarn on any of the tanks. And then there's buffs attached to it. So, like, look, we'll take it, right? Is it the most exciting thing ever? No, I put it in B tier. I think I stand by that. I would put Monk and Warrior in C tier. We'll get to Warrior. Vengeance and Blood in D tier, and then Bear and Paladin in B tier, in terms of the set bonus design, right? But I wouldn't even put any of the set bonuses that tanks got in A tier, right? Compared to other set bonuses that we've had in the past. Like, Bear Season 1 set bonus is like an A tier set bonus. It's pretty good. Like, numerically, it's obviously very broken. But in terms of how it feels to play, and like even relative to like an S tier set bonus would be Prot Warrior and Brewmaster Monk Mana Forge Omega set bonus is an S tier set bonus. Sepulchre, the first one's Blood Decay set bonus, is an S tier set bonus. What else? I'm sure I could think of some if I really tried. Prot Warrior Undermine set bonus is an S tier set bonus. Prot Paladin Undermine set bonus is an S tier set bonus. Yeah, and then even like I would put like A tier for Vengeance Demon Hunter Undermine. It's a pretty damn good one. Like there's some good ones. War Within had a few good ones, but like so far, out of all of the set bonuses right now, like I don't know, I'm hard pressed to put any of them. What even is the current Prot Pally set bonus? I don't even know. I haven't really played my Prot Pally much this season. I mean, it's just not very good at the moment. It's like not terrible, but it's not good. Yeah, most of the buffs are flat damage. Bear is interesting just because you actually can play around it in a meaningful way. Or like it synergizes with you in a meaningful way rather than just being kind of completely throwaway. If I recall, the Blood Decay set bonus is not terrible. I can I don't know. I don't even have a Blood DK in Europe. Never mind. What even is my set bonus? I main Blood and I forgot what the set bonus does. I mean, admittedly, all of them are kind of whatever. If I look, it is your Blood Boil. Oh yeah, Blood Boil generates more runic power. Like that's something, right? And then Death Strike has a chance to grant a charge of Blood Boil. So actually, yeah, like I think numerically the Blood DK set bonus is not like incredibly strong this tier, but it actually does have some interactivity. Ironically, more interactivity than the new one they're giving us next tier. So I don't know what's going on there. That's fucking weird. But you know, fucking is what it is. With Blizzard. But yeah, it's definitely like a neat bonus for Paladin. But the big thing for Paladin is the class changes. So some healing increases, Lightsmith Rite of Adjuration. I have no idea what that is, but I'm guessing because it's buffed the same amount as okay, yeah, sometimes release a burst of healing. So that also just got the same healing buff to compensate. Okay, so, Prot Paladin. New talents. Word of Glory can no longer critically strike, but its healing is increased by your critical strike chance, and 80% of its overhealing done to you instead shrouds you in light, granting you an absorb shield. That's pretty good. That is quite strong. So we already stack crit, right? So having its healing increased by your critical strike chance, like that would probably still be better. And also more consistent, right? And then giving you an absorb shields increasing effective HP is always very good on tanks. Love that. The thing here though is that is a new talent. Is that Gory Fur levels of absolutely bonkers? No. Gory Fur is like, absolutely, you are 100% going to take this talent. It doesn't really matter if they move it. But also, we already know where Gory Fur is in the tree, and it's not hard to access. This is like, it's a brand new talent, so who knows where it's going to go. Like, it could go in one of these gaps. Like, here, here, here. Like, I have no idea. They have removed Sanctified Wrath. Yeah, so they removed, what's it called? This, which I think, like, where's Sanctified Wrath? No, yeah, this one. Right. This is the upgrade to it. Avenging Wrath and Sentinel cause Judgment to do blah, 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 blah. So they removed this, and then they moved Sentinel, and then caused it to inherit the critical strike bonus. The problem with this is, like, okay, so Sentinel now gives you 20% critical strike, but, like, this still gives more damage and healing. So Sentinel is still going to be that thing where, like, you probably should run it. Like, so, you know, hot take, I hate Sentinel. I don't think it should exist, in the sense that, obviously, it's too strong. Whenever Paladin is tuned poorly, this is too strong to not take. So, like, you have to run it. It's a noob trap to not run Sentinel, which is why I hate it. Like, it should not exist. This should just be removed from the game. I don't know why they ever added it. I've always hated whenever it exists. And the only times in recent years when I've enjoyed playing Prop Paladin is when Prop Paladin is just tuned so well that you do not need to run Sentinel. It does not need Sentinel to live, and Sentinel has a 0% pick rate accordingly. And every single time when Sentinel is, like, actually run and required, like, I'm sure that even in the times when it had, like, an effective 0% pick rate in, like, the highest of keys, people playing Prop Paladin probably were still taking it. But even then, I don't think any of those tiers, it was actually the meta. It was Vengeance Demon Hunter, probably still. So who cares? But I think this is bad design. I think Sentinel is bad design. I really think that, if anything, they should make it so you still get, like, Avenging Wrath, and then there is an upgrade. The fact it's on a choice note, the fact you have to pick one of these, is just bad design. Make it like a capstone talent, where it's like, you add the Sentinel effect to Avenging Wrath. Sure, okay, cool. You have to pick with something else. But Sentinel is just bad design. It is absolutely dogshit design, and I don't know why they keep trying to force it. They're moving it now. Like, I don't know. Maybe it'll be easier to take. Like, who knows? They did say Sentinel has been moved. Right? So it is maybe possible that is what they're doing. I'll have to look at the tree to see, where you can take both Sentinel and Avenging Wrath and get, like, all of the upgrades at once. That could be interesting. But the current state of Sentinel, the way it's been for a while, I just think is very, very poor design. It is a band-aid fix to Prop Paladin survivability, and Prop Paladin should just be fixed accordingly, which, credit where it's due. That is what a lot of these changes are. So, I'll keep reading. Seal of Reprisal. I don't even know what that one is. Seal of Reprisal. Oh, this one. The auto attack. Yeah, Blessed Hammer damage. Right. Blessed Hammer reduces enemy damage dealt to you by 10%. So, I mean, Blessed Hammer doing 20% more damage is, like, basically meaningless. This doesn't really do anything, because Blessed Hammer damage is low. So, Blessed Hammer reducing enemy damage dealt to you is, like, better. So that would be a better version of the talent. Is it a good talent? I don't know. I don't think it's that good. I guess 10% DR on some boss fights will be nice. So, like, that will be a nice option to have to talent into. So, that's something. Masterwork has been updated. Masterwork is a Lightsmith talent, I believe. Yes. So right now, after you cast a Holy Armament, your next 3 abilities cast a Lesser Armament of the same kind. The update is your next 3 casts of Hammer of the Righteous bestow a Lesser Armament of the same kind on a nearby enemy. So now it is only your generators bestow a lesser armament. It seems similar. I'm sure that there's like a nuance there that I don't understand about, like, that is probably a beneficial change. But then also, judgment damage increased by 100%. Now, I would imagine that there is no way that they are buffing Hammer of Wrath damage, even though technically it replaces judgment, right? Like, it's probably just the baseline judgment damage is increased by 100%. But, like, also, if that does affect Hammer of Wrath, like, that's fucking crazy. Why? It already does decent damage. I don't know. Like, it's pretty good already still. But then they also did Consecration increased by 100%. So, okay, sure, yeah. Nice. Let me go back to the Paladin I was looking at. Consecration right now doesn't do that much damage, but, like, we'll take it, right? And then Shield of the Righteous damage increased by 150%. Shield of the Righteous currently on the Prop Paladin log I'm looking at does about 9.6% of their overall in this log. So that's, like, I don't really know if that needed to be buffed by 150%, but, like, okay, all right, sure. Numbers tuning subject to change, but if this is what Blizzard is opening with, then clearly they think prop heli damage needs to be higher. Now, why they think prop heli damage needs to be higher and they don't think blood decay damage needs to be higher, I don't fucking know, but okay, sure. So we're giga buffing prop heli, cool. Hammer of the Righteous's primary target damage increased by 50%. All right, cool. Avenging Wrath now only gives 10%, it looks like, instead of 20%. So a slight nerf to that, I guess. Unless I'm misunderstanding this part of the patch notes. Avenger Shield damage increased by 30%. Avenger Shield being the main damaging ability for Prop Heli right now, doing 32% of the overall damage. So, you know, it definitely didn't need that, but alright, cool. I guess the fact that they are nerfing Avenging Wrath, that would make sense, right? They're having the effectiveness of Avenging Wrath, and then if Prop Heli is effectively losing out on 10% damage, then they're giving the abilities massive buffs to compensate. Sure, I suppose. Lesser weapon damage, which is like the armament procs you get from Lightsmith, damage increased by 50%. Hammer of Light damage reduced by 33%. Empyrean Hammer damage reduced by 33%. So Hammer of Light, obviously that one's the big light hammer that you like bonk people over the head with. And Empyrean Hammers are like the little hammers that rain down as you do your Templar rotation. That is a pretty big nerf because Empyrean Hammers are about 15% of this Paladin's overall. And Hammer of Light, is that baked into... No. Yeah, Hammer of Light also does a lot of damage. So they're getting a lot of buffs to their core kit, but they are receiving heavy nerfs to... decent nerfs to two of their higher damaging abilities. So like, the fact that their main spenders are getting buffed by, like, 100% or more is kind of counterbalanced by the fact that, like, other parts of the Prop Heli kit is getting reduced. So it's not going to be, I think, as insane as it kind of initially looks on paper. Divine Tolls, Divine Exaction, this thing, this is now 80% instead of 150%. Fair enough. Sentinel buffed up to 20% duration, sure. Healing buff, healing buff, healing buff, which is just because of the health buff. Glory of the Vanguard now deals damage as a percentage of Avenging Strikes, Avenger Shield's initial damage. Also, I did the same thing again. I did... I have no idea. So that's this thing, Glory of the Vanguard. I don't know if that's a buff or not. Basically, it changes the way that the damage is calculated. That could be a buff. especially now that Avenger Shield's initial damage is being buffed, that's likely going to make Glory of the Vanguard hit harder as well. So, I don't know. The main thing here is Templar is getting a slight nerf, Lightsmith is getting a pretty decent buff, but Prop Heli as a whole is getting some buffs. I'm, like, honestly, I don't think it is, like, absolutely that insane, but I don't think Prop Heli is, like, actually that bad. And it's definitely, it's one of those specs where Prop Heli has been at a point before where sometimes it hits critical mass and it can be really, really, really crazy. So I definitely think it is subject to tuning. Like, Guardian Druid, I'm much more like, oh my god, this looks fucking crazy. Because it's already good, right? Guardian's already OP. And in my opinion, I think their buffs overall, at the very least, I don't really think it's getting any substantial nerfs. It's getting quality of life changes, and it's getting what I think are probably slight buffs. And that means that Guardian is just in a really good position going into the next tier. So Prop Paladin's, like, playing from behind a little bit, but I don't think it's that bad, and I do think these buffs are rather substantial. So it puts it in a much more comfortable position than, you know, like Vengeance Demon Hunter, which, like, what the fuck do they have going for him? So there absolutely is a universe in which you could play Prop Paladin. I'm quite pleased with the changes. And then last, but, I mean, not least, but definitely not most, is Rot Warrior. And Rot Warrior is... the set bonus is free revenges deal 15% additional damage, and your next shield slam does 20% additional damage. Well, right now, Prot Warrior is, like, all about shield slam. Let me look up another Midnight Falls Prot Warrior log. Midnight Falls, Prot Warrior. There are some changes that will be relevant to... Okay, that's a Chinese log, so let me look at one I can read. Yeah, so right now, current Prot Warrior is like, you stack a shitload of haste and you just get, like, endless shield slam resets. And it's just Thunderclap, Shield Slam, Thunderclap, Shield Slam. Like, I played Prot Warrior for a lot of our prog this tier. Up until Midnight Falls, I played Prot Warrior on... I swapped to it on Paladins. So I played Paladins, Cosmos, Bellerin as Prot Warrior. And I played it for a decent amount of our reclear, but I specifically asked if I could just go back to Druid for reclear at this point, and my real leader was fine with it. Because I really... Current Prot Warrior, I just don't think it's fun. Like, execute is damage loss, dude. you don't even really press execute. They are changing some of that. We'll get to that, but I don't know if it's enough. And right now, it's just Thunderclap, Shield Slam, Thunderclap, Shield Slam. That's it. Shield Slam is, like, a major source of your damage, though. So, the fact that free revenges make your Shield Slam do 20% more damage, like, this isn't really, like, Thrash has a 20% chance to make Mangle deal 100% more damage. This is, like, every time you get a Best Served Cold proc, whatever it is, I forget the name, then you, like, basically, it's every time you get a free Revenge, which obviously now does more damage. Now, Revenge right now is extremely minimal, but, like, honestly, even then, even with it, Revenge being, like, a fairly low impact part of the rotation, it's actually still 6.9% of this warrior's overall damage, because you do dump it a lot to fish for resets. Now, the damage, the 15% buff is only for the free revenges, which makes it a lot weaker in that sense. But you get enough of those to where, like, that is a decent buff to Shield Slam. Is it like a 20% buff to Shield Slam? No. But, like, previously we were talking about, like, what Mangle does 20% more damage. But Shield Slam is way bigger for Prot Warrior than Mangle is for Bear. Right? Like, it's not the same. Shield Slam hits way, 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 way harder. So, does it necessarily translate into a 20% buff to Shield Slam? No, because not every single Shield Slam will have that buff. So, it's definitely weaker. like, I don't know if it's like what effectively a 5% buff to shield slam or whatnot, but that's still good. So is it interesting? No. Numerically, could it be strong? Probably. And then Ravager and your free revenges cause all targets to bleed for X damage over 12 seconds. That is entirely subject to tuning. I have no idea how like good the bleed's going to be. It is a bleed, so it does synergize with other stuff. Prot Warrior has a few talents that synergize with bleeds. I'm going to open the talent tree. I don't feel like logging over to my Prot Warrior. But like assuming it synergizes with like Blood Surge, then it generates more rage. You have stuff that makes you do more damage on your bleeds. There's a few different things. There's also one of them gives you healing based on your bleeds, right? What fucking talent is that? Yeah. Fueled by violence, you are healed by 100% of the 10% of the damage dealt by your bleeds. So like there is a slight self-healing aspect to this, but it's not like that impactful. The really weird thing is they made it so Ravager has a 30% reduced cooldown when like with the set bonus. Now it's a 1 minute cooldown, but like nobody plays Ravager. Everybody plays Whirling Blade, and like I don't know. It's the thing that Blizzard doesn't realize, like I hate when they do this, where they're like, oh, we're gonna make it so Ravager, like manually casting Ravager is stronger. It's the same reason why like stuff like Devastator is good. Because whenever you can get the effect of something completely for free without having to spend the GCD on it, like that is very powerful. So if you can get Ravager procs without ever having to press that GCD, that's really good. And I'm pretty sure it's just right now numerically tuned to be stronger, but there's a reason why Devastate is good. Because right now, if every single one of your GCDs is spent fishing for Shield Slam resets, then you don't want to have to spend that GCD on throwing out Ravager to do damage. Even if the Ravager that you get is like slightly weaker when compared 1-to-1, you're also comparing the value of the GCD cost of that Ravager in the first place. And like, I mean, I don't know exactly how tuning will end up. There is a chance that because they are giving such a massive buff to Ravager, right? 30-second CDR is like, it's not nothing. Maybe now, numerically, it is worth pressing Ravager every minute. Like, I don't know. That is one of those, we'll have to sim it and find out. But, like, there's a reason why people are playing, what's it called? Why people are playing Whirling Blade, which is the Ravager proc. It does kind of annoy me when Blizzard does this, right? Like, they added Whirling Blade. Ravager did not used to have Whirling Blade, right? They added that as a talent. But I think they add these talents, like Whirling Blade, where I'm guessing it's like, it's meant to be like we want to make the game simpler. So they're like, oh, well, we know not everybody likes using Ravager, so we're going to add an ability that just sometimes procs Ravager for free. And then, like, surprise Pikachu face, now everybody's running that, including, like, the Super Giga Sweats, because it's just better for damage. And they're like, oh, no. We only wanted the bad players to run that as a noob trap talent. We actually still want you to actually have to press Ravager. So we're going to make a set bonus forcing you to press Ravager. Like, okay, dude, why did you design Whirling Blade? Why did you add that to the game? You didn't have to add Whirling Blade to the game. So, like, that's kind of the feeling I get whenever I see them do stuff like that. It kind of annoys me a little bit. Like I said before, I think it's like a C tier. This is a C tier set bonus. I don't think it's that great. I don't like it. But it's not horrible, and I do think numerically it's probably going to be, like, fine. Kind of like Brewmaster Monk. Like, solid set bonus numerically seems strong, but it's not very interesting. And Warrior got some changes. They are more changes than, like, a lot of the other tanks, but, like, not as much as I would say, like, Guardian or Prot Pally. So first off, they changed, like, Rend or whatever, but really the only thing that matters is that Prot Warrior gets Blood and Thunder, which causes Thunderclap to apply Rends to all targets. So, like, nothing really changes for us. That's, like, the way that we interacted with Rend anyway. So, whatever. Then they... let's see. Yeah, so, for protection... here, I'll at least should probably log over to Prot Warrior just so I can like show this on screen. This was helpful with Prot Pally. Obviously, my warrior is still only level 80, but you know, this will it'll help to have the visual. Devastating Focus has been updated. Now increases revenge and execute damage. This is really good. This is one of the early talents that makes it so the primary target of your revenge takes more damage from your revenge. It's kind of a whatever talent that like it's a little bit more damage. A lot of people drop it on prog to take like the additional like spell reduction or magic damage reduction on like Bellerin. I think I did that. But like this thing. But here's the thing, right? So you focus on the primary target of your Devastator, dealing 30% additional revenge damage to them. The fact that this now impacts execute, the fact that this is effectively a 30% buff to execute, that is good. Now, the problem is right now, execute is just not really worth pressing in the current iteration of Prot Warrior. But, hey, you know, if it does 30% more damage, okay, you know, we're getting there. Bloodborne, this thing now increases all bleed damage, which is kind of why I said the fact that the tier set applies a bleed is mildly interesting, right? In theory, it would synergize with this because it's all bleed damage. Healing buff to account for. They did buff Fueled by Violence, or no, what was it? I actually misread this. My bad. So the wording on this, actually, I didn't misread it. The wording on this is just weird. They said Fueled by Violence now heals you for 125% bleed damage. They didn't actually specify that it's all bleed damage now, though. The wording on their patch notes says that, but they never specified whether that is a distinct change. It is possible, though, what I did read is that Bloodborne, this thing, now increases all bleed damage. So presumably, this also applies to the new bleed from the tier set. And it would make sense if Fueled by Violence did as well. I think they might have just forgotten to add that, especially because of the way their patch notes are worded. That got a minor healing buff. That's just for the, you know, everybody got more max health. There's a few buffs like that. The real big ones is, so Ravager, they've changed. The damage is increased by 50% over what it normally was. It no longer buffs Revenge and Thunderclap damage, which is significant, right? Because while this is active, which realistically, whenever this procs, your Thunderclap does 50% more damage. That is a big modifier on Thunderclap. And you got, like, decent procs of Whirling Blade. I don't know what the exact amount is, but, like, it's not nothing. And Thunderclap is pretty much one of your biggest sources of damage, like, the biggest source behind Shield Slam. Especially, I think, higher on AoE. So, the fact that this no longer buffs Thunderclap is a pretty sizable damage loss. At least, especially for Mountain Thing. And then, while it's active, now enemies take 12% more damage from your bleeds. So, like, they're trying to make it synergize more with the set bonus. So, like, in theory, you'd probably still run this. Like, I don't think it's terrible. I still think you run Whirling Blade, though. Like, I feel like you probably still run Whirling Blade, especially because, like, Ravager being an active ability, like, I'm actually curious, like, how many people are running on-cast Ravager as Prot Warrior? It's, actually still none. Still none, which is crazy. Because you would imagine, right, like, if Thunderclap damage is, like, significant, then you could, like, run this during a damage amp to, like, make your Thunderclap hit harder, and you can line it up, right, instead of it being random. But even then, everybody's running Whirling Blade. That's just how much better it is to free up all of those GCDs by not having to, like, manually cast Ravager. Like, it's just, I don't know. I don't really see, even with the 30-second CDR, Ravager being run, which is, especially with it being nerfed, right? So, I don't know, man. It's strange. The big changes is Colossus had its cooldown reduced from 45 seconds to 30 seconds. But Dominance of the Colossus, which is this, no longer reduces the CD on Demolish. And I think that's it, right? Yeah. So now, basically, if you would gain a stack and you're at max stacks, the cooldown of Demolish is reduced by 5 seconds. That's just not a thing. So you just get Colossal Might stacks up to, like, I'm guessing this is Colossal Might. Okay, so it stacks up to 5 times, and then this makes it stack up to 10. And then also this also provides the, depending on the amount of stacks, you get the damage amp. Like, honestly, I think this is fine. It might even be better. Because, like, realistically speaking, how often did you get, like, a massive CDR on Demolish while still getting all 10 stat? Like, very rarely. I can't really recall. Admittedly, I haven't played Colossus at all this expansion, because it just hasn't been good. And, really, the last time I played Colossus was, I played it a little bit in, like, raid testing, and then quickly realized, it's not that good. The last time I really played it was in Undermine. And Undermine Colossus Prot Warrior was obviously nuts. But even then, like, very, very rarely did I get, like, excessive CDR. Now, you did often get some CDR, but, like, now we're getting passive 15 seconds. So effectively 3 procs of this. And, like, did I ever get really that much more than that? I don't know. I really don't know. So I think that this is probably a buff. Like, I think this makes Colossus better. Is it by that much? Is it by a significant amount? I don't think so. I think it's like a minor change, but it's a fine change. I don't really mind it. The fact that it's consistent, right? It's not RNG, because there are certain times when you're just not able to reliably get the CDR and it feels bad. You don't have it up for when you need it. So this is good. I like that. Tide of Battle increases the damage of... yes, that's really fucking good. Tide of Battle increases the damage of Revenge and Execute, was Revenge only. So this is up to 30% additional Execute damage. Because this is Colossal Might increases the damage of your next Demolish, or Shield Slam. Yeah, and then as you get stacks of Colossal Might, you're getting, increased Execute damage based on that. So up to 30%. So we're already getting completely for free, 30% more Execute damage from Devastating Focus. And then also, effectively, completely for free, if you play Colossus, which Colossus was always, like, the Execute one anyway. Completely for free, this now gives you up to 30% stacking potential Execute damage. So, potentially 60% more Execute damage. I actually quite like this way of buffing it. Instead of just slapping heavy modifiers onto it, they are baking it into existing talents. Now, one of the slight issues that Execute has is the fact that in order to make Execute work, you need to take so many fucking talents to make it work. Like, right now, in order to make Execute good, you need to take, technically Sudden Death. You don't need to run this one, especially you could run this, because Execute inflicts deep wounds, is synergizing with this. So, like, this one, optional, right? And that one I'm okay with, actually. But Execute inflicting deep wounds, like, why? Why is this a talent? I don't know. I don't like this. But you need to run that, obviously. Heavy-handed is basically mandatory if you're running Execute on any multi-target fight. Like, that's what makes it good. And then you also have Massacre. Execute's usable on targets below 35% health. So, I don't really like that you need to spend effectively 3.5 talent points to make Execute worthwhile. So on one hand, the fact that you kind of now need to spend a 4th talent point to make it worthwhile in the form of Devastating Focus is, like, a little bit weird, but admittedly, this was, like, already, almost everybody was running this, like, it's just a good talent, so you can't complain that much. So that's fine, but I do, like, spoiler alert, there are no other Execute changes, right? That's it. So, effectively, Execute got 60% more damage, but, like, I still think that it should... The main thing to me is, I think, Heavy-handed and Deep Wounds should be merged, and preferably up here. I think that this is such, like, a whatever talent, but, like, you kind of need it for Execute, and right now, like, it feels really bad not having AoE Execute, so I think if this was just Heavy-handed, and it was just both talents in one, and then, make something, if you want this node to still be there, just make something new for it. But, like, it doesn't even need to be. Right? Like, you don't have to have this here, because there is, like, an extra branch off here. The talent tree is already not symmetrical. So, you know. anybody with OCD can't complain too much about Prot Warrior. But I think that would just be good. That would be another buff to execute, where right now, like, you kind of need to spend 2 talent points to take this, and then it still isn't that great, so you spend neither. So that way, if you want to invest into the execute stuff, you have 1 more floating talent point to spend on other stuff. I think that would be a good buff, especially given the direction they seem to be going, where it's like, instead of just giving execute flat damage mods, they're trying to target it in the talent balance, which is fine. But this is by far the biggest issue with the talent balance currently, in my opinion, at least. I don't think that this is really healthy for keeping execute viable. I mean, hell, you could even... What they could do is they could just add it down here in the capstone section. I don't like that, because Warrior has a very competitive capstone section. And then they could, like, make the tree symmetrical and, like, throw this over here or something like that. I think, realistically speaking, you would throw Tough as Nails here, and then you would throw the Spellbreaker stuff down here. But you could go either way with it. I'm fine with Massacre being its own talent. Sure. But both of these are really annoying, because, like, this is useless in some fights. But it's like, you know, if you're gonna play Execute on Light Blinded Vanguard or something like that, you need to have Heavy-Handed. And Deep Wounds just, this one being its own talent really bugs me. So, like, this needs to be merged into one of them. And I think this is the lower impact one, where, like, if this was just a, you know, Execute did more damage, and then also it cleaved, then you would always feel good taking this, and you wouldn't have to be like, okay, you know, do I really need to take the multi-target Execute talent? Like, there's only a little bit of cleave here. Like, I would love to have it, but, like, technically I could take some more survivability here, and, like, it's such a minor damage increase. But then if it always made Execute deal more damage by, like, applying a bleed, and then it also the utility, then it would just feel less bad to take either one of these nodes. So that is, like, out of the remaining things, the only big change that I think they kind of missed for Prot Warrior, but, like, there's still time. Who knows? But then also Mountain Thane. They nerfed Mountain Thane, and frankly, deserved. Mountain Thane is a little bit oppressive at the moment. Thunderblast damage increased by 40%, but Thunderclap's base damage reduced by 20%. So there's, what is it? Crashing Thunder. Crashing Thunder. So now Thunderclap only gets 10% from this instead of 30%. So that is a pretty big nerf to Thunderclap. And then, although they are increasing Thunderblast's damage to compensate, that's only going to make it so the buffed Thunderblasts are, like, around the same as maybe what they were before. But, like, the regular Thunderclap damage, especially with the, what's it called? I'm blanking, right? What else did they change? They changed something that, like, changed, oh yeah, like, I forget. My brain is kind of fried. I'm very tired. But it is a nerf to Thunderclap, pretty substantially. So Mountain Thane's getting nerfs. Colossus is getting some buffs. Like, we still need to see some numerical tuning. I'm not convinced that, like, it's enough to push Colossus over the edge, but it definitely should even the playing field a little bit. I'm really hoping that Execute is now worth pressing, though. So we'll see. But I'm still not, like, super excited for Prot Warrior, but I do think the changes that they're doing are at least a step in the right direction. The only thing is, like, I don't think they're enough, but the changes they're making make it clear to me that they understand the issues that Prot Warrior has with its design right now and are trying to address that, and they might do more. Like, that's always great to see. Like, whenever you see shit for, like, Vengeance Demon Hunter where you're like, oh, they have no idea what they're doing with this spec, that's, like, really demoralizing. Prot Warrior, it's like, I don't think this is enough, but you're doing the buffs that I think need to be done, and you're doing the nerfs that I think need to be done. They at least understand what is flawed with the design. That is reassuring, right? So I think that gives me at least a little bit of hope for Prot Warrior, because, you know, I've historically liked Prot Warrior. It's never been, like, my favorite tank ever, but I have played it definitely more than Paladin, and like in recent years, Demon Hunter. And honestly, I've gotten more cutting edges with it than with like Bear, I guess. Even though I play Bear a lot, I haven't historically played Bear that much for raids. But it's close. But yeah, I am. That is all the tank set bonuses and all the tank changes and whatnot. I what you call it? I am a big tank enjoyer. You know, if you know my stream, you know, like any of my content, right? You probably know that already. I would imagine vast majority of you probably don't give a shit. But you know what? Like, this is something I've obviously been thinking a lot about ever since it got revealed. What was it, yesterday? 2 days ago? I don't know, time flies. So I figure for the people I know who do enjoy listening to my tank yaps, I just enjoy talking about it. So there you go. Those are tank thoughts. Weird Shulka in Harrandar offers no quest today. Really? I will check. It definitely is a little bit weird. I've never seen it offer no daily quest, but it is possible because there are weird rotations for that. Let's see here. And I will double check just to see. I'm on Europe, so I don't know if that will make a difference. But no, it's yeah, I have one on Europe. So I don't know. That is odd if you're not getting any. But I mean that is very optional. Like honestly, unless you're getting the 3 quests, you really don't need to worry about that. Like you can, it's fine, but it is absolutely not required. Absolutely not at all required. It is very much an optional thing. But anyways, yeah, wow, I streamed for 6 hours, and I would say overall in terms of progress, I didn't get a whole lot done. I did level my Shaman though. We got to test the thing, so you know, some stuff was done. The unfortunate reality is, like, because I didn't get the Prot Warrior run done, there's almost, like, no way that I finish the video by tomorrow, but I was already thinking it might take me until Sunday to edit it, so I get a little bit of work done, and then tomorrow, at some point, I will stream, the actual leveling of this Prot Warrior from 80 to 90, as was originally planned. And then I will do a little bit of PTR testing. I will note, for PTR testing, right, I've talked about this before, the thing about PTR testing is everything is always, like, absurdly broken until, like, the later stages of the patch. We still have, like, at least a month and a half to go. This is not going to come out until early August at the absolute earliest. And it is never really worth doing extensive testing until, like, the last 2-ish weeks of a patch. So I'm not going to do, like, a ton of deep diving. Like, a lot of my delve testing and stuff is going to be in those last 2 weeks. I'm gonna get a general idea on the delve changes, and then all my, like, really deep dive delve stuff is gonna be final few weeks, etc. But the, like, an early glance looking through, like, the vendors and, like, the items and whatnot, and I'll probably do, like, the intro quests, and if that's available, I don't know. We can check that out just to get an idea, and then obviously, I'll be doing PTR testing for raid testing. I probably won't stream raid testing just because, like, you know, it's usually weird. If it's a day where I already happen to be streaming, like I was planning on doing something, then maybe I'll do, like, raid testing into another thing. But I will not stream just for raid testing. But we'll see. That's not until, like, next week anyway. But that is the plan. That is tomorrow. And yeah, I'm hoping that I will have the 12.1 or 12.0.7 mini guide out by Sunday. Obviously, if you know, you guys watching this, you probably already know what to do for 12.0.7. Like, you probably watched the speedrun. If you haven't, you should check it out. I'm pretty happy with how that run turned out. But I do think a video like that is important because I have seen a lot of people who still, like, don't realize that I've updated the add-on, and they're, like, you know, enough people have realized that the video is doing okay, and, like, Fall the Arrow has gotten updated, right? Like, in theory, like, how many downloads have I had since the patch? Let me check. I have had 66,000 updates since in the last 3 days since the patch came out. So, like, a decent amount of people have updated the add-on and presumably checked. I mean, there could be a decent amount of people just hit update all and aren't actually actively using it. But I have seen enough people ask questions about, like, 12.0.7 leveling and not understanding that, like, you know, my route accounts for all of that and, like, has been updated. So I think a little mini guide that basically talks about, like, here's actually what's worth doing could be good. And it'll also, like, help more people realize that this is what they should be doing. But yeah, I'll figure that out and we'll stream tomorrow either way. And that way I can use some of the footage tomorrow in the, in that video. 66k updates, you're a millionaire? Yeah, I'm a millionaire with the 66k downloads of, my free add-on. I will say, I'm happy with how many people enjoy Fall the Arrow, but I will be honest, I make basically nothing off it, right? It is a passion project. If you do want to help support Fall the Arrow, obviously I do have a Patreon. I will be uploading the first test route, that being Alliance 10 to 80, on Patreon soon. So for anybody who's, like, dying to get their hands on the 10 to 80 routes, that will be available on Patreon for, like, at least a few weeks in advance before it gets finalized and added to the route or added to the guide for free. But, like, there won't be any exclusive stuff there. It'll just be if you want to get, like, help, or if you want to help out doing early testing and getting access to it before it is fully finalized and polished and stuff like that. You know, that is one of the Patreon perks and behind the scenes videos. But, you know, that is how I'm going to be able to continue to develop Fall the Arrow, because I make very, very, very little off all the work that I spend on it. You know, that's just that's how it goes. But anyways, thank you all for watching. I will see you all tomorrow for Prot Warrior 80 to 90. I said I wasn't going to do a main channel stream today just because I kind of knew this was going to be all over the place. And I was still planning to do Prot Warrior, but I did know I was going to do a bunch of other stuff. And I'm glad I did because, like, you know, I'm happy with, like, Tank Yap, but it's obviously a little bit miscellaneous. But since at this point, 100% tomorrow I am doing the Prot Warrior run, I might actually do a main channel stream. We'll see. But I'll think about it. But yeah, I think that it should be at this point a little bit more structured, because I've gotten like a lot of the miscellaneous yapping and whatnot out of my system. But yeah, I'll end it there. Obviously, I could just yap forever. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.